To the Urban Institute. I'm Nancy Lavine. I'm Vice President for Justice Policy here at the Urban Institute, and also have the honor of being the project lead on the Prison Research and Innovation Initiative, which is part of the reason we're here today. For those of you who haven't heard much about the initiative is something that we announced and launched in May of this year with the generous support of Arnold Ventures. Our goal is to use research and data to bring transparency and accountability and innovation to prisons, to reform them, to make them more humane, to make them places where people can heal and grow. And so with that, I thought I'd describe a little bit more about the initiative and how this convening fits into it. The initiative itself is going to be founded, or the foundation of the initiative, I should say, is a network of states that have yet to be selected. We are currently reviewing applications. The states have to express an interest and willingness to share data, to make it public, to open their doors to researchers, to embrace a community-based participatory research model whereby it's not just researchers coming in, but a partnership that really elevates the experiences and expertise of the people who live and work in the prison. It is a project that involves a local research partner in each of the selected sites, and the Urban Institute will be guiding that work and providing technical assistance and partnering with each of the states and the prisons and the research partners locally. There's also a state policy component to this initiative. We feel very strongly that even though we're asking this work to start with pilot prisons in each state, we envision that what's learned in the pilot will be shared and grow and reach throughout the corrections system, but that also state policies need to be in line with issues of transparency and accountability. So we ask the state applicants to make a firm commitment to a willingness to look to make changes in administrative policies and legislative changes that would support this effort through, for example, making data more transparent, perhaps establishing oversight entities, perhaps passing legislation that limits the use of solitary, which we know that research says is not helpful and actually incredibly harmful. So that's another component of the initiative. And then the Urban Institute researchers will also be looking to identify common metrics that can be collected by each state's Department of Corrections. And it could be administrative data that's already collected or should be collected and made public. And all of the state applicants are supposed to be eligible, they have to say that they're willing to make that data public. So those are the broad brushstrokes of the network itself, but there's other components to this work. One is a national narrative change effort. So we really want to bring this work to light and educate everybody, the general public, the corrections community, the advocacy community, that there's more important work that needs to be done to focus on the conditions, the climate, the culture of what happens in our country's prisons and ways to improve them. This roundtable is part of that effort to promote more awareness about this work and to learn from the very wise people who are around this table, and many of you who are in this room as well. And I know there's many also who are joining our live webcast at the moment. So another part of this work is to identify what's known in the research and what needs to be known. And that's the topic of this current roundtable. We're calling it a research agenda because ultimately we want a publication to come out of this work that can be guidance for the field, multiple audiences. It can serve, of course, researchers who want to see, a review of the literature and what's known and what isn't known and where the gaps are and how they could be filled. But we also think it could be useful for forward-thinking corrections leaders who really want to embrace evidence-based practice and want to know what is known, as well as what are the opportunities for innovation. We see advocates also being interested in this publication of what's known and what needs to be known. And ultimately, I think our partners at Arnold Ventures would be interested in this information as well, because as you'll hear from Amy Solomon in a moment, this is part of a larger initiative, and they're looking for ways to invest in this space. So we have today, as Jesse, my colleague Jesse Janetta, will share soon, buckets of topics that we'll be addressing, and we recognize that we can't address everything in one day. That's just not possible, right? I want to point you to a link. I'm going to give you verbally a URL, but it's an easy one, where you can find an outline of a longer research agenda. This is really for people who aren't present in this room, because this should be in your packets otherwise. It's an outline where we've tried to identify all the different topics that pertain to climate, culture, conditions, management operations, programs, and the prison environment. We think it's close to comprehensive, but we're sure that there's things that are missing, and we welcome you to look at that and identify and let us know what you think is missing. And I want to refer you to that in part so that you know that we know that there's many more topics than those that we will be addressing today. What we've chosen to do is to identify just a few specific topics, and those topics will be framed by Urban Institute staff. And some of that framing was informed by some research briefs that I will emphasize are draft working papers that are also available on the URL that I'm about to share with you. So that URL is www.urban.org. That's easy, right? And then /transform-prison. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. www.urban.org/transform-prison. So there you can go, and there will be a link to a folder that has these draft working paper research briefs, as well as the agenda. And this is primarily, again, for people who are joining us by webcast. So with that, I want to recognize our staff, the Urban Institute staff, who have been working very, very hard in preparation for today. We also had a convening of our members of our advisory board yesterday, which was super productive. And at the risk of embarrassing members of our team, I would ask if you wouldn't mind just to stand and show yourselves, because this is really a huge team effort. Storm, you're not standing. Travis, Will, Jesse, all of you. Thank you so much. You'll be hearing from many of them throughout the day, but it's really important to me for you all to know that this is a huge team effort. So thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge our advisors. If you're an advisor, if you could raise your hand. Thank you, advisors. So important to have your expertise. I also want to acknowledge that two of our advisors, Johnny Perez and Topeka Sam, are also consultants to us on this project. And we really appreciate your taking the time out of your busy lives to help support our work. So I referenced our Arnold Ventures already. None of this would have been possible without their generous support. And I'd like to turn it over to Amy Solomon with Arnold Ventures to share a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to join Nancy in welcoming you here, and I am so pleased to be here and looking forward to this day. And I just want to say a little bit about Arnold Ventures and why we're supporting this work and why we're investing in this issue. For those of you who don't know Arnold, we're a philanthropy who's really focused on maximizing opportunity and minimizing injustice. And while we've worked in criminal justice the last several years, prisons is a totally new space for us. And this issue, I think with all of us have joined on to a conversation focused on transforming prisons. So I think we are together in thinking this institution in America needs some systemic change and needs some light. And our focus on this is really focusing on prisons and acknowledging that they're too big, that there are too many people sentenced for too long, that they're opaque institutions, that they're inaccessible and unaccountable to the public, and that's a big focus of this conversation, that conditions are often inhumane, and because prisons offer too little training and treatment and a culture of dignity and respect, in so many instances, people are come out and are not set up to succeed when they get out, and that's unacceptable. And until recently, this issue, I think, to many of us has felt intractable. Couldn't imagine that it was changeable, but that moment feels really different now, and I feel optimistic. And so I wanted to give you two reasons why I feel optimistic. One is that we are seeing states and counties coming up to the table and stepping up like never before to say they're willing to try something radically different. To my left here, we've got Ryan, and I think about Vera and the Restoring Promise project and the work that Scott Semple and others have done in states to try something radically different inside their prisons. I know some states, Pennsylvania and North Dakota and Oregon, are thinking about taking pieces of the European model and testing it in their facilities. I think about the Young Men Emerging program here in DC that's doing something radically different. And then I think about the states that are applying to the urban project and willing to step up and let other people kind of let some light in, which is a bold and very different thing that I couldn't have imagined even a few years ago. The second reason I'm so optimistic is just looking around the table. I would expect that we would have academics and researchers and experts and corrections professionals, but at this table we have lived experience, we have advocacy experience, we have frontline experience, and that will make for such a richer conversation. I was here at Urban in the 2000s for many years, and with Nancy and Christy Vischer, who's here, and Jeremy Travis, started the Reentry Roundtable series. And we held our first Reentry Roundtable in 2000, and we thought we were breaking new ground because we didn't just have criminal justice researchers at the table. We also had practitioners at the table, and we had people from different disciplines, so not just justice, but also from health and housing and labor economics and others. And it was a really important, terrific conversation. But I look at the table now and the conversation we're having now in the field, and I think about how much was missing from our early conversations, how much perspective we didn't have at the table to guide those early days. And so I'm just really grateful that here we are talking about prisons and prison reform, and to have the voices that we have around this table that are going to be informing the work at every step of the way. So I'm optimistic, and I want to let you all know that Arnold Ventures is also committed to this issue, and our goals are nothing short of prison transformation. So we want to safely reduce America's prisons population. We want to increase the transparency and accessibility and accountability of prisons to the public. We want to promote dignity and improve well-being for people who are in prisons, including people who work there. And we want to improve preparation for success, that when people get out, they have better prospect of doing well for themselves and their families. And so we're really so proud and pleased to be partnering with Urban and partnering with Vera and Ladies of Hope and One Voice. I don't think Andy's here right now, and others to help start this important work on prison reform. And my message here really is that I hope that this is a beginning, that we'll be investing more. And we so want to hear your voices at the table today and over the next couple of years to shine a light on what is really needed, particularly in terms of research, but in other areas too, to most advance reform. And I'm just so optimistic that we can do something here. So I want to thank Nancy and Jesse and Janine and the Urban team for everything you've done to really spearhead this work and bring us to the table. and acknowledge Jocelyn and Sibel and Julie James from Arnold team, who are so deeply committed to this work, along with Jeremy Travis. And I am just so looking forward to the rest of the day and listening and learning.
Thank you very much, Amy. So one of the things that the urban staff has been trying to do better is to step outside of our own heads and our own space when we approach this work. So when we were planning this agenda, it occurred to me, and we discussed it as a team, that it's really obvious to us why research matters, but it might not be obvious to others, right? You know, as researchers, we think we have the right tools to solve the problems, but it's research. Like, how can research make a difference? And Dr. Ronald Day, who's one of our advisors, generously agreed to kick us off by sharing a little bit why research and data matters in transforming prison and shining a bright light on what happens there and how we can improve the climate and culture and operations of prisons. So, Ronald?
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. So, the question is, why research matters for us changing the system. What I would start with is, Amy said something a second ago about jail and prison populations going down over the years, and that is something that we should all applaud, considering all of the work that we contributed to that. But one point I'd make is that living in New York City, the jail population has gone down significantly. When I was on Rikers in 1992, there were 22,000 people in the system. There's about 7,000 or so now. That is historic. In the state, when I went there, there were 72,000, and it's under 50,000 now. But the one thing that hasn't changed over the course of all of these years is that there's still significant violence happening inside of the facilities and dehumanization. So that hasn't really changed. In fact, there was just a report released the other day that talked about, even though the New York City jail population has gone down, incidents of violence have continued to go up. And we think that there would be some kind of connection with fewer people, et cetera, that there might be fewer incidents, but it doesn't necessarily always translate that way. So, why should we be doing research? I'd say number one is that we have a moral responsibility to do something, and to finally do something, because for all of these years we've known that we've had these issues in our prisons. If we as the public are not raising our voices about what's happening, then nothing is going to change. I put a quote here that's from the 1800s. The degree of civilization in a society, as we all know, can be judged by entering its prisons. That was from the 1800s, and we're in 2019. So in addition to having a moral obligation, research is important because we need to have some baseline about what's happening in these facilities and in these institutions. And the reason why folks are resistant to allowing people to come in is because you don't want people to see when your house is a mess. You want to try to clean it up. And the systems are resistant to having people come in, and there's resistance to change. And again, there's a moral obligation on our part to try to peel back some of these layers to produce some of the data that can bring about the change that we actually desire. We think about prison as an organism, and there's the staffing that's happening, and there's the engagement of the folks who are there, all of the services that are offered, and there's pieces that are broken in all of these different areas. But until we can go in to find out how much damage there is, because we know that there's a ton of damage that's happening, but unless we're allowed to go in and to take a look at what's happening and to offer suggestions and insight and perspective about the change that's actually possible, then we'll just continue to perpetuate what's going on. And research is not just about producing data in numbers so that we can get a quantitative understanding. It's really about we have hundreds of thousands and millions of people that are in our system. And how could we, as a society, have this go on for so long? You know, and I applaud Arnold and others who are in this room who've been doing this work for decades. But how is it that it's only being done now? How is it that Arnold is one of very few foundations that have stepped up to the plate and said, we have to do something about what's going on in our systems? How is it that's even possible at this time? You know, and I don't want to sound like I'm on a soapbox, but, you know, I did 15 years in those systems, and I'm working in the system now teaching a course, and there's not much difference between when I was there and I was released 12 years ago and what's happening now. And I don't really expect, you know, much change. You know, I appreciate Amy's optimism. There is some optimism, but having been there, I know that change is about momentum. And we do have some momentum, but how much of it is about changing the culture inside of the prisons? There's all this huge talk about closing Rikers. Many of us were involved in it. But are you going to transport the culture into the new institutions? So all of these issues have to be addressed. Research has a limited role to play in this, a very limited role, and that's what we need to understand. We talked about this yesterday. We can't expect some grand changes to happen because we go in there and some research is done and we have some understanding that many of us know already anyway. He says sometimes we do research to find out what we already know, and we're just trying to validate this so that we can go in and say we're going to bring in some change. However, these institutions aren't just bad for the people who are incarcerated. They're also bad for the people who work there, and we also have a duty to them. So, you know, that's what I would start us off with, because research is important. Research can potentially offer policies that can then be codified into legislation. And I would hope that all of this produces, you know, some of what we ultimately desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. That's a great frame for us to start the day. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jesse Janetta, who led the development for this roundtable with a team of staff. And he's going to share more about our day together. And then I'm actually going to step off the table and invite Dr. Bethany Young to take my seat, as she will be facilitating our next session.
Thank you, Nancy. So we were tremendously excited to have the opportunity to bring you all together and think with you about what the research agenda for prisons to be, which is to say, what is the knowledge we need to build and the information and data that we need to create in order to play our part in making prisons more transparent, accountable, and humane institutions for however long they're going to continue to exist. But from that excitement, as we started to build out what the outline for that research agenda document might look like and all the different topics that we needed to touch on, it became a little bit terrifying. We started with, oh, great, we'll have a whole day for that conversation, and then pitched to, oh my God, we only have a day for it. So what I'd like to talk a little bit about is how we tried to organize today to make the best use of the time that we have, given the really vast territory that might be important to cover. So we have organized the day around sessions in very broad thematic areas, and what we want to do is use some of the research briefs that Nancy mentioned that we've developed that are very specific as a way into a broader conversation. So to start from a specific area and then use our conversation together as a way to work off of that specific area into a broader conversation about the knowledge we need to build in each area. So the team from Urban will be facilitating that on a rotating basis. What we'll do is come in, we'll give that framing and ground that session in the specifics, what we've done also is ask some of you who are at the table for each session if we can sort of call on you first, so you've had a little bit of opportunity to think about your take on that area or on what we've written or whatever you'd like to use as that platform. So have 2 or 3 people go first and seed that conversation, and then open it up to everyone who is at the table. So with that said, talk a little bit about some logistical ground rules. When I come to something like this and I look at the agenda, one of the things I'm always interested in sussing out is this agenda a plan or is it more like a suggestion? And I know those of us who were here for the advisory board meeting yesterday, that was one very wide-ranging. I would say our agenda was more like a suggestion. What I would ask is that you assist us and forgive us if you need to. We are going to try and keep today's agenda more like a plan and do timekeeping so that we're able to give the full space to each of the sessions that we have, even though we know we will not get anywhere near exhausting any of them in the time we have. In light of that, insofar as you can, I know sometimes this is an exciting opportunity to think out loud, and that's important, but where you can keep what you're saying as tight as possible, we would appreciate that. In lieu of doing a round-the-table interview, interviews, that would be even longer, introductions, what we're going to do is ask everyone to identify yourself sort of the first time you speak, and as you come into the conversation, you all have everybody's bios in the packet for people who are here. The bios are out there, so in order to preserve the maximum space for conversation, we'd ask you to just identify yourself. And it's something we may want to do throughout the day because particularly for people who are live streaming, for each session there will probably be people who are hearing from you for the first time. So even if we did introduce ourselves now, there will be people throughout the day who will not have been privy to that information. We'll keep a little bit of prerogative as facilitators to call on people occasionally who we haven't heard from and just try and make sure that everybody's able to be part of the conversation over the course of the day. If you would like to contribute in the conversation, we would suggest that you make your name tent vertical, and then that will be a signal to us that you want to be on the queue. We'll be keeping that and trying to go in order as much as possible. For those of us at the table, have a look at the microphone in front of you. There's a mic on off button. You push the button when you want to be heard. That will feed the audio into the room and also into the live stream. You don't have to turn it off. There only can be 3 on at one time, so when the third person activates, whoever was the first one, it goes off. But it is a good reminder, if the red light is on, your mic is hot. So if we're going well, you're starting to build trust with whoever's sitting next to you. Maybe you're like me and occasionally you like to turn to your neighbor and say something a little spicier than you might offer to the group. That red light is a no. Just turn it off if you feel compelled to do that. So we mentioned the folks on the live stream again. A reminder, in the spirit of transparency that's supposed to be guiding the project, this is a public event and we are having a public conversation, so just remind yourself of that. Particularly for folks who are on the live stream or on their phones, if you're interested in giving out things that are striking to you on this via social media, you can use the hashtag Transform Prisons. We have a couple of spots on the agenda where there are opportunities for people not at the table but in the room or with us virtually to contribute, but I'm sure not nearly commensurate with the knowledge and expertise and opinions and passion that folks have. So one of the things that we want to say is you can use the email address transformprisons@urban.org to put in your input during this session. We'll get a little bit of that in, although again, I don't think as much as people will want to give. But today, tomorrow, and all the way into the future, I mean, we do want to cast a net as broadly as possible for people's thinking about what needs to be on the research agenda and what it means to do research and knowledge building in an appropriate and a respectful and a protective way for people who live and work inside. And with that, turn it over to Cassandra Randath and Janine Buck-Willison to kick us off into our session. Model turning off the mic.
Good morning, everyone. I am Cassandra Ramdath. I am a new Senior Research Associate here at the Urban Institute. Very excited to join you all in this work. Honored to be sitting at this table with all of you this morning. The first conversation that we're going to be having this morning is around human rights and dignity in prisons. And, we think that it's so important to start here because this conversation is going to frame so many of the discussions that we have today and the work that we're setting out to do. And thinking about the guiding principles for our work and making sure that we're always coming back to stay rooted in humanity and dignity and respect for people. So actually, Ronald and I are on the same page because I was going to bring the same quote to this table, and I'll just repeat it again, which was, Nelson Mandela said that the way a society treats its prisoners is one of the sharpest reflections of its characters. And so I bring it back because I agree, and I'm sure all of us agree with Ronald, that we believe that society has a moral responsibility to treat all individuals with respect, and all individuals, including those in correctional facilities and those who work in correctional facilities. And so I think that beginning with this conversation is such a great framework for us to move forward throughout the day. And knowing this, we also know that prison environments can still be harmful and have long-lasting effects on people who live and work there. And so it's important that we develop standards for ensuring that the rights and dignities of incarcerated people are being met and are being respected. And so over time, several efforts have been made to do this, including the American Bars Association developing the Standard on Treatment of Prisoners, also known as the General Statement of Principles, and the United Nations Minimum Standard Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners. And so both of these documents, if you're not familiar, set out basic principles for governing incarcerated individuals. So it provides provisions around housing people in safe and healthy environments, maintaining healthy relationships with their family, providing that correctional authorities abstain from harassment, bullying, disparaging behavior, and really, generally speaking, just trying to ensure that corrections authorities better treat people who are incarcerated and try to make sure that they're being treated with respect. So today, as we come together to talk about this research agenda and think about the reforms that we are envisioning and think of all of these great innovations that we plan to do, we need to remember to keep thinking about humanity and respect. And larger conversations involve, what does respect in a prison even mean? For who? Does that differ for people who are incarcerated versus corrections officers versus medical staff? It's very complex. And so we're interested in thinking about how do we even know if we're moving towards a more humane system? How can we measure that? So today we're going to ask Roundtable participants to reflect on two more specific questions. The first is going to be, what would we need to measure to ensure that human rights and dignity of incarcerated people are being respected? And the second being, what are some opportunities that we can think of to implement and evaluate interventions that would move us closer towards respecting human rights and dignity in the facilities? So I'm going to hand it over to Janine at this point.
Great. Thank you, Cassandra. As Jesse mentioned, we have asked a few folks in each session if they would be kind enough to kick us off with some initial thoughts. And so we actually have 4 individuals who kindly agreed to do that today. We're going to start with Michelle Jones, who will offer up some thoughts, pivot to Michelle Deitch, and then to Evan Mishula, and back to Johnny Perez. And then we'll open it up to the rest of the table for conversation. So Michelle, would you like to kick us off, please?
Sure. My name is Michelle Jones. And what else are we saying? We're just saying our name? And is that enough? And I also apologize for being late. I got on a flight like 2 a.m. because of the storm, and I'm exhausted. But I am here. I am here.
Thank you.
Yes, so what do we need to measure? First of all, I think, you set the stage, all of you, with the framing, that was very important. But in conversations with people who are incarcerated, we all know, and in our own personal experience, we don't feel valued as people. We feel dehumanized, and we've all talked about this before. So what makes those environments dehumanizing? One of it is the training that the correctional officers receive, the staff receive. They are receiving training that sets up an us versus them paradigm, that sets up that power dynamic. And how do I know that? I have watched volunteers who have come into the facility, who have participated in wonderful programming, treated us like people, applied for jobs at the Department of Correction, disappeared for their training, and came back totally different people and treated us fundamentally different. And I asked why. Because you were volunteering and working with us for, and I'm not talking flippantly, I'm talking about for a significant period of time. And they came, they went through training, and they became other people. That's one of the first places to start, because the relationship between staff and the incarcerated person and custody and the incarcerated person is where dehumanization or depersonhood is actually flowered. Of course, it starts with the larger criminal justice system that creates an us versus them paradigm, but it then trickles down into the day-to-day relationship, how prisons run, how people's property is searched, how people are patted down, how people are strip searched, how people, the parameters that set up these things. For example, college students who have certain amount of books. The facility allows a certain amount of books, but they actually sometimes penalize students for taking advantage of higher education. Now, why would a staff person do that? Why would a custody person do that? Why would they take pens? Why would they make people struggle and share books around people so that they can maintain this opportunity for education? It's illogical. So what's at the heart of that is a fundamental dehumanization, a fundamental depersonalizing of the incarcerated being. That's fundamental. But I want to say it's reinforced in how staff in custody are trained to work and be in the carceral space. And then what makes it even sicker is that the incarcerated person themselves begins to replicate that as self-definition and the way in which we interact with one another, and that is the reason why you can tweak the criminal justice system all you want, and you have not changed the culture because you have not considered very fundamentally how those interpersonal relationships are reinforced by logics of depersonalization and practices of everyday quotidian violence. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Michelle?
Great. Thank you. I'm Michelle Deitch, and I teach at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas. Thank you, Michelle, for that really helpful description of what dehumanization means. I'm going to take this in a slightly different way and offer just a few different points, and happy to discuss any of this in more detail. The first is that in England, there's an organization called the Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons, which is the oversight body for prisons there. And they use what they call a test of a healthy prison. And there are 4 elements that make up a healthy prison. The first is safety. The second is respect. The third is that people in custody are engaged in purposeful activity. And the fourth is that people are prepared for reentry. And so when this oversight body goes into the prisons, that's what they are assessing, those 4 elements. And I think that that could be a very helpful framing for us. I also wanted to flag for you this publication by Andrew Coyle called Humanity in Prison, Questions of Definition and Audit, which is a very useful tool that you should be looking at. He talks about the definition of humanity in prison being 4 elements: preserving human dignity, respecting individuality, supporting family life, and promoting personal responsibility and development. And he goes on to actually have an audit tool that he uses to measure that. So don't feel like you need to reinvent the wheel on some of that. The second point I want to talk about is the question you are asking here is, how do you measure this? And I think that the better question is, how do we assess this? There is a difference between measurement, which is very data-driven, and assessment, which is something much more holistic. There's also a difference between measuring safety in prison and measuring innovation, humaneness, and dignity. Those are 2 very different things. Safety is absolutely fundamental, and it's the basis for anything good that happens inside. And treating people well in a humane environment can obviously create a much safer space. But I don't think we can conflate the absence of violence or some other measure of safety with innovation or with humane treatment. There's a big gap between those things. I think that there's an absolute requirement that places of custody be safe environments. But I hope that through our project we're also pushing something much more than that. We do not know how to measure safety in prison. We don't even have a clear consensus on what safety means. What is a safe prison? There's no more fundamental question that correctional administrators or anyone else should be able to answer than how safe is this facility? We don't know. We don't know what safety means. And we don't have the tools to do that. So if we can't even answer those basic questions, how are we going to be answering questions about what is a humane environment? So keep that in mind, that we are so far from being able to answer that. So the question then is, how do we assess this? What's going on inside? And I want to point you to what I think is pretty fundamental, and that's the importance of independent oversight of places of custody. We started out, Cassandra was talking about the American Bar Association standards on the treatment of prisoners. I was involved in the drafting of those standards. Those standards call for the creation of independent oversight bodies for every place of detention. There's also ABA policy that calls for that as well. Independent oversight is not a thing that has a meaning in and of itself. It's an umbrella term that encompasses a range of different functions. And I don't think we have time for me to discuss all of those functions now, but I'm happy to talk about that. What I think is critical, though, is to understand that oversight involves layers of different types of external scrutiny. Oversight is not an end in itself. It's a means of protecting the human and civil rights of people in custody. And as I said, there are many elements and many functions served by oversight, of which we are talking about one of them right now, and that's the data and research piece. It's important, but as Ronald points out before, it has a very limited role in changing this, in changing the conditions of confinement. Don't mistake the data piece for the kinds of oversight that is essential for protecting and assessing the treatment of people in custody. It's important, but even more important is access to facilities, observations, surveys, interviews, records reviews, and doing a holistic assessment of how people are being treated. The kinds of things that Michelle is talking about. How are people talked to? What is the feeling in an environment? How safe do people feel? Data allows for the collection of the tracking of information over time to see systemic patterns. So it's a critical piece of the oversight enterprise, but it doesn't alone protect the people who are inside. Treating people with dignity and respect is so fundamental to the American Bar Association standards. It is a function of ensuring that conditions reach a baseline of safety. And it's also critical that the facility climate be assessed, because there are intangibles. But we know a safe environment when we see it.
Great. Thank you very much. And we'd like to turn.
Okay. Please have mercy on me. I'm following two brilliant women, both named Michelle. This respect for prisoners, correctional authority should treat prisoners in a manner that respects their human dignity is so far from the reality of prison today that I almost couldn't wrap my head around it. So first let me tell you where I'm from. I'm representing the Correctional Association of New York. We play a critical and unique role in criminal justice reform. We provide independent oversight of New York's prisons by conducting in-person monitoring visits, during which we extensively speak to incarcerated people, sometimes correction staff, and we have the ability to collect confidential responses through legal mail, which is not opened by the corrections staff, or certainly not supposed to be open. We have statutory authority to visit any unit in any prison, and importantly, prisoners can communicate with us confidentially. We believe we conduct oversight for the purpose of reform. What system do we work with? New York Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. They are the 6th largest prison system in the U.S. They hold 45,046 prisoners across 52 prisons, 17 of which are maximum security. I'm a New Yorker, I speak fast, right? They supervise 35,855 parolees, $3.5 billion budget, $500 million in capital expenditures. Since I've joined the Correctional Association in May, we have visited Shawangunk, a maximum, Auburn, a maximum, 5 Points, a maximum with ADA capability, Southport, New York State Supermax, Elmira, a max, Bedford Hills, a women's max, and Attica, another maximum. So I'm insecure. I show my insecurity by bringing data. So the caution, these are small sample sizes. We're getting better at processing larger numbers. At Auburn, 77% of respondents reported being subjected to unofficial and unrecorded sanction, such as being burned for recreation or meals. That's out of 135. Violence and racism remain pervasive, 69% having experienced staff violence. Staff violence was witnessed by 79% of respondents. Racism was experienced or witnessed by 76% of respondents. Rodent infestation was reported by 95% of respondents. 5 Points, which is the most recently built maximum security facility in New York State, and the one that they hold as the flagship for ADA compliance. Informal and punitive isolation is almost universal, with 85% of residents having been burned within the last 12 months. Violence and racism remain pervasive, with 66% of respondents reporting to have personally experienced staff violence, even more, 82% reporting having witnessed staff violence. Racism is also commonly reported, with 76.3% having reported or experienced or witnessed it. Only 41% of respondents report that their ADA accommodations, wheelchairs, crutches, etc., are in good working order. So human rights and dignity do not appear to be respected at maximum security prisons in New York State. Prison researchers must ask the confined about the way they are treated and verify with technology, even over objections from staff. So in New York State, there's obviously a big controversy about Public Law 50A, which shields the records of police officers and prison guards from public scrutiny. And we commonly observe that even though that when prison guards are allowed into the facility, even though they have to bring in their stuff in clear plastic, they are never searched. And so, and although at places like Attica, the installation of widespread cameras has reduced the incidence of violence, prisoners do not have regular access to that video footage, even when contesting their disciplinary tickets. In addition to facility-based surveys, we've already begun to do some system-wide work on medical treatment for older prisoners, parole decisions, domestic violence, and isolation. On these surveys, we've had very strong participation, about 40%, but there is much, much more to do. And thank you. I look forward to participating with the rest of you, and I'm anxious to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. I think it's interesting. We've heard a couple themes already. I think and then we'll turn to Johnny. But just to recap briefly, I think some of what we've heard is it's both when we think about humane conditions and respecting the rights of people who are incarcerated, it's a nuanced and much more nuanced than just the conditions. It's also the interpersonal. We've heard there are a number of contributing factors to those things. The importance of, I appreciate, Michelle, your point about moving from safety to kind of healthy and thinking about, at minimum, we need to have safe facilities. But what does it look like to move beyond that to have healthy environments and facilities? And I appreciate, Evan, the way that you built in some data for us that we can think about the kinds of things to be measuring and what that indicates in terms of what do these, at minimum, what are the issues, how can we start addressing some of those, or what are the issues we need to address in part. So just with that brief recap, I want to pivot to Johnny and ask Johnny Perez if there's anything you'd like to add. I know you've been thinking about this as well. Thank you.
Is this better? Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnny Perez. I'm the Director of U.S. Prison Programs for the National Religious Campaign Against Torture, where I work with faith leaders and solitary survivors around the country to change the law. And, you know, when I think about respect, I think about two specific incidences, and I'll draw my own personal experience with incarceration. I think about my relationship with Officer Stevens. You know, during my time in incarceration, I spent 3 years in solitary for smoking pot. We could talk about that later. And during that time, right, you know, the longest time I spent in solitary, one time consecutive, was 10 months straight. And I remember Officer Stevens, for the first 3 months, he didn't even look at me. He didn't say nothing to me, no eye contact, would give me my tray, keep going. You know, I would ask him, hey, how's it going this morning? So on and so, despite the fact that I was the one incarcerated, I think there were times when I was happier than he was. But he never looked at me. You know, and today, like, we can walk by each other, you don't look at each other, it's nothing, oh, Johnny's having a bad day, whatever. But when the only person that you're coming in contact with doesn't look at you, does not acknowledge your existence, it kind of does something to you. It chips at you. And it chipped at me. Eventually, I cursed him out, said a few things about his mother he felt strongly about. He responded very forcefully. I was actually happy about the fact that he responded, happy about the fact that he was angry, happy about the fact that I was able to trigger him from that side of the wall, because now you see me, now you hear me. Now you even feel me, despite the fact that I don't have my hands on you. And I bring up that specific example, right? Because sometimes we give ourselves permission to treat people inhumanely, and you see it in a correctional setting. Because another thing that Officer Stevens told me was, Johnny, you broke the law. What, you want me to roll out the red carpet for you? In this case, I was just asking for an extra roll of toilet tissue. So, and that's my own experience, right? But when you pull away from that, right, when we give ourselves permission to treat people inhumanely, when we don't see them as worthy of respect, right, then we're able to perpetuate this violence that you so eloquently talked about, and also Ron, right, Ronald. But it also trickles over to your family. So now you see visiting centers that look just as bad as cells, right? I remember my mother one time, she came on a visit in Rikers Island. She was like flustered. Mom, what's wrong? She said she was standing on line for 8 hours and she could not leave the line because if she lost the line, she lost her spot. And that meant she couldn't see her son. So what that means is that now we've also criminalized and also created this culture of inhumanity, this appetite for risk, flips over to our families, right? But bringing it back to the inside, right? You know, it allows us permission to further harm and traumatize people. I think about how our system actually strip searches kids, right? You know, if you're not incarcerated and you're a 16-year-old and an adult asks you to take your clothes off, you can go to jail for that, right? But in a correctional setting, it's actually legal. You can do that in a correctional setting, right? I remember wiping boot prints of my daughter's pictures. You know, I remember, you know, when you think about, you know, different, all of the, you know, we talk about, you know, books that have been banned, right? Where you're not even allowed to teach yourself, right? And other things around property, how you're not allowed to have certain property. And when it comes to this culture, and I'll end with this, that when I think about the culture of disrespect, the culture of appetite, how that trickles over to the family and the community, and how we intend to internalize that piece and even see ourselves in that light, you know, I think that how you address the culture is through relationships, and because Officer Stevens, after we had that little moment, we actually became friends after that. And I did the type of time, 13 years straight, that you can start your job and 8 years later, you'll still run into me in a whole nother facility. And it was a situation over the phone. If you're not gang affiliated, you're not going to use the phone unless you're ready to fight. And it was that situation. And Officer Stevens was the person who was able to talk to me down, in a sense. And that would not have happened had it not been for that relationship. So I think the way we address culture is actually creating spaces where people can actually feel comfortable to be able to share information, right? That's not easy because the culture of prison does not allow me to even have a sit down or talk to a correctional officer many times, right? And then lastly, on the other side, because I also get calls to say, hey, like this correctional officer was killed. This correctional officer got thrown feces at him. Go to Southport, And in those moments, as difficult as they are, I think about, when you have this person who's incarcerated, who has been stripped of everything that they possibly could have, their only act of trying to show that they actually are in control of something is to do such an egregious act. So on the outside looking in, it's like, oh, wow, no wonder this person is in solitary. We should have him there. Like, look, and he's throwing shit at everybody. Excuse my language. But when you look at all of the other layers and all the mitigating factors, it actually makes sense that this person is acting like this. So we have to ask the larger question about what is the end result? What do we want to happen? Right? Is this the best approach? What are the alternatives? And I know I said the last thing, but the very, very last thing that I said, because I have to leave a little bit early, and I truly apologize for that. But it's the perspective of crime survivors inside of prison, right? That phone I'm talking about, if somebody gets cut, we're both going to solitary. So now what you have is you have a crime survivor inside of a correctional setting who's traumatized but is also being punished, right? Whose only crime, or punished, not because of what they did, but because of who they are. Right? And then we can talk about how that trickles over into the community, right? When we see each other years later, right? What that looks like in public safety and all those other layers. But that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And I appreciate also the reminder as we think about humane conditions, respect for persons, that it extends beyond just the facility itself to the families and others who encounter that as well, who can be penalized or experience that. So thank you for highlighting that as well. I know we have some folks that look like they're ready to jump in. I think I saw, and kudos for putting your name 10 up first, thank you. So I saw Michelle and then Evan, and we'll open it up, I think, from here.
Yeah, did I do it right? I just want to add just a couple things, and I appreciate the Correctional Association being here from New York. But they are only one of 3 in the country, right? And none of them actually have the ability to launch a legislative investigation into a facility. All they have is recommendation power. And so, yes, it's great to to collect the data, but the data then is given to a Department of Correction that already views the incarcerated person in a particular way. And what is the imperative? What is the incentive for them to actually fix that? In the state, and I can speak about my own state, in the state of Indiana, we have an ombudsman, and the ombudsman's job is to provide oversight. And they receive online, we can send them emails of issues or write them. Annual report after annual report, going way back to, I went back as far as I think 2009 in my original search. The number 1, 2, and 3 issues were physical health care, mental health care, and dental care as the top 3 issues that were a problem, that people were complaining about, that they were having issues with. Every recommendation from the oversight mechanism, year after year, not one of them addressed those issues. Not one. I looked year after year after year. So there's 2 things. So what are the oversight mechanisms that are existing within the Department of Correction doing, right? Because they exist. And then if we're thinking about what an oversight mechanism looks like in the future, what power do they have? How will they be able to move from their findings to actual change when it's left to the arbitrary decision of a Department of Correction or an individual superintendent to respond?
Michelle is a tough act to follow, and I'm doing this twice. All right? Now, so first of all, I think that you're right. We can't fund a dentist at Elmira as badly as it needs one. What we are trying desperately to do is to surface the need to the Corrections Committee of the legislature and the public at large so that this intolerable situation will not continue. There are significant, as you correctly point out, as unusual and broad as our powers are, there are significant limitations. The number one limitation, in my view, is that we can't bring cameras into the facilities. And I can't show you the open, gaping wounds that I see in people in cells every time I visit. And so, we are trying. But I think that if we are going, as a group, the more that researchers can get access and are not silenced by confidentiality agreements with correctional authorities, the more we can make this discussion public. And I applaud the Arnold Foundation and the Urban Institute for bringing this discussion online. Too many of us have known about these problems for too long, and they need to come to the surface so that things can start to change. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I feel like we're hearing also a theme around just accountability, in the sense of there's power and authority, then there's also accountability to act and do something. So how do we take this and make sure that there's actionable next steps or something comes from that as well? Michelle Deitch, and then I'll go to Michelle Fine. Thanks.
Sure. I'd like to just respond to that point about oversight. First of all, there's no question that oversight bodies need to be strengthened and they need to be developed. There's very, very few examples of them around the country, and the ones that do exist all need to be strengthened in many ways. That said, I think it's very important to recognize that the primary goal of most of these oversight bodies for state prisons is about bringing transparency to the prisons, and that's sort of the point that Evan is getting at. What I don't think is the role of these oversight bodies, nor should it be, is the enforcement role, which is, I think, what you're asking for, is for them to be able to mandate certain changes. That is a regulatory role, and I think that there is a real problem with asking oversight bodies to take on that regulatory role. One reason is because the standards that they would employ would be very minimal standards, and that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for oversight bodies to be able to raise up these institutions and to improve them, to seek improvement generally. But there's a lot of other reasons you don't want the oversight bodies to have enforcement authority. One is that they then become supra-management entities. We want the management responsibilities to lie where they belong, which is with the agency. And if the agency is not doing what it should be doing, then it's up to the legislature or whatever the funding body is to correct those problems. You don't want the oversight body to be blamed when those problems are not fixed.
Quick. Yes, I agree with that, but I also have to push back that the oversight mechanism should be able to have the power to trigger a legislative investigation so that legislators can get and do those investigations, as they have in years past with the legislative investigations that were launched in the Indiana women's prisons in the 1800s in 1873. But without an oversight mechanism from, like, for example, the Board of Visitors at the Indiana Women's Prison, the legislative committee could not be triggered because they had the data, they had the experiences, they had the ability to visit, they had the ability to go in, and yes, they didn't have the ability to say, oh, you need to make this change, but they were able to trigger, at least in certain extreme cases, a legislative investigation, or at least get that before legislative bodies to go in themselves. I really feel like the people who will go in and see it with themselves, see it with their own eyes, should have more power than simple, here's a report that I typed up, and this is what I saw that day. And that's all. And then they're supposed to say, well, we're done. I think a true oversight mechanism has more power. And maybe the power isn't to make a prison change, but there should be some check. There needs to be a check on an open public location that receives tax dollars beyond saying, you know, it really would be great if you would fix this issue.
And one way that that could happen is if the statutes that create the oversight bodies have a requirement that they respond in writing to any reports or any findings of the oversight body. I think that's quite critical.
But responding in writing doesn't mean that things actually change on the ground. I'm saying but you guys, stuff has to be able to, there has to be some power to get things changed on the ground.
Right. And I don't think we disagree. I think we definitely agree. And I just wanted to highlight, because I'm hoping that we can also pivot to talk a little bit about the importance of the interpersonal as well, as part of understanding culture, changing culture, and thinking about how we promote respect for human dignity and rights. But I wanted to highlight that we do have a session this afternoon that will be focused primarily on oversight. So not to shut down this part of the conversation, but I did want to say there's space for that a little bit later. And I was hoping that we might be able to pivot a little bit. We'll go to Michelle Fine next. But for others around the table to be thinking about how do we cultivate healthy, I think, helpful, productive, kind of the interpersonal relationships that have been highlighted here, or dynamics that can also affect the culture and help change or move our institutions into places that are safe and healthy. So, Michelle, fine, and then we'll.
Good morning, everybody. So I will join the trilogies of Michelle's. Sorry, Evan. Don't mean to increase the pressure. First, I want to just appreciate this morning's panel and really the importance of having people who have intellectual, academic, and experiential knowledge in the room. And I think there's a challenge for those of us who are researchers to figure out how that is a piece of the research, not a comment on it, not a friendly amendment, not a footnote. But this is the work. How do we bring those who have been most impacted into a conversation that has often been held at what Sandra Harding would call a God's eye view of prisons, kind of from above, detached, as if objective, when in fact so flawed by what Charles Mills would call an epistemology of ignorance. That is, many of us have engaged in research around these issues without knowing, and almost a scientific dissociation from wanting to know. So thank you. And I was just very moved by the very different kinds of histories brought into the room. Evidence is always racialized. And I'll talk more about this later. Transparency is always racialized. Whose lives are public, whose troubles are public, and whose troubles are privatized. When I work in schools that are mostly white, lawsuits, when a kid is caught with drugs, Johnny, they don't go to solitary. The school calls the psychiatrist. When I work with schools that are mostly black, when a kid is caught with drugs, they call the cops. So then when we go to court, the evidence makes it look like the black school's a violent school. And the white school looks so safe because everybody's like hiding behind their private whatever. So I just, as a researcher, interested in validity and accountability. A question for us today is, to whom is this research accountable? And I think Correction Association can't do everything. You're amazing. But I do think maybe Urban Institute's in a position to think about a choreography of accountability, of deep ethics and accountability, so that data are grounded in the perspective of those most impacted. And if you want to talk about people incarcerated and folks who work there, feels like separate but linked. But who has access to the data? To what extent are organizing groups part of the dissemination, rather than just imagining these data moving through the ranks to somebody who might pay attention on transforming their own institutions? So how does Urban Institute really theorize what we've simply called dissemination, rather than writing a report. If correction can't do it, if a community-based set of groups is also funded to move the research into organizing, as well as policy, as well as retraining. And maybe that is our work, those of us who are researchers, to reimagine not just moving information up a system or inside a system, but recognizing that impacted families and organizing groups and advocacy groups are part of who has to get some of the money, some of the credit, and access to the data. So LGBTQ groups, so disability rights groups are part of how we move the data. We can't, you gave us Mandela, I'll give you Gramsci. So from prison, 1929, he's scribbling in a notebook in the midst of crisis, when the old is dying and the new cannot yet be born. We are surrounded only by morbid symptoms. If we are gathering evidence of morbid symptoms, which have always been here, some of us have been more privileged not to live them than others, then I think it's our work to think through how to move evidence and accountability so that it doesn't just stay in, it's not monogamous to system. Done. I'm off. Because I'm not trustworthy to
No, thank you for that. I think that's a helpful observation to make sure that we're thinking about not just a vertical trajectory for this information, but thinking about how we disperse that, and that we're accountable to many groups and voices around the table for incorporating their voices, but also turning that information back to folks. I wanted to acknowledge Wayne as a comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Wayne Ford. I served 14 years as a state legislator in the state of Iowa, and I hear the legislative process being discussed. Let me give you a little inside ballpark on how we think as legislators. Number one, my first 6 years in the state of Iowa, there was only one black legislator of 150 people. My colleagues was 149 white and one black, and that was me. And so I kind of have an idea how we look at offenders and the system and most of the entities in this room. So let me tell you, the best thing that a legislator can do, and I travel the country, if we want to get some cred, if we can get a prison built in our community, whether, we don't care how close it is to New York, we don't care where it's located. The biggest credibility that we can give in our tenure serving as legislators is getting a big facility built in our hometown or close in our community. So understand how we don't look at the human quality, we look, how can I come back? When I asked all my friends and colleagues, many times I asked them this question, because I grew up in Southeast Washington, D.C., so I kind of understand dynamics. Lorton was a second home, because all my friends went to Lorton, but that was a long time ago. But the bottom line is this. When we look at the system and we look at people being incarcerated, the best thing that we can do is, when we come to prisons, the greatest attention you all give us is, you put a dog next to us, you let the dog walk. We can come to any prison anytime we get ready. We have a dog with us, and it's power how you all, the offenders, look at legislators. Legislators do not even visit prisons. I'm gonna say it again. I served 14 years. I was on the prison committees. We don't even know how you live. We don't know nothing about you. The only reason why I did it because I grew up in Washington, D.C. So I had a background. And most of my friends went to Lorton. So you in an uphill battle already. Because the greatest street cred I can get as a legislator is say, I had a prison built in Des Moines, Iowa. I had a prison built in whatever. We will serve forever. I've seen people serve 20, 30 years, and their greatest work, stay with me, they had a prison built in their community. Now, so if we're going to be the cutting edge, understand how we think. Nobody lobbied me when I was up there about, let's bring the prison to Des Moines, Iowa, which is the biggest urban community in the state of Iowa. I never heard that until on my way out. When we said, well, since most of the minorities are locked up and most of the minorities in Iowa are from Des Moines, let's put a prison right close to Des Moines. But guess who went out? The prison that was already situated in rural Iowa with a person who served 30 years. His last build he did was, let's renovate the prison in rural Iowa. You can't make this up. So as we start this journey off, Understand how important we are. You can talk about the legislative process until the end of time. If we don't even visit you, if we don't even understand how you live or the prison guards or whatever, we don't understand your world. So I just want, as we begin this process, you keep mentioning the process, but understand we're kind of very primitive as legislators on how we view this committee. I talked to some of my colleagues before I came here. I retired some years ago. I served 14 years. And then when I stepped down, I was the longest serving black legislator in the history of Iowa because I was going to make a difference. And I based some legislation off of my language. So as you begin holding everybody else accountable, associations, prisoners, guards, and all that, what you don't do, you don't hold us accountable.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Entering another voice for whom we need to be accountable. So thank you for that, and to hold accountable. There are a number of people. We're about 15 minutes from wrapping up, so I want to make sure we get to everybody. I think the order at this point is we have Katie, then we have Amy, Evan, and then Yasser. So I'll try to move in that order. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I am Katie Kramer from the Bridging Group in Oakland, California. And I just want to pivot back to something Johnny brought into the room, and I really appreciate when he held up the voices of families, of mothers and children, and how they're impacted. And you know, when we look at the ABA Statement of General Guiding Principles, and one of which is maintaining healthy relationships for people with their children, I think it's imperative that we're looking at and assessing the experiences of children and families when they visit prisons. And in my work of almost 30 years of working with children who are affected by incarceration, overwhelmingly, children will talk about feeling very badly, like they've done something wrong when they've come to a prison to visit their parent. Many times children will talk about the indicator of how I'm being treated is how I feel this person is treating my parent on the other side of the bars. And so I just think, you know, when we really are talking about humanity and dignity, we need to be thinking about and measuring those experiences and really come from a framing of what is right and what is needed for children, and look at what are prisons doing so that a child, when they come up to visit their parent, never feels badly about being there and just wanting to see and hug and touch their mother or father that day. So I just really encourage us to put that in the mix of our assessment of humanity and dignity of prisons.
Yeah, thank you. Amy Fettig, Deputy Director of the ACLU's National Prison Project. I just wanted to pick up on something that Michelle said that really struck me, and that is when we're looking at prisons, there's an epistemology of ignorance. And I know you were applying that to researchers, but I think that we can apply that to the entire country. It is no accident that prisons and jails are closed places in this community, or in this country. No accident that we don't have any oversight, and no accident that the public pretends that things don't happen, even though it's pretty obvious that they do. All of that is extremely deliberate, and it is absolutely on us what we have created. And that's why I think it is so critical that we use the language of human rights that we have. In this country, we're really used to human rights language when it applies outside of us. And in the criminal justice space, the language we generally use is fear, othering, and racism. So let's call that out, and let's use the language and the framework we have, which is international human rights. They apply here at home, and so I think it's absolutely critical when you're doing this research that you don't use the bland language of criminal justice, that you don't use the bureaucratic language. Use the rights framework in everything you do and everything you say, because then we can't escape from what we have done, and we do not deserve to. Thank you.
And next we'll go to Evan, please.
Sure. I just want to follow up. You know, it was a 1976 Supreme Court decision that specifically made that denied the public's right to access prisons. And so it is rare for people who have not been incarcerated to have visited a prison, to have gone inside. And one thing that I as strange as it would be, I just want to say for the research agenda that Urban is starting out, they must not restrict themselves to administrative data. They must speak to the people who are incarcerated. I know there's a lot of question in people's mind, well, don't they have an agenda? Everybody in corrections, everybody in the legislature with respect to Wayne has an agenda. And we need to find out, we need to understand how people are being treated from the people who are being treated. And so that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Yasser is up next.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm happy to be with you all. My name is Yasser Payne. I'm on faculty in the Department of Sociology and Criminal Justice at the University of Delaware. I'm also a student of Michelle Fine, and I probably will follow in her spirit. But I just want to make sure, so I do want to say a couple of things, but I definitely want to underscore and make sure that's in the room in the morning and throughout the day. Right, this persistent question that I have now, but definitely that's at the center of my research program, right? To what extent will our conversation, right, our analysis, our supposed reform, to what extent will all of this account for the structural arrangement that's in place, right? So prisons are actually functional. I assume we all agree, right? And I hope we're not trying to make prisons we're trying to reform them for all the wrong reasons, right? They're functional. They're doing what they're supposed to do, right? So with that in mind, right, keep in mind incarceration is inherently connected to capitalism. Economic poverty is actually required, right? Mostly black bodies, I would argue, and in this case, mostly black male bodies, right, are necessary to be inside these spaces so that you and I can enjoy the privilege that we're having. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have this privilege and this nice moment, right, without having the extreme economic poverty out there. Now, that is naive. And for an analysis to be presented or reformed to actually take root without accounting for that structural reality, right, would be following in the footsteps of so many other research projects and or initiatives that are supposed to create this change. So I hope that we're accounting for this reality. And in my mind, and I'm sure in the minds of many, right, prisons and all the bad things in society, but in this case, prisons, right, one of the purposes, it's supposed to ensure the structural arrangement, right? So then what are we asking for, right? Because Derek Bell and Loqua Kwan and Michelle Alexander, they remind us that a bottom caste is needed. Michelle Alexander says a racial caste is required. You cannot have one without the other, right? This kind of fantasy that sometimes we can slip into, oftentimes out of good intentions or out of a good spirit, but I would also argue out of a particular naivete. And I know we're all here for the right reasons, but I guess the larger point I'm trying to make is if we're trying to produce the change and the transformation that we all want, then we have to account for the structural arrangement, or we won't get there. We'll be back here next year having the same conversation.
Thank you. Valerie, you had yours up at one point. Did you have a comment you'd like to?
Yeah, we'll put it back up. It's a great conversation.
And then I think we can fit in a couple more comments after that. So go ahead.
So I'm Val Jennison. I'm a professor at the University of California, and I come to the table as a researcher who spent lots of time in California prisons trying to talk with the various people inside. And I really appreciate Wayne and Yasser bringing in a kind of larger context. That's why I flipped my card, and then I put it down when I thought, okay, it's being brought in. But I will go kind of at a meso level here. So, Wayne, you were talking about the kind of legislative kind of politics that strangles us, and Yasser, you're going high with capitalism and racism that kind of contextualizes everything. Agreed and agreed. Maybe I can come in at the middle here and say, you know, I live in California, a large state with 58 counties, and we are right now in the middle of what some people have called the largest experiment in criminal justice history in the last 50, 60 years, with a court intervention, Supreme Court intervention saying you must do something to address cruel and unusual punishment. So we've chosen across 58 counties in one way or another to decarcerate. The rates are going down. And what is interesting is to watch how each of those ecologies, I'll call the county the ecology, they all, if you're familiar with California, they have different kind of political makeups, demographic makeups, economies, et cetera, et cetera. And it's interesting that all 58 now have the same challenge, and they're all proceeding in different ways, some getting more punitive, some turning a corner. Some, I wouldn't say any have gotten humanizing or less demonizing, but they have gotten different. And research is on that. I think some people at the table are very familiar with this research, but the idea is within these large structural contexts, if we can look at variation within those 58, to use the horrible language, naturally occurring experiment, thanks to the Supreme Court, with the numbers dropping, fewer bodies, but the same mandates, the same requirements, and certainly the same legacies, historical and otherwise. I think that those kinds of points of view are very useful for setting out a research agenda, because you can see how it plays in the real world in real people's lives, and you can see variation, not abolition, to be sure. In fact, we just built another prison, right? How does that work while decarcerating? But certainly you see interventions, and you see how the different levers push and pull, and with what consequence. And it would be wonderful if we could put human dignity and rights at the center of the consequences we're monitoring. We're not monitoring that. We're looking at cost. We're looking at bodies. We're looking at violence rates in the institution, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I wanted to say, was come in at the middle range.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we do need to wrap up in order to keep to our timeline, but I want to go to Johnny and then give Michelle the very last word very quickly, if there are two comments, and then I'll try and...
Yeah, very short. And, you said about structuring kind of triggered this, I guess, more micro perception about when we engage these sites. One of the things that I want us to be very mindful of, that some of these, many of these correctional institutions are hidden away from society and are in places that are just far away, and many of these correctional officers, the first time that they've come in contact with a person of color has been in a correctional setting. And what I'm saying is that because some of these prisons are in small towns, so on and so forth, some of these officers are even related. So what that means is that the son will write you up, the father take you to the hearing, and the grandfather sentences you to solitary. You were doomed from the beginning. There's no winning. And when they contradict each other, they might even fight each other because you let them off, you were supposed to write them up. I can't tell you how many parking lot fights I've seen through my window in Kaksaki when I was doing my time. And that's real. Because, I think that people in power like to stay in power, and that dynamic will influence how, I think, just be mindful of that when we engage these sites as we move forward. Just want to highlight that. Thanks.
Thank you, Johnny. Our cards went up at the same time. We were thinking the same thing. Honestly, I appreciate the structural analysis. It's crucial, and the particularity about living and experiencing the dehumanization on a daily basis. A lot of people will make that structural argument and will not come down to the particularity of experiences of people in their day-to-day lives. I just would I would love for our orientation for this project to be more than just the collecting of the data for the purposes of data collecting. I think that's beautiful and that's great, and I applaud that process, but the purposes of collecting the data must be to change the person's individual quality of life with an abolitionist lens, so that person can craft a life for themselves and come out of the trap of the carceral state, and get out of it and stay out of it. But without this human rights, without this idea that these people are people, without personhood, without conferring that, without then mandating that correctional officers, staffs, legislators, people involved humanize that population, we're going to stay here, because we can tweak the criminal justice system all we want. We can change the laws, we can add this little thing, we can inject a program there. We added welding in Indiana, and everybody's like, oh my God, we've got women welding. It's so great. And it's so cool, and we're doing this great thing. Yet they didn't think through they didn't think from the individual's experiences of trying to get a job. They didn't think through the collateral consequences of criminal convictions. And now we have women out who are welders who can't clear security clearances to work on sites. But if you orient the person, you would think through that person's experience of the collateral consequences and the barriers that they might that they might interact with. So this top-down orientation, just pray with me. I just don't want that. I don't want us to do research with that orientation and forget that this must be oriented toward changing the quality of life of this individual who's sitting inside right now. Like, period.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a great exhortation for us to keep in mind. We will as we move forward, and I think to make sure we're using that lens as well as we have the rest of our conversations today. So thank you for everyone for your input. Thank you for these exhortations in terms of, I think, challenging us to apply that human rights lens to our work, to make sure that we're collecting data not for the sake of just collecting data, to make sure that we're collecting it for the sake of action and change, that we're incorporating the voices of many, that it's bottom up, and that we're thinking also carefully and intentionally about who we're educating as well, to, the many stakeholder groups that we have. So thank you for those, and I think we'll be pivoting to our next session now on the experiences of specific incarcerated populations, and I'll invite Bethany and Jesse up to the table. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning again, everybody. My name is Bethany Young. I'm a researcher here at Urban. I'm joined by Jesse. You met him earlier. We're going to be framing and facilitating the conversation about identity. Basically, I'm gonna give it a new title, kind of a broad topic to get us started off. Thank you, dear. So just to begin, I think one thing that we can say so far that we know that we're learning is that there's a lot to learn. And I think that each session we're going to kind of learn a little bit more about how much we don't know and about how much there is to consider as we think about these issues and issues we haven't even begun to think about. So the first session was about human rights, and that's also this discussion too. We're going to be talking about kind of one aspect of it and how we think about it in terms of special identities, specific identities. So again, I want to think about this session about the particularities of identity with disabilities as a case study, and thinking about how we can use this case study, this identity, this experience, to kind of frame how we think about other identities and how they are lived and experienced in correctional institutions. So to start, kind of what kicked off our research, I was looking at the ADA. That's kind of the biggest statute we have in the United States to kind of guide how we think about disabilities and what treatment they are due in public institutions, private prisons as well. So the ADA gives us, pretty broad, intentionally broad guidelines for what this experience should look like and who's covered. The ADA outlines what disability is, and we're going to use the ADA's language, acknowledging that we kind of want to move the conversation along and use people-first language, but we're going to work within the framework we're given. So the ADA contemplates impairments that substantially limit a major life activity. They've revised it. They've kind of responded to case law by making it even broader. They want as many people considered and protected as is possible. And one thing I think Dara will say later, that the statistics are, the research is pretty limited, and because prisons are closed institutions, as we discussed, what we think we know, we may not know, and we're missing so many people and so much information. What we think we know is that most people in prison are dealing with a disability of some sort. I think people would venture to say that everyone in prison is dealing with a disability of some sort, whether that be physical or mental. You think about physical, you think about sensory disabilities, you think about ambulatory disabilities, you think about chronic diseases. When you think about mental disabilities, you think about learning disabilities, emotional disabilities, as well as versions of psychosis. And why is this important? Again, almost everyone, if not everyone, in these institutions are dealing on a daily basis with a disability, not only dealing with the natural consequences and experience of that disability, but dealing with having to move through this closed, complete institution with that disability. What makes this experience so unique and makes prison such a unique place for this experience is that it's this kind of complete and total institution of control, which also makes it an institution of total dependence. So people who are, I don't know that anyone in prison or any of us, to get more philosophical, can say that we're healthy. But if you think about a healthy, hypothetically healthy person in prison, that's already a difficult experience, a difficult life, right? And if you think about that person needing to depend on this institution, not designed to provide it, but required to provide their day-to-day needs. You think about someone with special needs above and beyond the average person, being totally reliant on this institution for that. You can kind of imagine what kind of conditions that creates for those kinds of identities. So the pervasiveness of disabilities in prison is why we must discuss it and hopefully be able to do something to respond to what is right now a pretty disheartening experience based on what we know, which is a fraction of what is out there. So again, bringing it back to what we know in terms of research. Prisons are hard to get into. I think that's kind of the overarching idea of why we're here, right? It's hard to know what's happening there. So what we do have, we have incredibly detailed accounts by advocacy groups. We have personal accounts. We have media who have, FOIA'd or been able to interview people. But we don't have a ton of research done by systematic research, kind of getting a full picture of what's happening there. The people who are doing a lot of that are part of the federal government, and again, you trust them or don't, that's the information we have, and it's important for others to get in there and to do that. So kind of just to get us kicked off, we're going to have a few people responding to these questions first, but the way we've thought about talking about this issue, about identity, using disabilities as kind of a focus to frame our thinking. A few questions follow. So first, how can researchers collect and use data to better understand people in prison with disabilities in ways that are respectful and beneficial to them? What opportunities do we see to change and evaluate efforts to improve the experiences of people in prison with various types of disabilities? More broadly, how should research in prisons attend to the many and varied ways different aspects of identity affect the experience of being incarcerated? I'm going to add one. How can we take what we learned from these questions and apply them to other identities that we're thinking about? And then thinking about layering those identities on top of each other and how they interact and create unique experiences. So I'm going to turn that over to Jesse.
Thank you, Bethany. We'd like to invite Daryl Baldwin to kick off the conversation. Thank you for... I think we knew.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Power to all people. First, I want to bring forth and let you know we are on the land of the Native Americans, the tribe of the Piscataway. I'm Dara Baldwin, and I use the pronouns she, her, and hers. I'm the Director of National Policy for the Center for Disability Rights. We are a CIL, which is a Center for Independent Living. We are the second largest in the country. CILs are places where people with disabilities go for services. They are non-residential centers. I also represent NICL, the National Council for Centers for Independent Living, and I also represent ADAPT. We are the grassroots organization who took over Mitch McConnell's office in June of 2017 to say you will not take our ACA away. Go ahead, give us ours, yeah? And that is what we do. We shut shit down all the time. When you treat them bad, we are like, no, you're not doing this on the legislative level and in the institutions. So my work covers disabilities. I come to it from a personal level. We discussed this yesterday. I was born in Spain, but raised in Newark, New Jersey in the 80s. Most of my family are either incarcerated or in or out of prison, or I don't know where they are. So that's how I come to it. But professionally, as was mentioned, the ADA, we speak in acronyms in DC. So let me say it is the Americans with Disabilities Act, signed in July 26th of 1990. It's almost 30 years old. Most people don't know what it is, and specifically in the prison system, they surely don't know what it is. Evan said ADA capabilities. Really? Capabilities. And good working order DME, durable medical equipment. That's interesting, because good working order for whom? So I'm going to go around that, right? So, and the ADAA was done, which is the Amendments Act 2008, which Bethany covered, to add on more disabilities, right? So the definition there, right, did not include HIV and AIDS, right, because that was 1990, Jesse Helms and legislators who were like, no, we're not going to do that. Gay and LGBTQ is not included, right? Homosexuality is not included in ADA. Questions around that, right? So remember what's in the ADA, very broad. So I want to say that. In our work, we take on the CILS, the Center for Independent Living, will service anybody with a disability. Now, they get federal funds, but they also get private funds. People give all the time. And we serve formerly incarcerated community. They come to the CILS, and the CILS, let me tell you, these disabled, if you're disabled, they're going to help you. They're like, Dara, how do we help this person? We help immigrants, right? You don't have papers. They're doing it out of their own pocket, so we need more funding for those communities. And they also are allowed to go inside the facilities. So the protection and advocacy programs, P&As, are the civil rights lawyers for people with disabilities, founded in 1976 by Senator Jacob Javits, those of you from New York, Republican. That's when Republicans and Democrats worked together. He, in Willowbrook, was shut down, right? Geraldo Rivera did his first investigative report. He gave a pen camera to a doctor who went in and saw the abuse. Jacob Javits created the P&A system. Those are civil rights lawyers. Those are the only lawyers who can go into any facility as long as a person with disabilities is receiving services, which is prisons, supposedly. And then they can go in at any time. They can walk wherever they wish. And they also can talk to whomever they wish because they're looking for abuse. Right? So you don't tell people you come in because then Officer Stevens is sent home, who was abusing you. Don't be here today because they're coming. They get to look at medical records. They look at the personnel, the record of the person, plus the medical records. Why? Because they medicate people who should not be medicated in systems. And we have social work. Anyone in the protection advocacy can go in there. Social workers, benefit specialists, right, when you're coming out reentry. Certain states, many people don't know this, people coming out of prison can receive Medicaid, right, through the ACA when we sign that in. And then also 14 states already put that in their law, like New Jersey. I'm from Jersey, we did that. So I was gonna say that. So we come from 3 different areas. One is the institution and the people who are inside the system. We will make sure they're okay. 2 is the employees. There are many employees who don't get to use the ADA. You get sick or you get hurt, that's a physical job, and they just don't report their disability, and they just take it on, and they live with it through that system, and it harms them, right? Correction facilities, we have lots of people who just bear it, right, which is not right. They could use the ADA to help them in their position, and they don't. And Johnny brought it up, family members. We have many family members in the human rights law you were just talking about, Amy and I, to say that family connection is very important, Katie. We have family members who can't go to facilities because they are not accessible. The bathrooms are not accessible. So they could be in there for 9 to 10 hours and not use the restroom. That 8-hour stand, no way. We have people who can't stand 2 minutes. And they do not get the respect. They don't get special areas to sit. They help them out in no way. So we have people who go for 20 years and never see their mother, never see their father, never see their children because they can't get in there, children with disabilities. So, that is a problem. So we look at it that way. Our number 1, 2, and 3 goals, and this is NICL, National Council on Independent Living, and ADAPT, I will say this. Number 1, we are abolitionists. ADAPT is right, close down institutions, stop institutionalizing people, and people at a higher rate who are institutionalized are disabled. And let me say, Black and brown folks are the ones who are, right, institutionalized. So we're like, shut them down. Second is ending solitary confinement, because our people are the ones that come in, whatever disability you have, you are a problem, I can't deal with you. They put them right in the solitary confinement. Amy and I were talking about this. Boom, see you later. Medicate them, however we can just not deal with their disability. And then third is implementing the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act. And then the other law, which people don't use, is the Rehab Act, the Rehabilitation Act of 1976, Section 504. You hear people say 504, 504, which says that any federal institution, any institution receiving federal funds must give a civil right to a person with a disability. So those are the two laws we use. In the research and policy, I do believe in research, to policy. I'm also I've been on the Hill for almost 15 years now. I am a federal registered lobbyist, and all people look at me. I'm one of 6 black women, which is really strange. Yes, it's horrible. And I believe in taking the streets to the suites and back to the streets, right? The reason we have this information, Bethany was saying, is not because of researchers. We don't have a lot of researchers who even ask the hypotheses, give us a methodology, or have any indicators for which they wish to look for. That is a problem. We have a system in the BOP and the DOJ who has 15 different definitions of disabilities. Why? You're supposed to be using the ADA. That skews all of your data. So we need that information, and I truly believe, like I've helped pass many laws on the Hill. I'm blessed to do that. I take it to staffers. There's a couple of staffers in the room. I won't say who they are, but we need you, and we want you to be there. They need this information, and like I said, it must cover those who are in the system, the employees, and the visitors and the families who are coming. So I want to say that. The other thing is, in this work, what we will see a lot is everyone focuses on mental health, as if that is the only disability, and it is not. And that is a concentrated effort, I will say, from privileged white folks, because that is what is affecting their community at a higher rate. We don't use the term SMI, which is seriously mental illness. If you look on a DSM, which is a diagnosis system, there is no diagnosis code for SMI. That is also a way of segregating our community, saying that, oh, you have a different mental health than this community, and SMI folks can't function because they have a SMI, which is a serious, there is no such thing. Mental health, people with manic schizophrenia, they can live. It doesn't matter. We've seen them live normal lives, having families, employment, education. Stop doing this. Stop segregating our communities and what it is. Follow the DSM, and we don't use illness words. There's nothing wrong with having a disability. So people don't cover the other disabilities, specifically deaf people in prison, blind and low vision. Coming from DC, so let me give you an example of deaf. DC does not have a federal prison system, so our people are shipped out. We have the largest deaf community in the country because of Gallaudet University. Right? Here's another thing. People with disabilities are just like everybody. When we say that, they may commit a crime, or they have been charged of a crime that they didn't commit, just like everyone else. Deaf community, deaf person goes out to Oklahoma, California, Texas. Those federal prison systems refuse to do video relay. That most deaf people, it is hereditary, so their mother, their family member, they marry a person with deaf, who are deaf, their partner, so they can't speak to that person. And our people can't afford to fly to Oklahoma, get a hotel room, rent a car, so they go 20 years without speaking to their family members unless it's through correspondence of writing. So these are the things that are happening. Be Heard, BEHEARD, T.L. Lewis, power to UTL, does that work around deaf people in the community, in the system. And then the other disabilities, as was said, we believe all 100% of people in prison have a disability. Don't let them fool you. If you came in, quote unquote, healthy, the horrible healthcare system there, you get an onset of a disability. And then finally, we believe in intersectionality. People with disabilities are all things. Think of that black trans woman who's a refugee, formerly incarcerated. They exist. And we at the Centers for Independent Living and the Protection and Advocacy system protect them and help them, and we want to help them. I want to thank everyone for having me here. I started this work 10 years ago, October 1st, disability policy. When I started, no one talked about disability in prisons. 5 years ago, no one talked about disabilities in prison. It is unfortunate that in the First Step Act, I could not get any of our disability language in there. But we're not giving up. We're going to keep moving forward. And I thank all of you who have come on and been champions for us and partners with us, and we need more, because I believe, like I said, every person with disability, every person in prison in the system has a disability, and you cannot do this work without including this community. And please add to your isms, ableism. It is alive and well, not only in this country, but around the world, and specifically in this work. And in the prison system. And so thank you to Urban Institute, thank you to Arnold for doing this, and we look forward to hopefully getting some data, because we do need that data to make the changes. And the protection and advocacy, we are, they're willing, we work with them all the time to go into systems and do those interviews, and we do have a program, AVID, A-V-I-D, which is amplifying the voices of individuals of incarcerated disabled. They do take video cameras in. The protection and advocacy can video in prison systems. We've already gone to court 3 times and won, and that is what they do. They video disabled folks. But as they say, we don't walk over dead bodies. We don't leave other people out, Dara. We have worked with the trans community and got some trans people, and we are working with HIV community. So we are doing this work, and we want to just make sure that is included. So thank you guys for this opportunity. I look forward to more conversation on this.
Thank you so much, Dara. I'd like to invite Homer Venters, if you dare, to build on that.
I do not dare. However, the first thing I want to say, which Darren, we haven't met, but it's so great to hear your perspective, is we often think of these systems as inhumane and incompetent, or inhumane and bumbling, but these are actually quite sophisticated systems, and the kind of the racism that has built these structures inside that we can't see comes from the same place as that built the rest of the structure. So SMI is a great example. This label, which I have used a lot when I was running the Correctional Health Service in New York City, trying to get rid of solitary confinement, trying to make these changes. There is this community construct that exists in every state as an official definition, right? So it's not in the DSM, but it's so critically important to what benefits someone has access to, and whether or not somebody thinks you have a legitimate problem or not. That actually was built and grown in the community before anybody went behind bars. And now behind bars we see this construct of, and this happened to us too in New York City, as we started to use our data to prove as the city's doctors. This is how we built the first ever regression analysis, showing that your likelihood of being in the self-harm cohort and the high lethality self-harm cohort, which defines itself, was 7 times higher if you were ever exposed to solitary confinement. As the city's health service, we did that, and then we reported it out. But we were always struck as we took down solitary for 50, then 60, then 70 or 80% of people with this nonsense of SMI, and how, this idea that because there's an injectable Haldol waiting for you over your objection, that is a legitimate problem. But if you have some other problem that bends the arc of your life in really, actually sometimes much more profound and long-lasting ways, but it doesn't get a diagnosis of a psychotic disorder or something by a psychiatrist, that's not legitimate. And so as I go around investigating deaths and other things around the country in these places, I see this pejorative and bigoted approach to promoting health. And it's also obviously driven by race. So one of the first things I ask if I roll in, let's say with the DOJ or somebody, is who in this place should know about racial disparities in how you provide health care? And it's always crickets, right? There's nobody in correctional health services that's looking at these disparities. But in the community for 30 years, the Institute of Medicine, the Joint Commission, all the structures that promote health around this country, they have told us you don't get to run a dialysis center or a doc-in-the-box urgent care or a hospital if you can't think that way, right? But because we purposely, in 1965, took all of that apparatus that I would argue is much more evidence-based and much more equitable, even though it has flaws, of our nation's public health service and health administration. We purposely, before Estelle v. Gamble ever happened, more than a decade before, we said, you can't use Medicaid funds, so you're not going to have Medicaid oversight. You're not going to have anybody thinking about how do you provide evidence-based care. And so I really, I think in terms of, and so I should have said this, sorry. Homer Venters, he, she, he. I was the chief medical officer at Rikers Island. working for an independent health authority, which is one of the core problems we have. We have 5,000 boxes, jails and prisons around this country. Almost all the doctors and nurses in those places work for a security person. That's untenable, but it's sustainable, right? Because it's what we have, and it probably won't change tomorrow. But it is impossible for health services to be part of law enforcement and deliver ethical, evidence-based care. Particularly if we say that those doctors and nurses and psychologists aren't supported and overseen by things like the Joint Commission, things like the Centers for Disease Control. If we look at just a simplest measure, right, jail attributable death. So the DOJ and the Bureau of Justice Statistics has fallen behind, as you probably know, on just reporting out the number of people who die behind bars. But let's say it's between 4,000 and 5,000 a year. So just that notion, right? We're not even counting how many people die in these places. So then there is another, like, very low bar, which is how many of those deaths are attributable to systemic or individual errors behind bars. Sometimes it's physical abuse, sometimes it's medical neglect. You know, the leading cause of death in jails is suicide, right. And often that suicide is happening in the first couple of weeks, in the first 2 weeks, in the throes of forced withdrawal from some substance because those places refuse to provide evidence-based care. So those are jail attributable deaths. There are many other types of jail and prison attributable deaths, but so when I was in New York City, we started tracking this. Every death, we did a root cause analysis. We'd look and see, was this death attributable to something we in the health service did or something the security service? Was it something in this environment that played a significant role in this death? Now that is not rocket science. It's done pretty much in every hospital, right? If somebody falls out of a bed in a nursing home, there's a reporting mandate. Somebody's going to look at those data. If you get infections in a hospital, when you get a central line put in, that data gets aggregated to look at, like, what are the iatrogenic or health outcomes caused by this. But because we decided that we can leave all of these decisions to commissioners of correction, to sheriffs, they're somehow now enabled as health administrators. What we've done is we've not only hidden all of the abuse and neglect that we know happens, right? It's a component. I've seen it in Iraq. I've seen it in Bangladesh. Certainly seen it all over this country. It's part of a correctional setting. What we've also done, though, and the other voice I want to say is we have really destroyed and corroded the correctional health service in this country, so that in those boxes, those 5,000 jails and prisons, we have doctors and nurses and psychologists. They function often for patients that have the most needs as agents of the security service. So in a good day, with a patient they don't view as a problem, or somebody they have a good relationship with, they'll get their albuterol inhaler or they'll get their medicine. But for a patient who has, God forbid, a mix of some emotional problem that day, I'm not even saying a mental health diagnosis, but it's just having a tough day, and also has some physical health need, what I see in these jail attributable deaths over and over and over is this potent mix of racism in how we view our patients and dual loyalty in that the staff are compromised. Those staff you think that doctor is acting as a doctor, that nurse is acting as a nurse, wrong. But because this is all hidden, and because none of our health structures that promote health in the rest of our country, if we walk outside this building and fall down, get hit by a car, have an MI, God forbid, all of the structures that are going to promote a quality and transparent health for us and a healthy outcome for us, we've purposely said those don't exist in these places. And so when it comes to disability, and this is an area where I am doing more work as an expert, it's just profoundly disturbing to see that not only have we decided that it's okay to bring this punishment approach to people with disabilities behind bars, but that this really critical, going back to the humanity question from the last panel, prisons have this and jails have this, like, limited capacity to give you engagement and treatment, or punishment and isolation. And the decision of who gets what, first of all, there's like 2/3 or 3/4 of the punishment and isolation, and very little of the treatment and engagement. That's often driven by race and gender and LGBTQ status. And so that's kind of where I start when I go into a new place is, who are the people that are getting punished? Who's on the burn today? Who's hidden away? And then talk to them about how they got there. And so for researchers, I think that's like a critical place to start, because really you're learning from people who have experienced it. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Homer.
Sorry.
So, no, not at all. So, turn it over to the group. And one question that I would offer up, building on some things that Dara said and even the earlier conversation, one of the things that came up is as research and data is being created, making sure that, among other places it goes, that it gets into the hand of advocates. And I would invite people at the table as they think about the different, communities that they advocate for who are in prison to be maybe a little bit more specific and task us about what data you need, what information you need, what findings you might need to support your work. Because of course, if we bring you as researchers what we have, but what we have doesn't match what you need, we've missed a little bit, even if we're getting that information into the hands of people for their work. So, yeah, I'll go Johnny and Michelle, and then Dara.
Yeah, really quickly. Just get me and come back to me. Thanks.
Michelle.
Really quick. I just want to say that one metric I think would be important to capture is those institutions that are doing what you said, Homer, yes, but are also the healthcare is provided by for-profit entities. I personally found that in my own personal experience, the difference between the healthcare I received incarcerated from the state provider compared to the hell of healthcare once it became privatized is extremely significant. I saw deaths increase, and I saw chronic illnesses go untreated. There's a woman rocking around now with an 18-pound tumor, and because she is a lifer, they refuse to remove it because it's privatized. And so there's an incentive to spend less to do less. And so it's highly illogical for me to think that any for-profit health and medical care, I don't even have the words about how ridiculous that phrase is, in a place in which is a secreted, cordoned off space of crisis and deviancy, right? So I would love to see the measurement of institutions that have high rates of neglect and abuse and mismanagement than compared against the fact if they're for-profit or state care entities, and then use that to have an argument, a real important argument about the dangers of privatization of certain entities in these places.
Thank you, Michelle. Johnny, you ready?
Lapsus, but I was thinking about my prior work at the Urban Justice Center, where I interviewed 23 people who were living with mental health concerns and who also were released directly from Rikers Island. We found out a lot of those people were, didn't have diagnoses or were misdiagnosed. Folks were being released without medication, no continuity of services. But we also found out many of those folks didn't engage in mental health services while they were incarcerated, not because any services were not available, we can talk about how bad they are, but because of the highly stigmatized nature of even having a disability or a mental health concern inside of a correctional setting. So now what you have is you have a guy or woman who did 5 years without taking any medication or getting any type of treatment as a result of the environment, and then is released with a deeper health concern. I also think about the fact that a lot of times people in prison are taxed with jobs that I would think that they would not necessarily be positioned to do, right? I think about 5 points and the conversation around wheelchairs. And how, for those of you who don't know, 5 Point Correctional Facility is a double bunk cell facility. And what that means is that, just recently they started bunking people together, same height and weight. But when that facility first opened, there were people who were actually at the very mercy of those who they were in a cell with. So what does that look like when you have a person inside of a cell who cannot walk in a wheelchair, and this guy decides that you're not going to eat today? So just want to bring that into the space. And then lastly, I think about, again, when we talk about double-celled and access to healthcare services, how in 5 points, but also I'll think about Upstate Correctional Facility in New York. How you will talk to a correctional, a mental health person or doctor on the other side of the gate, but you may not feel comfortable in disclosing anything because your cellmate, you might not want to tell your cellmate, or, it brings up questions about confidentiality and access to treatment. When you have a social worker or a health professional at your door who's also accompanied by a correction officer, and then also having conversations with you about your health status while you are also double celled with someone, and what are the ramifications of that, both on being able to receive the proper services that you need, and then one measure that I would like to see is the number of people who don't engage in mental health services or any other types of treatment that are available to them as a result of all of these things that I already said.
Thank you, Johnny. We have Dara next, and just to name the queue so that everybody knows that we've seen them, we have after Dara, Cheryl, Amy, Nancy, Evan, and Michelle Fine.
So again, thank you guys. I'm so excited for this interest. For us, so first I'm going to give you Disability Rights Washington to reach out to you and their report that they've done around this question about what kind of data needs to be collected. I can't remember the name of it, but I'll get it to you. Hello to David Carlson, and if they're listening, I know they told me. So one is for us is around training and the employment, like do they get training on the ADA and disability sensitivity, and what does that look like? Where other systems, as we were saying, do get training, right, but not correct, they don't do it there. Do they have ADA coordinators? Also, again, we have a federal law that says every state is supposed to have ADA coordinators in each department. They are never found in departments of corrections or anything like that, right? And that ADA coordinator would be someone who does these trainings and those kinds of things. Diagnoses, as Johnny was talking about. When does that happen? We usually see most people don't get diagnosed till they have till a problem happens, like if they have epilepsy and they have an epilepsy, a stroke or something like that, or seizure. When does that happen in the assessments? How does that happen? And then how is that addressed, right, that diagnosis? Evan mentioned it, durable medical equipment. Does anyone keep a record of what is in the prison, what is in the system, right? How many wheelchairs, how many, right? How many crutches and all of that. We have had stories where people who have cervical spine injuries, where they need electric chairs. And so you understand and know electric chairs are heavier, right? And they have battery packs. We've been told by people, and we see it, where they don't do those because they don't want to charge the batteries, as we've been told, as Johnny was saying. So the person in the cell is the one who lifts them and puts them down. They don't have that kind of training to do that, right, to do this. So why can't we have, what's happening with these heavy wheelchairs and other kinds of equipment, and who would take care of that, right? How many personnel do you have that take care of DME equipment, or who is doing that? Which is going to be none. And the use of personal assistance, that's what it is, right? That's what Johnny is talking about, using personal assistance systems. Who's doing that in the jail system? Is it the person who's incarcerated, which it should not be, or is it a professional staff doing that? We don't know that data at all. And then reentry. How are you preparing this community to come out of the system with their disability? We have had stories where people literally were rolled out to their family, dumped out of the wheelchair, and the system said, this is our wheelchair, and took it back. And that family had to figure out how to get that person in the car, get that person home, and then when they got home, to find a wheelchair for that person to use. No one in that system helped them, and they said, this is our wheelchair. This is the state of New Jersey's wheelchair. This is the state of New York's wheelchair. You can't take this with you, or the crutches, or any of that. So those are some areas that we had issues.
Thank you, Dara. Cheryl?
Hi, I just want to uplift some of the things that Mr. Homer Venter was talking about, and in speaking to, just thinking about the nurses and doctors and what their first line of duties are, and it is security, and then we can get to the health situations, because even if you look at an emergency that may happen, it is the securities and the COs that dictate, when and how the person gets treated. And so that's second in command to, what folks signed on for, and that is to provide healthcare services. I just want to also lift up that jails and prisons are not equipped for anything other than somebody that is young and strong. It's not equipped for women. It's not equipped for those that have disabilities. It's not equipped for it wasn't even built for folks like that. It's just built for men. And I would add built for probably men of color.
Yeah. Thank you, Cheryl. Let's give it to Amy.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Dara has said about jails and prisons being largely ADA-free zones in this country. 30 years after the law, we find too often that systems have not complied with the ADA. And I wanted to point specifically to the use of isolation and solitary confinement to actually so-called accommodate people with disabilities, especially people with physical disabilities. In 2017, we did a report called Caged In that was the first look at the use of solitary on people with mobility and sensory disabilities. And frankly, it came out of the fact that I was in a supermax prison and I found a paraplegic in a solitary confinement cell who was on the floor in his boxers with bruises and scrapes all over his body because he had been left in that cell for months and months, and he had to crawl to the toilet and the bed. And that was his only option, even though he clearly was qualified for an assistive device and shouldn't have been in solitary at all. And I was shocked, and so we did this report, and what we found is that nationwide solitary confinement was often being used because maybe it was the only cell that was ADA compliant or was a convenient place to dump people. We found folks who were deaf who had been placed in solitary confinement because officers thought they were throwing gang signs when they were actually trying to communicate, folks who were blind, who were just, the system just didn't know what to do. And what we also find, and what I want to encourage you to look at, is that so many of the systems did not even track who had a physical disability. And I point to the state of Illinois, a place that incarcerates a lot of people and also has a fair amount of money. They were not tracking any people with physical disabilities in their entire system. They couldn't tell us where they were housed, how many people were there, and of course, what we then found was they weren't giving anybody accommodations. And this, Illinois is not the only state, so definitely collect that data. And find out who is your ADA coordinator. Do you have an ADA coordinator? Look at accessibility. I would work with experts, and there aren't that many who look at prisons and jails for ADA compliance, but that kind of data isn't being collected, and it really, really needs to be, because these systems need to comply with the law. It's out there. The ADA applies to these institutions. There are actually some really good regs, in particular a reg that says you can't put somebody in solitary confinement merely to accommodate their disability. And yet, because systems haven't been held accountable, they haven't followed the law. So there's a great tool out there. It's been underutilized, but the need is really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Nancy?
Good morning, Nancy Rodriguez. So just a few points. I think thinking of this as a scientific enterprise, I would certainly encourage us to shed light on certain processes that I believe we often don't think about when we are trying to identify those metrics and identify populations. And for me, I think of the classification process. I'm often mystified at how little we know and understand what actually is guiding those decisions and those assessments. So I would hope that we all pay closer attention to how systems identify, process, and then classify individuals. And then, of course, thinking of the implications that has, because that, in many ways, begins the trajectory of individuals once confined.
And Nancy, I think we've got people here, obviously, who are deeply immersed and very conversant, but I wonder if you'd want to say a little bit about what classification means in the prison context for folks who may not be as involved.
Okay, so I wonder if I should defer to some of our colleagues who actually have worked in systems to speak to those classification processes, those have maybe have been confined. So every institution has its own mechanism to identify, quote unquote, the risks and the needs of individuals, their propensity to engage in maybe adverse behavior, whether it's self-harm, their propensity to engage in crime. and maybe even the classification of certain individuals, for example, members who are deemed a threat to themselves and others. I'm thinking in particular of maybe individuals who belong to security threat groups. Those individuals are likely to experience a very different incarceration experience than those who may not have those characteristics in their records or in their statuses. So for systems to begin that process of identifying what those risks and needs might be, again, I think from a research perspective, allows us to better understand what those conditions of confinement might look like for you. There are individuals who, just because of their status and their classification, will not be afforded programming, will not be provided access to treatment, and will experience particular forms of confinement. I think that's completely understudied, and I think certainly at the forefront of our discussions. And again, I will defer to my colleagues who certainly are far more well-versed in those areas. The second point that I want to raise is about this interface between health services and, I would say more broadly, operations. Again, I think the discussion that we've heard today really, for me, conveyed the need to better understand the quote-unquote identity of those who actually are deemed responsible for providing the health care and the medical care of those confined, and what identities they assume, what identities are incentivized and encouraged. And again, I think to assume that because you work in behavioral health services, whether for the correctional health service or independent, that you assume this identity that guides how you treat and respond to people, I think is an assumption. I think we need to better understand that, because what I'm hearing is a hypothesis about really this more correctional-oriented identity that assumes everyone who is in the system, working for the system. And lastly, to bring our discussion closer to what we heard earlier this morning, I would encourage us to think about engagement a bit more broadly than just face-to-face engagement. And this discussion around particular populations who maybe, again, are hearing impaired, who are visually impaired, who may not necessarily have access to face-to-face contact, what that means for us providing them those opportunities to engage with loved ones, to interact with via phone, via mail. So again, just a push for thinking about engagement beyond just the face-to-face contact. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? Thank you for that, Nancy. Also, with that engagement, that is done by people who know how to do this and who are sensitive to people's disabilities. Because when you put people in there who are cruel and mean, like we had with Priya, that didn't work very well. So I just wanted to say that. And I'm sorry, I just want to add one more to my list. Disabled folks who are held in the system. So we have a lot of people who have a disability. Amy, this came to my mind. And they get to go to parole. But because there is no halfway house or anything that's accessible, they hold them. We've had people who literally spend, another 15 months in the system because of their disability, right? Which is also inhumane. So I just want to add that. And there is a number of those. We have a couple of cases where that's happened, where you spend your parole in the prison system.
Thank you. Evan?
Yeah, Dara, just to add to that, we actually heard from a resident in a correctional facility who was released to a shelter in New York City, paraplegic, and then couldn't abide by the rules of the shelter, which is that you have to be out by 8 a.m. and then not return until 8 p.m. again. He was transported back to a correctional facility and then found out that he had been billed $700 for that transportation. So the cruelty and inhumanity is sometimes shocking even to those who deal with it. All right, but one of the emerging issues for people with disabilities is pain management. New York State prisons have a heroin problem that's fairly well acknowledged, but as a result of that, the medical services within Corrections has been taking extreme steps to take people off of pain management medication, and I think that this is completely understudied. So people who are returning from major surgeries are given Tylenol and no other pain medication for management for their systems. This includes people with severe late-stage cancer and although we're aware that this is a problem, this frankly needs more study and more funding, because it is egregious, and I would and maybe not something that everybody in the room would think of first, but it is an issue, and I would encourage you within your institutions to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. So to name where we are in the queue, we've got Michelle Fine, Wayne, Homer, Michelle Jones. I think probably at that point we'll be ready to summarize, preview post-lunch, feed you. But I do just want to alert people, if you're like, don't you dare break for lunch without me getting into this conversation, now is a good time to put up your tent. Michelle?
Something useful. Okay. I won't repeat that since they're listening anyway. So a couple of friendly amendments to lift up some issues that have been raised, and a cautionary, like I sometimes worry about us getting into the metrics and losing the large. Like, how do we keep moving from the large existential, structural, even meso level into the metrics? So a friendly extension of Homer's points to go to a context that's not assumed to be punitive. In New York City, when they moved 5,000 police officers into the public schools in the name of controlling whatever, into the blackest, poorest New York City public schools, the rates of suspension and criminalization of disciplinary acts went way up, but so did the rates of arresting teachers for trying to intervene when the police were taking even kindergarteners out in handcuffs. And so this question of to whom does one report, those 5,000 officers in schools report to the NYPD. They don't report to the Board of Ed. So when teachers and principals try to intervene, they too can be arrested for interfering with an arrest. And I remember trying to gather a group of folks, including Donna Lieberman, at the Graduate Center for a conversation about some of this. And Donna was in the hallway saying, can we just get handcuffing kindergarteners off the table? So I was supposed to be facilitating like a quiet meeting. It was the de Blasio era. We were going to start new. And the folks from NYPD and even the Board of Ed were like, no. And I thought, I am over my head. So just the kind of heavy weight of a punitive culture and how one lifts that. And I think this micro issue of to whom do you report, or is somebody trying to make a profit, is not nothing. So that's one story. Second story is, Cheryl can talk about this later, but at one moment when we were working at Bedford Hills, there was a sign language class that included officers and women inside, because there were a number of deaf prisoners, and it was a very rich and transformative experience, I think, for everybody. And then at the end, people had to be retrained to the us-them framework because too much kind of soft empathy developed. My last thing is, for a variety of reasons, I've been in both prisons and immigration detention centers in the last few months. And in each one, there is such a hyper-consciousness about suicide. And so here my point is about metric madness and where it leads us. because in each one, I was alerted that if I notice anybody who looks suicidal, please tell them so they can put them in solitary. And so, anyway, I don't need to tell you what that means, but there's a way in which metric madness can drive us to worse solutions as institutions become liable for particular indicators without us thinking about how does that metastasize into even worse consequences. Done.
Thank you. Wayne?
Earlier today, I told you about how we as legislators feel about prisoners and prisoners. When we go into a prison, normally speaking, we get special treatment, and y'all who serve time know we do. And we get special treatment, and I used to like it, to be candid, because when I used to go in there, they get the dogs, the German Shepherds, and they walk and snoop. And I asked the question, do everybody get the dog protection? And the answer was, no, Representative Forward, you as a legislator, you get the dog's protection. Others, we give security, but you get special treatment. And so, again, that stayed with me. Although you can visit prison, get protection, and walk around everybody, you have to be a legislator to get the dog's protection. And to be candid, at that time, I felt, wow, that's kind of interesting. That's the negative part, because again, I told you how we look. Now, here's the positive part. My mentor was Senator Tom Harkins. In case y'all didn't know, he's the father of the ADA. Senator Tom Harkins, we served on Capitol Hill together in the state of Iowa. I'm gonna say it again. He's the father of ADA, a white man from Iowa. Stay with me. Now, what's the connection? I'm gonna show you the connection. The connection is that when legislators care, his brother cannot hear. So he grew up sign language. Mother and father taught him. Stay with me. Now, you want to learn how to deal with us? Get into our head. You want us to get into your head? You better start getting into ours. Because once we care, we can go through that wall. Now, your parallel is this. As a legislator, he was so in tune. So back in the 90s, thinking about his brother, he did the ADA. And I didn't know how important it was until time goes on, until I recognized all the streets, the handicap signs, the wheelchairs. Now you ain't got to go in the hips and the bumps and all that. I'm not handicapped, so how would I know? But I had no idea about once he got into this, he changed the law and he made history. And I didn't know I'd be sitting right next to this lady right here. I had no idea. You know, I've been in Iowa for 5 decades. So again, the lesson learned is we kind of do this because, you know, we all kind of been into meetings and I hear y'all question the credibility. Is this going to be business as usual? Or in Casablanca, give me the same usual characters? Or are we going to break it down and change this phenomenon? Because some of us, baby boomers, we got more years behind us than we got ahead of us. And some of us knows about these meetings. And I don't know how many more meetings I got left. So my bottom line is this. You can go all this way here, and I hear people have been incarcerated, and I got that. But if you get somebody, get us passionate, because I made history, and again, I was the only black man in Iowa, and I got bills that will live for the stand of time. States are trying to implement what I did in Iowa. But we're not here about that. But here's Tom Hawkins, who grew up, Senator Tom Hawkins, brother, cannot, deaf and dumb, and the greatest acknowledgement he gave on Capitol Hill when he signed the speech, he did part of his speech in sign language. Yes, you can't make that up.
He didn't do part, he did the entire.
Oh, thank you, dear. I didn't know. Mm-hmm. You can't make that up. So as we kind of go around this journey, you have to make sure that you educate us, make sure we understand, and make sure when it's time to visit a prison, it's almost a mandate that every state, I'm gonna work on this, every state legislator, I go from state, I have connections statewide, it should be mandatory that he or she visit a facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you for bringing up Tom Harkin.
Homer, and then Michelle Jones, and then Michelle Deitch, and then we're gonna adjourn quickly for lunch.
So just a brief return to what a lot of other people have said. It's this element of power dynamics behind bars, and where my personal experience running a health service, seeing patients, you know, the tenant-landlord relationship between the security staff and the health staff, and then in that mix, the patients have the least autonomy, right? Obviously, the least power, the least ability to advocate for themselves, communicate what their needs are, and the most likely to be ignored. But that power dynamic is incredibly profound because we don't have any outside or independent power structures linked to those health services. So we have a pseudo-accrediting body, the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. There's another one, the American Correctional Association. But, you know, just this notion of deaths in jails and prisons, the current model, that's the ceiling that everybody shoots for, the NCCHC accreditation, says it's okay to wait up to 2 weeks when you come into jail to have a comprehensive medical evaluation. So you could have a quick 20-minute interaction with a nurse who's using a protocol to figure this out. But the complexity of patients, particularly coming into our county, our 3,000 county jails around this country, people coming in the throes of maybe acute intoxication, maybe withdrawal, certainly emotional trauma, lots going on in their lives, they've just been arrested, and then physical health problems that they may come in. And then we're asking a nurse, an LPN usually, with a little piece of paper to figure this out. I've seen this in probably 8 jails in the last couple of months. Sit there often in a hallway, ask a series of questions, and then figure out, is this a complex patient? Is this patient at risk of dying or not? The difference is that when these bad outcomes happen in jails and prisons, there is what's the accountability? There's a lawsuit years down the road. Maybe there's a class action suit. Maybe the DOJ at some point comes in. But we've been doing that for decade after decade after decade. Do you know what happened to a patient of ours who was in Bellevue Hospital? I was part of the Department of Health running the health service. A patient of ours went into Bellevue Hospital, received care that the Joint Commission said was substandard. And then they wrote a letter to Bellevue Hospital and said, you are going to fix $13 or $15 million worth of things right now in this hospital ward, or we're taking all your Medicaid reimbursement back. Not just for Bellevue, but for the other 12 H&H hospitals, or HHC hospitals. And they fixed it like that. So because we don't have that kind of clout behind these health services to promote ethics and evidence-based care, we allow for this. And when I've talked to leaders of correctional services and also leaders of for-profit healthcare vendors, all of this litigation is just built in as a cost of doing business. And business is still pretty good. So until we figure out a much more powerful and sustainable approach to demand and force evidence and ethical based care, we just won't escape.
Michelle, take us home.
So I'm just, when we're dealing with models that are for-profit, and I know I'm coming back to this, then the staff that are there, the medical staff that are there, are trying to get more done with less, right? And we all understand that. Department of Corrections are often strapped for people. But an unintended consequence of this privatization is the recruitment of incarcerated people to provide suicide watch in solitary confinement facilities. And so women who are not, in my particular facility, and this is not just Indiana, women who are not trained, who are not prepared emotionally, are made to sit entire shifts looking inside a cell of a person sitting in solitary confinement. And if they speak to them, they are written up. If they tell them that there needs to be help, that someone's in danger, all this person can do is speak to a custody person and let that person deal with it. When women started to have emotional breakdowns because they were watching cell extractions and injections and horrible things happen in solitary confinement to a lot of mentally ill folks, people who are dealing with stuff. Their response was to give them a pizza party. Okay? And they decided to tie their service in this suicide watch campaign to part of their hours in community service. So we have, what I want you guys to really think about is capturing some of those unintended consequences of for-profit medical and mental care that are rolling out in ways that you are not thinking about. Maybe you're thinking in a cost-oriented focus. That's important. But I want you to think also in terms of a people focus. They don't want to pay for the appropriate mental health care staff to be on a housing unit in solitary confinement where the majority of the people there are having mental issues, and they're going to put formerly incarcerated people there to then dehumanize the other human being, because they have to. Because I was a clerk, a lay advocate, so I had to go and do hearings. So they have to literally look inside the little slit window and watch another human being live in a cell and not speak, not wave. These are deep, deep human unintended consequences that no one is really thinking about. So the whole, and I'm an advocate for this for-profit issue and this for-profit research, and I want you also to think about the other rippling unintended consequences that are maybe not monetary, that are definitely not monetary. Let me not play. They're not monetary. They are social, and they're human, and they are accumulating in ways a lot of people do not know about.
Michelle?
As I've been listening to this conversation, I've been struck by, but not at all surprised by, the focus being on all the really bad things that are happening inside. And the reason I'm not surprised by that focus is because, first of all, there's never been another real forum for talking about that sort of thing. And secondly, we know so little about what's happening inside, and we don't have that data, we don't have that information. But I'm also thinking about the task that the Urban Institute has before it, and it is, you've got a charge of trying to do innovative things and not to correct everything that's wrong inside. And not, I mean, in some ways we may be asking you to do way more than you're really charged with doing, because there's no one else doing this stuff. We don't have this information. And I want to come back to a point I made earlier about not conflating the absence of bad stuff with how do we measure good stuff. The presence of humanity and dignity and respect in an institution is not the absence of bad things happening. And we need to be really careful about that. I mean, on the one hand, we don't know the answers to so many questions that people here have been asking about. You know, to what degree is the ADA not complied with? Or to what degree are people with disabilities, you know, suffering? Or private providers and all of those kinds of issues. Deaths in custody information. We don't have that. But you are being asked to do something about positive things happening inside also. And what we have not been talking about is how do we measure and find out, how do we assess a humane environment? How do we find out about the kinds of programs that are going on in Connecticut, these really innovative, interesting things that Scott set up? How do we talk about the initiatives that Rick created? And I mention that because I am concerned that because the demand for information about all the horrible things that's going on is so profound, there's such a lack of information that your work may be forced into answering those questions rather than the other ones.
One thing, and I see that Topeka has to come in, so I'll give her the last word after I say a couple of things about, all right, so the excitement that creates the war against lunch begins. So I'll say a couple of things, and I'll give Topeka and then Mateo the last word. But one of the things that we have offered to us, because we've been asked to write out a research agenda, is an opportunity to name many more things that need to be done than we can in fact do. So I think it's worth reminding that we do have this opportunity to talk about what the field, what everybody needs to do, what we need to know, and then we will, in very large font, we will make clear in that document that we are not, as an organization, going to do all of those things. One thing that I wanted to name as something that I've been thinking about in here is the way in which, in the strongest, if it really goes the way we would hope it could do, research and data can transform ignorance into obligations. Sometimes that ignorance is deliberately cultivated in ways to avoid the obligation. Sometimes that's about a situation like the ADA, where if you have legal obligations and if you know certain things, you have to act on them. But also, I think, Dr. Venters, what you were saying, when you do that kind of analytic research that says that exposure to solitary kills people, that creates an obligation. There's the challenge that we've talked about how you turn that obligation into action. And I appreciate, Michelle, what you offered up about also how you guard yourself against that creating the wrong actions, because sometimes the way we try and meet those obligations are by doing things that are actively harmful. So Topeka and Mateo, after you go, lunch is outside and available to everybody. Hopefully by this point there are people you want to talk to in addition to eating. We have tried to create enough space for that. We're going to come back together in this room at 12:15 whenever we break. And that will be a conversation around how we might do community-based participatory research methods in prison. So the issue that's been raised about having to do this work directly with people who are inside will be a big part of that. So Topeka and then Mateo, can you bring us home?
This is really, really quick. Topeka Sam, Ladies of Hope Ministries. I keep hearing the same thing and the same question around, like, how do we assess? And for me, the answer is good and bad. Like, what's best practices or what's worst practices? They're speaking to the people that are directly affected, getting the information from them, going inside and doing research, do focus groups with them. We do it. We're doing it with Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, going in to all of the women's prisons, getting information from them so we can bring that out and make sure we're saying either what's working and what's not. Like, I mean, the data is important, and the questions that are going to be asked to these groups will allow us to make the decisions that we need to make in order to change. But in the end, that data that's also being collected also has to be led and worked on by people who are directly affected, both those who live in prisons and those who work in them.
Hey folks, thank you for giving me an extra second. This is Mateo de la Torre, he, him pronouns. I'm with the National Center for Transgender Equality. I think that mainly I really appreciate the last comment that you shared, Michelle. And one of the things that I kind of just want to add to that is that when it comes to data about trans people who are incarcerated, it's horrible. Like, there's an extreme undercount when folks do have an understanding that they have trans people in their facilities. They have zero idea on how to provide adequate or culturally competent healthcare. I kind of like heard a lot of themes that did relate to trans people, but it's just the challenge that I want to present to the research team specifically is that when we have an understanding of the fact that there is an undercount, that there are trans people that are coming in already identifying as trans, and that there are people in the facilities that want to transition but have many barriers in front of them to do so, including mainly a lot of the retaliation that they know that they're going to experience, or simply observing somebody trying to go through the process in the facility deters other people from trying to seek that because they see the lack of adequate health care or the challenges that presents. So I kind of just wanted to present that to the research team and move forward with the understanding that there isn't one simple solution to address that, but how can we use the data that is able to be collected to inform the severe gaps in understanding of what these folks are experiencing? I mean, when you even talk to a Department of Corrections head, it's hard for them to tell you where they're placing trans people, who's making that determination, and what is being considered at that point. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in there because it's difficult to kind of enter it into this conversation even in the last hour that we've been having it without coming from that baseline, right? That, like, we don't even know where these people are, right? We don't even know how many people exist in these systems who are trans. And another challenge is looking into the future with the fact that we have so many gender nonconforming and non-binary youth in this country, and what that's going to mean when you enter into a system that is highly segregated by binary gender identities.
Thank you, Mateo. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to break the table now. Please be back at 12:15. Nutrify yourselves. We got a dynamite session for you at 12:15.
we're going to go ahead and get started. So if folks could go ahead and take their seats, please. We're going to jump into our next session here in a second. Great. Michelle. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get started or reconvene with the afternoon's session. And for that, we're starting with a conversation. It's really a panel discussion entitled, What Do We Know About Community-Based Participatory Research in Prisons? Methods, Ethics, Outcomes, and then we'll have a little time for Q&A as well. And we're delighted to have 4 experts with us who have conducted forms of collaborative research, including CBPR, in prisons, importantly, and we'll be learning from their experience today. So before I introduce our panel, I'm going to provide just a little framing for you around what is community-based participatory research, why it's important. We've heard quite a bit this morning about the fact that the number of prisons and their populations have grown dramatically over the past 40 years, yet there is a lack of systematic research on life inside correctional facilities. And this morning in particular, the conversation this morning, we heard quite clearly the need for there to be more information and better information in order to fill this knowledge gap. And part of that is relying on a variety of data and data sources and making sure that we incorporate a variety of voices or the full range of voices in this research endeavor in order to generate the information that we need in order to fill that gap. To accurately and effectively address this gap in knowledge, researchers and people living and working in prisons must collaboratively define, explore, and examine prison conditions. One approach to doing that collaboratively is community-based participatory research. The approach really emphasizes research with communities rather than research on communities. It's a collaborative process that strives to equitably include all partners in the research process, recognizing and drawing on their unique strengths and perspectives that each brings. And I would say, in short, community-based participatory research and other collaborative research models really focus on, or at the center of it, it's the people most affected by the conditions being studied play a central role in all phases of the research, from identifying key research questions and metrics, some of what we heard this morning, to helping to define those outcomes, and ideally helping to collect the data and actually conduct the analysis. And just quickly, I would say, well, it's important to note the CBPR has historically been used in the public health field. I think researchers from across diverse disciplines are starting to use it to find actionable solutions to an array of issues, including justice-related issues such as prison reform and conditions of confinements. So it's really being used more broadly now. In this context, CBPR really acknowledges that prison insiders, meaning people who live and work in the facilities, are critical stakeholders and essential research partners, again, with that unique expertise. They're not merely research subjects or sources of data. And at the same time, while this is a very important, we think critical methodology to apply particularly to this work, it would be remiss not to acknowledge that there really are important considerations to conducting a collaborative research process like CBPR in prisons. There are ethical considerations, political and practical considerations around that. And with that said, and for that reason, we're particularly delighted to be joined, as I said, by 4 experts who have used this kind of collaborative research methodology in prisons in order to understand what's going on inside and to generate that kind of critical, more accurate information about the prison environment. Today, they've kindly joined us in order to share their experiences about using and participating in collaborative research processes like community-based participatory research. They're going to be talking a little bit about how they've used that, why they use that, what it meant to them, the impacts from using it, and the lessons learned, including what it takes to do this well, meaning authentically, responsibly, and in a way that generates actionable outcomes. And at the same time, we've also asked them to be sure to share with us the challenges, not just the considerations, but some of the challenges around using this approach and doing it well, and what we in this initiative should be sure to keep in mind as we work toward using or applying this methodology in order to fill this critical gap. So with that said, I'm going to introduce our panel. Actually, I'm going to ask if we can, I'm just going to quickly share the order and then ask them to introduce themselves and share a little bit about themselves as they talk. Today we're going to hear first from Cheryl Wilkins, and then Selma Djokovic, and then we'll move on to Yasser Payne, and Michelle Fine will wrap us up. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Cheryl to share a little bit about her experience in using this. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you for inviting me and just really considering the perspective of a person who was incarcerated doing participatory action research. You know, just saying that out loud is pretty incredible because that couldn't have happened anywhere. You know, what it took to happen was a group of courageous women who was about making change for themselves because it wasn't happening throughout the state or even in their community, and understanding that even being in prison, even if no matter how much time you have, that is your community, and you want to make things better for you and your sisters, and particularly when you see things wrong. So a couple of things happened before this participatory action research project happened. One was
I'm sorry, can you just introduce yourself, say where you're from?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm from the Center for Justice at Columbia University, where we're looking to end the reliance of incarceration as a form to deal with the social ills of our society. Right. And so a couple of things happened before this research project happened, and one was HIV and AIDS education. And so if you can think about a time when there was a scare throughout our country on who can contract it and where was it coming from, then you have to penetrate that a little more with women being inside, sharing bathrooms, forks, beds, sometimes underwear. And so what does that mean? And so the women got together, and I'm not going to stay too long on this, but they created a program that heightened the awareness and the education of HIV and AIDS that was so powerful that the state then picked it up, and it went to all of the prisons in New York State. That's one. Another was the Domestic Violence Act, where a Senate hearing was held inside the prison with women who were in prison for a Domestic Violence Act, and it was more or less like survived and punished. It was the first time that that was humanized in a way that looked at the women who received these crimes, because oftentimes when you go in black and brown communities, your story starts from point of arrest. And so it never, you never really get the entire story on what's happening before that time if you don't have a good lawyer and a community that backs you in that way. And so when we were thinking about the college program, it was the women who initiated bringing back college, after the Pell Grants were removed. And so, as Michelle said earlier, when folks come inside, to work with us, they were accountable to us. And so it's a whole different story than being accountable to corrections or being accountable to a government agency. And so with that dynamic, we were a part of the designing of the program. We were part of the questions. We were a part of who gets interviewed, and with the understanding that there still was a power dynamic. And so it was no way that we could interview an officer and get something authentic. But remember, this was a research project that was non-threatening. All we wanted to do was highlight the power of higher education for women inside of maximum security, and understand that it's not just benefiting the woman inside, but the conversations in the visiting room change when they talk to their kids. You know, on the telephone it changed. The kids start looking at their parents different. Like, okay, so they did something wrong, but that doesn't define who they are. They are in college now, and you know, I was working with one kid who was applying for college, and she compared her dad to Malcolm X because he was in college. And so just how you view your parents inside was important, and we wanted to highlight that as well. But in understanding the challenges, even the most progressive warden or system, you know, can change from day to day. And so I'm not just talking about a warden who did not co-sign this like she co-signed the other women inside prison-led initiatives to make change. She certainly believed in rehabilitation before folks was saying that out loud. On the other hand, it takes a special kind of person in my eyes to be a warden. And so, in thinking about, you know, this kind of security power first that can be, you know, initiated at any given time, at any point. And nobody can question it, and you don't know why. And so even with the college program up and running and folks coming in from Sing Sing trying to get our model, and before the BARD project and another other programs, it was that successful. I mean, people from different countries were coming in and looking at the models, and we would have conversations and how to build that out. It didn't matter, because at any given time, you know, a warden can change up. And so, and also they have access to any of the documents in which you are collecting. And so even in thinking about this project out loud, I was thinking about, wow, somebody's cell can get tossed at any given moment. You know, what does that mean? Or an officer, you know, might have a bad day and look at you wrong and write you an infraction, and now you off the project and into solitary confinement. And what does that mean in the middle of a project? And so all of these are dynamics that are real and they happen. And so, I mean, I was sent to the Canadian border for something that never happened, but it was just a power dynamic where the warden was feeling like my colleague was writing or doing something wrong and it wasn't happening, and wanted me to co-sign that, and I didn't do it. And so I was sent to the Canadian border even after the college program was so successful, and even after I received my undergrad degree inside and was supporting others. None of that mattered. You know, the good part is we're working together at Columbia University, so that didn't matter. And so, yeah, just to talk about the dynamics of power, it's real, and it's scary because, you know, I didn't know this until I came home, but Michelle and her colleagues was telling us how they would get on a train crying, but never would let us see that, you know, because of all of the things that we were going through and could possibly go through just because of this project. And so even in thinking about designing that, I want y'all to keep that in the forefront, that retaliation is real, that power dynamic is real, and it's real even in the most progressive settings. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing some of your experience around that. Appreciate that. Selma?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Selma Djokovic. I'm here representing the Vera Institute of Justice, and I work on an initiative called Restoring Promise. It's housed under two organizations, Vera and MILPA. MILPA is our partner. They're a grassroots community organization that is led by people who were politicized during their time in prison. We're currently operating in 4 prisons and 1 jail across 3 states, and we plan to pick up 7 more in the next 3 years. Our initiative partners with departments of corrections to transform living conditions for, with an initial focus on young adults. We work with these agencies to open housing units that suspend the rhythms, procedures, policies, and flows that often define corrections practice, and we do all of this in collaboration with the people who live and work there. So keeping in line with what I really like Cheryl said, we're accountable to the people instead of to corrections. And in addition to disrupting the way that traditional research is done in prison, we also aim through our work to disrupt the way that change is traditionally done in prison. And those are often absent of the voices of those most impacted as well. So when we begin our partnership, the first step is to do an assessment of the department. This includes a collaborative analysis approach. So we do an analysis of their administrative data, and we do our own data collection. We go into selected facilities, administer a survey to line staff and incarcerated young adults, and then we analyze it on our end and bring it back to those same facilities and invite people to join in on collaborative analysis meetings where we kind of have these collective inquiry building conversations to interpret the data and whether it's an accurate representation of what's going on in the facility. We then facilitate a conversation about what they believe needs to happen in order for the numbers to improve. And those recommendations that are bred or born out of that then become the roadmap for the implementation of the units that I mentioned earlier. And through this process, we ensure that the decision-making is taken away from those with the most power in the paramilitary hierarchy that exists in these departments, and instead puts it in the hands of those who have the most to lose and to gain from any reforms that we make. And this is really the turning point in our process, because it sets the tone that we're not going to do anything and we're not going to make any changes without the people. And we understand this as an integral part, this collaboration, as an integral part of achieving culture change. And it garners buy-in from the community and holds the department accountable to that change. The people who are selected to live on the new units define the culture of it together and build a community consisting of mentors, young adults, and staff. Mentors are incarcerated men and women over the age of 25 who volunteer to work on the unit in a mentorship role and are really invested in building the community and its success. Mentors are the constants of the unit. One staff member remarked in a collaborative analysis meeting that they're the heartbeat of the unit. The staff members kind of move in and out depending on transitions, union policies, promotions. Young adults get released. The mentors really have a vested interest in the success of the community, so they are a very critical part of our collaboration, and for both our research work and our programmatic work. And once a unit is open, we administer a similar survey at 4 different points to do a process evaluation. But before we administer the survey, we get feedback from the people who now live on the unit from the community to see if we're asking the right questions and if the survey questions actually reflect the nuances of their unit, because every unit is different, right? Because every community is different. And our process is iterative and cyclical, which is similar to participatory action research, but distinct from it in that the research starts with us and then is informed by the community and their experience. However, the action that's tied to what's elevated in these meetings and in this collaboration is very much driven by the community and by the people who are most impacted. So even though we know that we're doing something really important, we don't exactly know the impact of the initiative. So much of our research to this point has been about our process and informing our process, which we know isn't exactly rigorous research with a capital R. So we applied for an NIJ grant to do a randomized control trial in South Carolina, looking at whether Restoring Promise has an impact on reducing violence and increasing safety in prisons. This was specific to the NIJ grant. The request for proposals was around safety in prisons, but we, on our own end, want to look at other outcomes besides, violence and safety. Before applying, though, we made sure to ask for permission from the communities. So the unit hadn't been opened yet, but we had identified the mentors who would be living on the unit. And so we convened a meeting with them and we said, hey, this is what we're planning to do. This is what an RCT is. And here are some ethical considerations which we grapple with day in and day out, I got to tell you. And they gave it the okay and actually reflected back to us that oftentimes the state kind of plays this chess match with their lives and moves them around for political reasons, and they were really they thought it was positive that we were taking that power away from them to decide who gets to live on a unit and to really cherry pick who gets to live on the unit. Once we were awarded the grant, we started thinking about, our randomization plan, and we thought, here's another place where we can collaborate, right? What we had originally proposed was we would do a stratification model and look at people's disciplinary history and determine a randomization through that, and also by looking at race. South Carolina and the criminal prisons in general have crazy racial disparities, and we wanted to make sure that the unit reflected the population of the prison that we were in. And we didn't want to, unintentionally privilege white people by randomly selecting all of the ones who applied into the unit. And so we went back to the mentors to talk through our randomization plan. And what we did was we took a list of South Carolina disciplinaries, and they told us which ones they indicated as violent. We took that off and just brought it back to them and said, hey, which one of these are violent? Do you think are violent? Which one of these do you think are disciplinary? And which of them do you think we should not even consider at all? Something like not wanting to go to mandatory programming or being out of place, which is, oftentimes an act of resistance. I'm going to walk outside of the lines that, I have to walk in as an incarcerated person, and we don't think of that as a disciplinary infraction. And not wanting to go to mandatory programming, that's just I need a day off, right? And what we did this kind of inter-rater reliability exercise with them, and what we found was that a lot of their thinking was in line with ours, and we ended up basically defining our whole stratification model on that kind of conversation and conversations with our advisory board, with which Yasser Payne happens to be on. So I'm very happy to be here with them today. And all of this is to say is that we're in this really privileged position because we're able to do this work in this way. And we're able to continue doing this work because we also recently got funding to do it, which is why we plan to be in 7 more states. But one of the challenges that we often grapple with, that we're really critically self-reflective of, is that this unit lives within a larger facility that's still operating business as usual. And the incarcerated people and the staff have to navigate that day in and day out. And, we talk about the, what did Michelle say, sorry, the heavy weight of punitive culture, and we're able to do that in these units, but we're not yet at the point where we can do it in the entire facility and in the entire department. And that's really where the point we want to get to. And that's something that we talk about all the time, both with the communities inside, with the folks in our office, with the folks at MILPA, and we're constantly being critical of our work. Because, and Michelle, to your point, if we only focus on the good, we can always say, oh, hey, but look at this. And we won't work on the stuff that still needs work, and a lot still needs work. And we know that, and we think that the best way to approach it is through collaboration and through elevation of those voices and those experiences. And that's what we're currently doing, and we want to do it even better. And we're trying to think about ways, since I started, we did 2 different collaboration things, and now it's grown, right? We're doing more collaboration, and we're doing an RCT that's collaborative. We plan to do even more with the RCT once we're in analysis mode. And it just gets better, and it's because of the people who are involved. So thank you.
Thanks so much. It's great to hear just a little bit about the different ways in which the two examples we have around how this was used, and in a collaborative form, one in which it sounds like, Cheryl, your experience was really being a part of the data collection and having different kinds of considerations with that. Selma working very collaboratively in terms of measurement and analysis, but kind of removing the burden or the perhaps some of the concern around making or incorporating folks who are inside the facilities to be responsible for some of that data collection. And yet there's still some ethical considerations with that as well, with both. And so I look forward to asking a few more questions about that. But we're excited to hear about Yasser, who we know is on your board and is quite experienced in this as well. So.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Yasser Arafat Payne. I'm on faculty in the Department of Sociology and Criminal Justice at the University of Delaware. I think for our purposes today, it's important for me to underscore that I identify, in terms of my scholarly identity, as an African-centered critical race criminologist with a PhD in social psychology. I am also a street ethnographer, and the way that I do my street ethnography is through a PAR iteration entitled Street Participatory Action Research. I have a few thoughts. Please keep me on task, because I can go now. I know we only have 12 minutes, but I do have a few thoughts. All right. So for the record, and definitely for full transparency, I don't do CBPR or community-based participatory research, and to some extent, I even take issue with that PAR iteration. I've shared this previously with Urban Institute. That doesn't mean no judgment on whatever PAR preference you have, right? I will share mine though. Keep in mind CBPR de-emphasizes action or activism, and it really comes into play after PAR is really beginning to take off. I would say the romantic period is probably between 95 and 2005. That whole action and activism thing became a problem. CBPR is mostly funded. That's where you're going to get the big NIH grants to do participatory work. But the goal is really not, and I'm not saying Urban Institute necessarily, in general. The goal is not to do action and activism. Street PAR, right, something that we created, takes action and activism very seriously, right, throughout the duration of the project as well, not just at the end or some kind of ancillary kind of action or activism, right? So I think it's important for me to say that up front. I also need to say this. I've never actually organized a PAR or CBPR project inside a correctional facility. I've also shared that too, right? I'm meeting with Urban Institute. But I do think, but keep in mind, I've written a lot on this topic, including doing the work and or doing PAR work inside correctional facilities, particularly with other authors or scholars who are interested in doing street PAR inside correctional facilities. I've also consulted on a number of different PAR or street PAR projects throughout the country, including those on the inside, right? And I've worked in a number of different capacities, however, with men and women and or, folk on the inside doing, some kind of work, right? Keep in mind, too, I generally work with them when they are released, right? My street PAR oftentimes is funded to operate as a reentry program, right? So what is street PAR? What is that, right? Keep in mind, street PAR is a PAR iteration solely dedicated to organizing street-identified populations, right, in a research activist enterprise. Street PAR, we generally work with folk that are active, previously active, or formerly incarcerated in the streets, formerly incarcerated, so active, previously active in the streets and or formerly incarcerated, criminal justice system, right? For us, we privilege the language of the streets, right? Street PAR is a phenomenological, epistemological epistemology, right? It values the perspective of men and women in the street. They oftentimes don't refer to themselves as maladaptive or deviant or delinquent, right? That's our language for them, and that's the liberals calling them that, right? In addition to the conservative scholars, I might add as well, right? So we often ask, what do you call yourself? How do you understand your experience, right? And with the folk that we work with, right? They often refer to themselves as the streets, and or we get underneath this construct, referred to as a street identity. And for us, a street identity is an intergenerational ideology, right? A kind of code of the streets, if you will. And that ideology or that code, right, that intergenerational ideology or code is grounded in personal, social, and economic survival. For us, we are clear. Crime is coping. Crime makes a whole lot of sense. In fact, what would make less sense is, particularly living within this structural system, to actually expect people that are immersed intergenerationally in extreme economic poverty to move around with upper middle class sensibilities. As we often say in our speeches, that's a scene out of the Twilight Zone, right? And oftentimes our interventions hold those assumptions. And as we say, how dare you, or me too, I'm part of this system as well, meaning how dare we create an intervention and or think about them in that way, right? We all know the horror stories, and definitely I'm immersed in with the work in extreme, in communities struggling with extreme economic poverty. I'm in Wilmington, Delaware at this point, and I have never seen poverty like that in my life. It is one of the wealthiest cities in the world, the corporate capital of the United States of America. After all, Joe Biden lives there, right? And it also simultaneously, right, it's this two-tailed city, right, as all cities are, right? It has some of the worst poverty that I've ever seen. And to ask people just to sit there and bake in their poverty, right, as if that would be possible for everybody to do, I think reveals a lot more about who we are than it does the very people that we are presumably trying to help. Street PAR is about also training them like doctoral students, right? So we often say, take that doctoral student model and bring it right to the street corner, because that's a game changer, right? It's about them controlling the data, right? Keep in mind, this research enterprise that we are all a part of is a multi-billion-dollar market. They are a cash cow. And we're cashing in. Me too. Right? I'm part of the hypocrisy as well. On day one in all of my trainings, I always open with, I will exploit you too. Don't even realize, I don't even know how not to do that. Right? I've never seen a research project, although we claim it all the time, change any community. Right? Maybe help an individual or a set of individuals at best. But it's time for us to now, right, factor them into the game. And that's what Street PAR is all about, right? Everybody's benefiting off of them. I often say to them, except for you. So Street PAR explicitly speaks to scientific colonialism. Check that literature out. Scientific imperialism. Please check that literature out. It often speaks to what's called epistemological violence, right? Check that literature out. Right? And it speaks to critical race theory. All of these theories and far more are arguing the same thing, how we are colonizing and mining these communities, oftentimes for our privilege. And for what it's worth, street-identified populations would love for us to say this more. Right? Street PAR is about socio-political power. It's about getting them at the seat, but to get them at the seat, we got to equip them with a skill set. That's a quantitative and a qualitative skill set. Teach the streets to do content analysis. Teach the streets to do regression, right? And with those experiences, co-author, right, a number of articles or book chapters with them, as you would with your doctoral students. Yes, it's hard work, but they are worth it given everything that we're getting out of it. And it becomes a real way of transitioning them, right, into upward mobility, if that's what the goal is, right? Street PAR, in the way that we've organized it, is a 9-dimension methodological framework that can house any theoretical, methodological, and analytical project. Put another way, we encourage formal researchers from the humanities, the social sciences, as well as the hard sciences to work directly with street-identified populations. It's time to engage in this apprenticeship model. I speak to lawyers, politicians, right? And for what it's worth, in Delaware, Street PAR is on fire. We're about 70 deep. We have 25 core members, but a number of them now have their own grants, right? And we have honorary street par associates as well, right? And we are growing. I am right now heading 3 street par projects, one of which is actually funded by Arnold's Ventures, where we're now taking it national into 5 different cities. And that's just the exploratory study. So God willing, we'll be able to ramp that up after we're finished. Right? Street par is a movement. This is about power, right? And at the end of the day, their data, right? Their exotic data is not only worth a whole lot to us in our careers, but after we finish training them, we also teach them that their data is worth even more to them and their communities. Use that data like a weapon to address all of these issues that we are talking about. I take their methodological training very seriously. Rigorous training is the way to build capacity with them, is the way to ensure rapport and trust. Most PAR projects on the inside or the outside are far more interested in training them to collect data so that the PI continue to publish from that data and write their books. That is what's going on with most CBPR and otherwise. There's dozens of PAR iterations. Right? I do, right? And I engage in a very aggressive form of PAR because the folks that I work with would have it no other way. Where I'm from, they're going to bounce you out the community if you do it any other way. Right? So street PAR openly challenges this version of PAR, and or street PAR requires a real methodological training. I generally do a 3-month training, 2-month training up front, theory the first month, method the second month, 18 research method workshops, 3 to 5 hours each workshop. Doctoral students and street PAR associates, right, are taking notes. We have a formal graduation, and in the 3rd month we review, and in the 4th month we enter the community. And I always tell my folk, just hang out with me for 3 to 5 years, and I promise you this will change your life. Right? They are to be involved in every phase of the research project, the development of theory, methodological design, quantitative and qualitative analysis. Teach them. We teach them factor analysis, regression, right? We cannot water down the methodological training because we can't help them if we do. We can't get them, right? I'll take them from the GED to a PhD program. And we have a wonderful track record of doing that. Lots and lots of civic and political leadership and or nonprofit organizations have also hired my guys as well. University of Delaware has been awfully kind to me, right, over the years, given my theoretical perspective. And they've been kind up to and including with the money and or financial support. Under ideal conditions and with the intention of building capacity, right, we organize street PAR in this way. For what it's worth, I get lots and lots of requests from people on the insides. I got 1 minute left. Right? Okay, hold on. Hundreds of folk, right, have written us. They want to be part of the work. We do get a lot of media attention, particularly local media attention and regional attention, some national attention, right? And they're reading the newspapers, and they do want to be a part of this. Let me leave you with this story, and with my 1 minute. It could go over a little 1 minute, but let me leave you with this story. I am an inside-out instructor, right? And I think inside-out and think tanks on the inside are a way to build capacity to do street PAR, right? So Ohio State, right, they do street PAR. They have a think tank and inside-out, right? And so Graterford Prison as well, Eastern Correctional Prison in Ohio. This is the way to actually float it, right? It provides the stability, right? And you definitely got to get buy-in. You got to be smart about that, and you can't do it in a way that threatens to undermine the institution, right? I leave you with this story, and this is the Derek Bell in me. And Derek Bell, when he says critical race theory, fight, 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 fight. Even when you lose, make sure you fight. It's all worth it, right? So one day I get a phone call to come in and give a talk inside an Inside Out program in Baylor, which is a prison for women, the only prison for women in Delaware. All right, I come in, the young ladies are very happy that we're there. They've been reading our work a lot, in the newspapers. They're very supportive. They ask us a ton of questions about PAR and all of that. They start giggling and all of that. I don't know what's really going on. And, they also, inquire with me, don't you think that, some of the stuff is going to be too controversial, your perspective, and don't you want to kind of pull back a little bit? And I said, well, things haven't went awry yet, and they laugh some more. I really don't know what's going on. I present the work, right? Things go well, right? And for those of us who are aware of Inside Out, I return a month later for the graduating ceremony. It's at the graduating ceremony that I realize why they are giggling and laughing, right? So we're all there. It's probably 150 of us. I mean, it was a big crowd, right? There's a new warden there, right? Big crowd, mostly politicians, academics, community members, right, etc. During the program, right, about 5 young ladies get up to present their PowerPoint presentation. We don't know exactly what they're going to present, but they end up presenting the findings from their street PAR study, right, unbeknownst to the actual institution, because they would have shut the project down. The focus on their study was sexual violence inside Baylor. So they surveyed 125 women on their own. They tallied up the surveys and questions and get a sense of how many women were being violated and all of that. And it was a wonderful, well-polished, very professional PowerPoint presentation. It was a real study. As you might imagine, the audience, the COs, the warden, everyone was stunned. We still smiled and allowed it to go on. And what could they do, right? And they knew that they got us. What were we going to do to stop it? Right? So everything goes off without a hitch. We transition out. The Inside program is actually closed down for the next 5 years. It just opened, I believe, a year ago. We now, have instructors inside our department that are doing Inside Out, inside Baylor, right? But what actually came out of that, the women got punished, all of that happened. They knew it. When you lose, it's still important to fight. They took Derek Bell very seriously, because what eventually came down was, I'm on the ACLU board out in Delaware, we sued them, right? Or the ACLU sued them. I'm part of the board, right? And the ACLU won, right? Multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Lots of folk got fired, extremely embarrassing. Right, and a bunch of policies were put in place. So my point is, when I went in there, you never know who you inspire. They really were paying attention to PAR. They saw that how to organize PAR or use PAR or draw on street PAR in particular for power. And at the end of the day, although they paid the price, or some of those women paid the price, they did get the change that they were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
How long should it? I want to.
Yeah.
It's exactly a minute, but go ahead.
I think we just want to save about 10 minutes or so for questions from folks who may be listening in, as well as any questions here in the audience. Do you have a fair amount of time?
Tell me when I have a few, okay. 2 or 3. Okay.
I think you have safely 15 minutes to share. So go ahead, a little bit more. What?
Cool. So I'm Michelle Fine. I teach at the CUNY Graduate Center. I am one of the founding members with Yasser, with Cheryl, in some ways, of the Public Science Project. We're a research institute inside the Graduate Center that does research alongside social movements, quantitative, qualitative, policy research, legal research, activist research. We do research alongside social movements for justice. The Changing Minds project that Cheryl referenced, I'm going to spend 5-ish minutes summarizing that just to give you a sense of the kind of work that we've done together. But I need to just bring Eddie Ellis into the room, for those of you who knew Eddie, because I feel like he's already in the room, who was maybe one of the first folks to be doing research from inside prisons. He and the Greenhaven New Leadership think tank within Greenhaven were documenting what's called the 7 Neighborhood Study, trying to figure out where'd all these black people come from inside prisons in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So we've got a couple I've got a couple of like non-negotiable commitments, and then everything from there is open to deep participation. So one is no research on us without us. That's an old commitment out of disability justice, out of Maori struggles in New Zealand, out of the HIV ACT UP movement, that our commitments are that we don't do research on communities without being alongside communities. Doesn't mean we have a simple notion that there's a coherent position inside communities. We encourage dissent and dialogue, but who am I to be studying communities I am not a part of and to be contributing to either an academic or a social knowledge about communities of which I am no part. The second is that research be intersectional, that is, we pay attention to issues of gender, race, sexuality, disability in the work. So if we're studying foster kids at CUNY or women who are incarcerated at Bedford Hills or LGBTQIA young people across the United States, we're looking at intersections of disability and who are the trans folks and who's been locked up and who's precariously housed. The third is that, to your point, Michelle, earlier, we're interested in research that documents both structural violence and radical possibilities. It feels to me like we're in pretty dire times, and to the extent that researchers are only fetishizing the problems, we reproduce the sense that nothing else is possible. On the other hand, having done work in a prison, how dare I not talk about the sadism and exploitation that I bear witness with. But I do feel, particularly these days, obligated to help people imagine what else is possible. I work in too many spaces where people can't assume a good school without imagining a lot of police and a lot of tests. And so that does feel important. The fourth is we're interested in participation not because it's nice, but I actually think it just makes research more valid. I just think it's better, and I'm happy to chat about that. I think it makes it more objective, using the notion of strong objectivity, having very different perspectives to situate a question, and I think it makes it more generalizable, not in a narrow way of statistical, but to provoke a rethinking of what's happening and what else is possible. All right, 1994, Bill Clinton, remember we used to be mad at him? Bill Clinton signed the Violent Crime Control Act, took away barbells and televisions and Pell Grants. Get tough on crime, take their barbells and their Pell Grants. So I happen to be friends with a number of women at Bedford who were locked up for whole set of things, and they were working on their PhDs, and they said, Michelle, the college program's closing. We got to resurrect college. So at that point, Bedford Hills is the maximum security prison in New York State, and there were something like 200 of the 600 women were in the college program, and a substantial number in a pre-college program. So when the Pell Grants were pulled, the lights went off in the college program, but in the ABE, Adult Basic Ed, and the GED, and the ESL, we met with correction officers, with women, with community folks, and they said, this is a disaster. Even correction officers said to us, I didn't like the college program. I couldn't afford it. I didn't think they should get it, but I knew at night they weren't fighting, and I knew they weren't coming back. So as Cheryl said, the women inside mobilized a coalition of women presidents of universities, of local activists. I will put Thea Jackson in the middle of the room with Eddie. And people just mobilized to resurrect college. And it was for those of us who believe in various forms of resurrection, this was a resurrection. In 6 months, college was back. Led by one of many goddesses, Regina Peruggi, who was president of Marymount Manhattan, who just said, we'll offer the degree. Put together a consortium of colleges, a bunch of colleges offered 2 faculty each. Publics couldn't even be listed because Pataki said we could have nothing to do. So even though there were lots of public university folks schlepping and doing, it looked like, private and religious colleges were delivering college. And within 6 months, a full-blown college program was launched. the women inside, for the most part, designed the college program, wrote the governance structure. They're the ones who said women probably have to pay something, or else people on the outside are going to be furious. They're the ones who figured out a discipline policy. They're the ones who figured out the curriculum with a lot of support from other folks, but it was very much led by the women on the inside. Within a few months, the women said, we got to document the impact of college because we can no longer take it for granted. So they asked me to do it. I said, I'm not going to do it alone. Why don't we do a participatory project? So, you know, time is so funny when you're talking. Yeah. It speeds up. So real fast, 2 of my doctoral students went in and taught an advanced research methods course. 15 women taught the course. That's like when Yasser was saying that 3-month. I should say I love being on this panel for 1,000 reasons that would make you cry if I had the time to say it. But we're all related in some deep chosen family way. So Rosemary Roberts and Melissa Rivera went in and taught an advanced methods class, right? And we started with a mother question. What's the impact of college in prison? And each woman generated her own question and interviewed 5 other people. Sorry about my back. 5 other people. So by the end, and they were interesting questions, questions I wouldn't thought of, like, what's the impact of college on Jehovah's Witnesses, where you think your life is fated? What's the impact of college who identify as a lesbian, where I didn't know there was queer studies and feminist studies and LGBTQ centers? What's the impact of college? This is Iris Bowens, for women who have lived under the thumb of family violence their entire lives. What's the impact of seeing your own intellectual signature? What's the impact of college on women who dropped out of high school? What's the impact of college on women who, Maria Full of Grace, the film, flew into Kennedy Airport with 2 ounces of cocaine in their backpack and ended up in Bedford? So by the end, we had 75 interviews, and we coded those together. And then of those 15 women, 7 said, I'll join a research project. So for 4 years, we met, and that's how Cheryl and I met. Cheryl ran the college program, amazing, and then got punished at the end and sent up to Canada for a vanilla, boring project that made the prison look good. That's a footnote, okay? So anyway, so we met. There were 7 of us inside, 7 outside. As Cheryl said, in the beginning, half of us were free and half not. Half were green and half not. Half were strip searched after our meeting, and half of us cried on the train ride home. But over 4 years, some of us lost parents, and some of us got cancer, and some of us lost children, and some of us got political, and some of us spoke Spanish as a first language. And this, never forgetting the power relations, even within us and outside us, but we grew in the kind of collaboration that I think you've spoken of, Selma. Fast forward, we developed a multi-method design, quantitative, qualitative. We interviewed the children, the correction officers. We interviewed 20 women on the outside who had been through college and had gotten out of prison. We interviewed, do I have 1 minute? That's absurd. Okay. We interviewed correction officers, the ones who loved it, the ones who hated it. They would say things like, you know, I hate this program because it's free, but I know they're not coming back. We would take those quotes and make them postcards and send them all over the country. The kids would say, ever since my mother started college, all she wants to talk about is like homework, even on the trailers. Other kids would say, I love this program because now my mom, I just say, oh, my mom, she's upstate at college, right? We got the New York State Department of Corrections to do a quantitative analysis. If someone's been through college, compared to not, because they had the whole database prior to that. So it was a sample of over 2,000, and recidivism rates dropped from 30% to 7%, right? We then interviewed women on the outside saying, explain to me, your record says you're in for murder and you have a college degree. What's keeping you out? And the women would narrate, like a Paulo Freire dream, what college meant to them. learning to revise a life, learning about structures like capitalism and white supremacy and patriarchy, and only about learning through those can I learn about my responsibility. For those of us in the academy who think structure and agency are separate conversations, actually learn about them together. Blah, 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 blah. Then after the women came, so we created brochures for community in English and Spanish. We put together a report that went to every governor in the country and every state legislator in New York State. We did these crazy postcard campaigns with Get Tough on Crime, Educate Men and Women on Prison. We met with Jeff Aubrey and the Black and Latin Caucus in New York State and said, what do we need to do in this report to convince your upstate colleagues? Thank you, Wayne Ford. And he said, Michelle, all your stuff about changing people's lives and their kids, forget it. My colleagues don't care about that. What they care about is it's going to save tax dollars and it's not a public safety risk. So we had a friend, Michael Jacobson from Vera, do a cost-benefit analysis of what's it cost to educate people compared to what's it cost to reincarcerate people. The women got out. We're still doing the work. We've written academic papers, community papers. We just published a piece 25 years later. When the women came out, the kids came out and said to us, we want to do a bar project. So there's a video online called Echoes of Incarceration. And the kids range, I'm done. The kids, I mean, I'm never done. But the kids range from 7 to 35 and did a gorgeous video. There are a million difficulties in doing this. But one difficulty I will leave you with, in addition to retaliation, exploitation, and is the tyranny of participation. I now, because I do a lot of participatory work, I feel like a lot of groups are getting engaged with participation, but most impacted people are being asked to participate after the plans are set. And they're called like listening tours in education, or we already have a design, and what are the people, what do you think? Do you hate us yet? And so we're serious about participation from the front. It's not easy. It's like this morning. Could we generate a design that we all agree? I think so. But that's a different kind of labor than a group of researchers coming in and saying, now, what do you think of? I'll stop. Go.
All right.
That's great. Thank you. I'm sorry, Michelle, I can't hear. Yes. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much to our panel for sharing their experiences. I think we learned a lot in this. We heard about, I think, just to contrast a little bit, and then we want to save some time for questions, but kind of hearing how in New York, through Michelle and Cheryl, kind of, it was more of an organic process in a sense around building a research project, right? It was driven by the women there. They came up with that, which is a little different than the paradigm or the process framework that's being used with Vera, and that we'll be doing in some respects, in that you're kind of applying this framework. And I think we've heard a cautionary note about making sure that this is actionable. Clearly, you shared some really great examples of how that research and a very participatory approach really did generate change and action within that facility. And some of the, certainly, and we heard a number of caveats that we need to keep in mind as we move forward, which I thank you for, all of you for. I am curious, before we open it up or see if others have questions, we'd love to hear just a little bit more, I think, in both kind of approaches, about how you ensure that you really are incorporating everybody's voice and balancing kind of power of different partners, making sure there really is that kind of equity in the different partners as we're applying this approach, particularly in a correctional setting. So I wanted to toss that out to the panel and see if they could talk a little bit about that, and I think how you handled that as you move forward or in your work.
I think earlier, I think it was Topeka who said she's doing some focus groups inside prison, and so that's one way, but not just with the women inside prison, but also with staff and officers, and not necessarily together in the beginning, because you won't get, you know, a full view of what folks are feeling on the inside if everybody's together. So So I think that that's one way. I also think that, you know, I failed to mention this earlier, but where the prison is located is very, it matters. It matters because I don't think that we could have did this project in Albion Correctional Facility where that area is reliant on the prison being there versus Bedford Hills, which is Martha Stewart lives there and George Soros lives there. They don't, you know, they're not relying on that prison being there at all, you know. And so, you know, I think that, and then there were many different churches. It was more diverse area, and any sort of religious sector believes in redemption and second chances. And so, you know, we are seeing this now visibly in mothers being torn away from their kids. But, you know, it was happening in Bedford Hills for years. And I don't care who you are as a woman, you know, if you hear them kinds of stories, you know, it tugs at your heart. And so just having, being in a community that was supportive of women, that was supportive of making change where they can, that was supportive of, you know, we're seeing a lot of different entertainers and stuff being more socially active now. And that was one of the areas where we were at, that they were becoming more socially active. And so that mattered.
I can try that also. I guess I want to say two things. One is if you're doing this kind of collaborative research, and I think Street Par and the kind of work Vera's doing, there are what we call, we borrow from Gloria Anzaldúa, the notion of choques, clashes, power like that's happening on the team. Those are generative if you can work them through. If they don't happen, it means you're not really engaging the tough issues. But and I can give you a million examples of where we've screwed up and learned together. But the larger point that you raised, I would say in Changing Minds, which is available online, the whole thing, there were 4 layers of where you're raising questions of power, and one is I met with the superintendent every time I was there, which was every week or every other week, and so that there were no surprises. And again, we were doing like a sweet project that made the prison look good. But the superintendent was a very special human who proudly said she ran a participatory paramilitary organization. And she did. There were lots of women-led projects, and yet it was also a deeply, and you just had to like screw your head on about that kind of static electricity. So I met with her, and I said, if there's a problem, blame me, blame us. Please don't take it out on the women, and yet, nevertheless. Then there's the next layer of who's doing the research, and there was 7 women inside and 7 of us outside. But we were all there was a lot of diversity. Like, it's not just like incarcerated woman is a category, it's not a coherent category, although it's a compelling shared experience. So some were immigrant, and some were long-termers, and some were mothers. Then there's from whom are you gathering the data? And that's really important. We wanted to make sure we had correction officers and women who dropped out of the program and folks who were critical of the program and family members and faculty and university presidents. And then there's to whom the research is moving. And we met with, I remember Joanne Grace-Haber, her daughter, she was the mother of Jenna's Law, a young woman who was brutally murdered in Albany, and she was really about like tough, long sentences. And I asked her for a quote on the back of the report. I said, are you willing to endorse college and prison? And Camille Cosby and Bill Cosby, who had just lost a child to murder, right? So we were looking for what you're calling balance. Balance feels like there are 2 sides, and I feel like there are a million sides, and most of us could be on all sides. But we were looking explicitly. So who's on the team, from who do you collect data, and to whom you're presenting the data, and whether or not you're worrying about the power dynamics. And those feel like 4 different levels of thinking about balance and power.
Thank you. That's really, I appreciate that. Other thoughts from the panel? Before we see if there are questions from the audience? Valerie, sure.
Michelle, you said something about in your comments, and I don't know if I heard it right, that you produced 2 reports. I think you said like an academic paper and then one's for communities. When you have that diversity of involvement in the project, and you're trying to reach, I presume, multiple audiences, from convincing the Cosbys to do a blurb, to getting a legislator to say this is a good investment of state funds, to communicating back perhaps to future participants. How do you synthesize that labor load across the group? Because the value, it seems, of what you and Yasser are both talking about, is that it has the potential to reach multiple audiences in a way that amplifies its value. I mean, that's what I'm hearing, and it's really exciting. And then, of course, I have to say, quite embarrassed, and I just hear the kind of quadruple labor load of articulating that. And it was when you said we had to produce 2 reports. I'm imagining 12, 15, 20, all of which are communicating something similar, but in a different, with a different audience in mind. Is that true or no? I don't know if I heard you right.
Yeah, I think it wasn't 2. I think it was like many. So first of all, we produced a report for policymakers because we had a very, again, different than, or it may be related to this project, we had a very particular policy goal, right? It was about Pell Grants, which of course still haven't been restored. And so we decided to publish one piece, which is the piece that's online called Changing Minds. We brought in a graphic designer. The women helped. Everything was done collaboratively. So we produced that, and then we produced an essay on doing participatory qualitative research for an American Psychological Association volume on qualitative methods. Then we produced activist brochures in English and Spanish, Get Tough on Crime, educate people who are in prison, and there were particular brochures for family members, for advocates, who you can contact, where you can get resources, what are the inside out. So we were thinking about labor load, yeah, and there were times where we cut corners and we were just wrong. So one time we took all the interviews, and Maria, my colleague, and I coded them, and we brought the codes inside, and we said to the women, so we interviewed the kids and the correction officers and the dropouts and the women, and so there was no place to keep the data inside, that would be locked and confidential. So we generated the codes, and Judy Clark, who is now out after 36 years, Judy Clark said, oh, so that's great. So we did all the labor, we collected all the interviews, and then you do the brains work, generate the codes and bring them in. So, and it was like, all right, fine. Well, so for the next few months, remember, we just sat there reading together, but it was so much better. And then we would all write separately and bring it together. And then I'll shut up. But I had written something like, we're all women concerned about violence, state violence, intimate violence, blah, blah, blah. And we come together around college and prison. And one woman said, Michelle, you left out the part. All of us have experienced, witnessed, or know someone who has experienced or witnessed violence. And somebody on the team said, Michelle, you left out the part that some of us killed our kids. And please add that so that there's a full accounting for who we are and how we feel responsible, remorseful, and engaged in reimagining what we owe. And so it was just better, but yes, longer.
If I just may add.
Go ahead.
I don't think we definitely, I want to make the point, but I think any PAR researcher don't mean to romanticize the experience. It's really hard work, right? You really have to be invested. spiritually and otherwise. This really has to be a core part of your person if you want to do it right, right? And right also means there are mistakes made and all of the above, or lots of learning takes place in the process on both sides, formal researchers and community researchers. For me, the way that I handle it, right, so I'm deeply phenomenological, or I'm a street ethnographer. Although I do mixed methods, we do a lot of survey research and things like that. And by all that I mean is this: the way that there's a rigorous process in which we select people to be part of the team, the way we screen, particularly for strengths, right? Then we have a criteria and all of that. But once they're on the team and when we're in the middle of training, one of the reasons why training can be so long is because we're also assessing and evaluating where people's interests are, right? And they can identify an interest or a set of interests up front. I want to, write. I want to do data analysis, this, that, and the third. But you kind of don't know sometimes where you are in terms of what you're able to do, want to do, until you're in the middle of it, and then you realize your interests more deeply, right? So we are evaluating their strength. It's kind of like running a crew or, in the streets, right? To be a good boss, if you will, you don't necessarily streamline everybody in the same role in the street, right? I know this is how they think. This is the social psychology of the group. The boss, and I often say for good or for bad, right? We have the connect, which is the funder, right? I'm the boss at the end of the day, right? And I have a street research, senior research associate, right? Or that's the capo, right? Or you have the soldiers. Now, I don't mean to romanticize the streets neither, but what I am doing is kind of using a conceptual framework that they are used to, right? And I'm now blending, right, this conceptual framework that they're already working with. A lot of my guys are active. Right? And they're in different places depending on what we're talking about, right? And I'm using that experience to transition them into research. When you run a crew, if you will, you don't streamline everybody in the same activities, right? You don't do that in any group dynamic, to be honest with you. But definitely in the street, you are assessing and evaluating their strengths, right? In terms of who can do what. By the end of our training, we generally separate our teams into sub-teams, right? So sub-teams. Once we are able to identify strengths, we have a literature review team. Those guys do that, and women. I work with both men and women from the streets, right? We have a data analysis team, right? So the reading and writing team or literature review team, they're pulling articles all throughout the duration of the project, and they're writing up stuff, right? They're reviewing the literature, because by the time we get ready to write, we got to get ready to go, right? And they're responsible for that. Right, they're going to write, and they're going to, and right. So those are going to be the guys that I go to and women that I go to when it's time to draft up the report for the community, as well as co-author. Right, we have an action sub team. They do action all throughout the project. Right, we have a data analysis team. They're responsible for data management, quant and qual, throughout the project. We have a data collection team. Right, so that's a small. They're going to go out in the community. We're going to go to hot sites, warm sites, cool sites. We're going to be out midnight at the crack cocaine location. But it's not the whole team necessarily. It's those guys with that strength, with high social capital, that can actually make that happen, right? You get a bunch of guys in the crack cocaine location to fill out a survey for 45 minutes, right? I don't need all 20 members to do that, right? So that's really what's...
In just a second, and I just want to make sure that if there were any other questions too, that we just had a chance for folks to ask. Thank you, Tara.
Sure. So thank you for this, and thank you for the explanations. I just want to put forth for the disability community who has been treated horribly during community-based practice research. And I thank you for your street research, because that's kind of what I do. I go to the CILs, I sit in the community, and that's what I was talking about, bringing it from the streets to the suites. I didn't know it was actually, I had a research title for it, so thank you for that. Also, I just want to say I'm from DC, DC statehood. Please don't forget us, you people. We need DC statehood. I didn't say that before, but people with disabilities in these programs, and I think just like any marginalized community, they don't trust. Yeah. It takes me months for them to say, I'm like, months. Yeah, you can talk to Cheryl. Yeah, you can talk to Cheryl. No, Cheryl's okay, right? Then they come in, the language they use, right? We talk about people, right, calling them cripples, using the terms handicap and all those kind of old terms, that stuff. Also coming in with no people who are going to interpret, like ASL interpreters, and then the products that are put out.
put out on the websites, have this conversation with Vera. Lots of people, most of the reports are not accessible to our people. They won't put them in large print. They won't put them in Braille. They won't make them so that the PDF format is accessible for their readers. So this great work is being done around them that they then can't even read or get out to their communities. Or putting it in plain language, right? When you write at a 9th grade or above level, when our people with developmental disability, we at a 4th grade level, then I need you to do plain language for us. Researchers won't do that. So that's not a problem if they can't understand what's being written. So I just want to let you know, in the disability community, CBPR is not well respected or accepted. And I'm here to say this, to say let's figure out how we can make that. And then also when you have these meetings, street researchers, I've heard, right? Having meetings for people that are off-site, like away from transportation. Disabled folks do not own cars. Right. They take public transportation, barely do that. Mm-hmm. And don't get me started with Uber and Lyft, right, who are not accessible to our people and refuse to be so, right? Lyft put in a motion to say we don't have to use the ADA because we're not a transportation organization. So, right, don't give me that. And then having it in facilities that are not accessible. People, right, and having some person on your research team who doesn't know anything about the ADA say, oh yeah, this place is accessible. No, we have actual experts who will come in and tell you, yes, this is accessible. We have walkers, who will come in, and rollers who will say, okay, yeah, I can use this bathroom. Or it'll be the facility is accessible, but the bathroom's not accessible. So I just want to put that out there, that these are the things that need to be noted if you're going to do some community-based research, and especially in the prison system, I don't even start there, right? So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Thanks for that, and thanks for those remarks. Unfortunately, it looks like we have bumped up and even gone over a little bit on our time. So unfortunately, I don't think we're able to take additional questions, but I would suggest if you could give them to us. This will be an ongoing conversation. We learned a lot today. Thank you for highlighting these issues, and thanks for sharing to our panel, for being here today. We appreciate it. And I believe now we are pivoting to our next session, which I don't have in front of me. It'd be great if we could go back soon.
Good job, y'all.
Scott, did you have a question? Yeah. Are you speaking on the next one? I think maybe you are, so you got the mic. Correctional staff experiences or maintaining order or something. That's all right. Thank you. Well, I was just talking to Scott. Yeah. Thanks. You can
we're doing
some of the
so we're doing Scott, Amy, James.
That's what I would suggest.
Does he know?
No, but I think we can call it audible. He had his thing. We just say I invite him in.
The folks who paid to go. We then got some college coffee.
No, we'll get you where you're at.
Also available to staff, and I checked it.
I feel I can help a lot. I feel like I feel
All right, everyone, I'm going to try and call us back promptly to order. What did you say?
He said yeah.
Okay.
We're all doing the best we can.
That's right.
I was enraptured. I didn't notice.
I saw Scott looking hopefully at me as if to say, you're not going to start talking again, are you? I'm sorry. My name again is Jesse Janetta here at the Urban Institute, and so I'm going to be starting us off with the framing on the session, focusing on the broad area of correctional staff experiences, which has already come up in a number of different ways, but using it as a primary frame. One thing that I am mindful of as I've been thinking since this morning's conversation is, the comment that Michelle Deitch put out about and hopefully I won't butcher it, but about the importance of thinking in terms of the research and measurement about how we balance and are attentive to what is good and what is working in addition to what is bad and harmful, and certainly thinking about that with the frame of this session and in mind of the states and their DOCs that have raised their hand to be part of this project and say, yes, let's do more data collection, let's get to more transparency, let's try some things that are innovative. And it's a reminder, I think, putting those things together, that there is tremendous variation in prison systems from state to state and from prisons within a state. I was doing work a while ago where I was going into every prison in Michigan. They had a big 1980s boom, and you could really see it there because they built a lot of their prisons at the same time, and you could see two facilities, same layout, same security level across the street from each other, and you would walk into one or the other and they would feel incredibly different. And as has already come up in some of the conversation, tremendous variation from officer to officer. And I think there's a real challenge around research, thinking about what it takes to really transform prisons. We talk a lot about culture and about humanity and dignity. These are the kind of things where in those differences and those variations, it puts the onus on us. What is that? Can we say what that is? Can we make that visible? I think one of the places I went with Michelle's comment is what is bad and harmful that happens to prisons is so important. You can't underestimate that. It's life and death for people. But if you go out in a way that what is bad and harmful is going to be surfaced as it should be, but what is good and what's working is invisible, a research partnership with prison systems on that basis cannot endure, I would think. And so we want to get to the point where we can understand and name and see some of these differences. I think as this project is working to expand the idea and the practice of what is best in corrections, there's also an opportunity through that kind of understanding to level up and try and use this project and the knowledge we'll build as a way to make the rest of corrections more like the best of corrections. And I think if we were able to get traction on that, it would really substantially improve the lives of millions of people in this country. So with that as a broad frame of kind of how I was processing some of this morning, I want to lay out the way that we've thought about organizational justice and the research around it as a way into correctional staff experiences. Start by stating a simple truth. Working in prisons is tremendously difficult. We see that in many ways. We have research that establishes how stressful that job is, how in many cases health outcomes, for example, around heart disease, heart attacks are worse for people who work in prisons than for the general population. There are many other indicators that are like that. It's tremendously difficult work. We know, as has come out in the conversation today, that the interactions between people who work in prisons and the people who live there are a huge component in whether and to what extent there's fair and humane treatment or there is degrading and harmful treatment. And so thinking about the policy levers, what we might need to think about conceptually on this, we started with an investigation of what we know about organizational justice as an area of inquiry. So what organizational justice is about the perceptions that people have about the way they are treated in the workplace by their employer. So it's how staff think about the organization that they work for. It has a couple of different components, one around procedural justice, so in other words, the process of how the various things that your organization does with you, whether it's around discipline, whether it's around promotion, whether it's around pay, are done, and then distributive justice, what the actual outcomes are. Both of these are important. It appears from the research that perhaps the procedural justice, the process component, may be the more important of the two. And one of the reasons that we want to bring this forward is in the research that's been done on this in the prison context, it appears that the degree to which people working in prisons perceive that organization that they work for as being organizationally just does affect. It makes them report less job stress. Causes them to report greater commitment to the job and to the organization. And it also, there's some evidence that it has effects on some of the ways that they approach the job that are going to have big impacts potentially for the people who are there in prison. There's some evidence that in places where people who work in prisons perceive the organization as being more organizationally just, they're less fearful of the people who are incarcerated in the prisons, less fearful that they might harm or victimize them. It appears to have some relationship to their receptivity to change in the organization. I think this makes sense in an intuitive way. If you're in a difficult situation, if you don't have a lot of trust in the organization you work for, it's hard to extend that trust to then talking about new ways of doing business. And I think the reason that the research is able to substantiate some of these things is that there is variation in this. You know, staff in different prisons, even prisons within the same system, appear to have different views on how organizationally just their treatment is, how fairly and respectfully they are treated by their own organization. I think about a word that Michelle Jones used today, replicate. We talk a lot about the way in which people are treated, then manifesting in how they go on to treat others. And I think that this is a good indicator of why, or one reason why organizational justice is important. If you want people who are working in prisons to be consistently delivering fair and respectful treatment to the people who are incarcerated, it's going to be very important that they themselves feel that that's what they experience from their organization. I think we've probably got a lot of different job experiences here, but we've probably all had the experience of someone we work for telling us, you should do this in this way, you should act this way, and thinking, but you don't act that way. And conversely, being inspired by people who really manifest and walk the walk in terms of acting in the kind of way that we want them to act. So, in summary, we think that and hope that organizational justice is a useful entry point into thinking about the correctional staff experience. Again, there's a lot more to learn, particularly about how you would deliberately operationalize that. Have you actually tested ways to say, we're going to try as a DOC or as a prison to increase our organizational justice as it's perceived by our workforce, and then see what that does. But I think, you know, that it has tremendous potential, it appears, to both improve the lives of people who work in prisons and people who are incarcerated there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cassandra.
Thank you, Jesse. And so just kind of piggybacking off of that, one of the great things about this initiative is that we're lucky to have so much representation, and we value the representation of the corrections folks that we have here at the table as well. And we just wanted to also remember, I was talking this morning about how we wanted to think about reform in terms of being rooted in humanity and respect for all humans, including, you know, people who are working in the facilities, and remembering that when we think about conditions of confinement, people are also working within these conditions of confinement. And so, broadly speaking, we wanted to highlight what opportunities, as we're working to build this research agenda, what opportunities we have to build authentic partnerships and collaborations with corrections. And I'll start with two specific questions. Which metrics should be developed for how corrections staff perceive their organizations and approach their work? And how does research on organizational justice relate to improving officer health and wellness, as well as securing staff commitment to making prisons more humane environments? So loaded questions, but I'm going to ask if we can hear from Scott first.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I appreciate you hearing my 2 cents on this issue. That's not what I had for in advance of what I was supposed to talk about, but I can talk about it. But before we get into that, this morning started out with Michelle, I believe, and the first thing that she talked about was we need to make an investment in education and training for correctional professionals in this country, because what we do now and how we do it is not consistent to a more humane and dignified approach. We teach correctional professionals to be black and white thinkers. We teach them to be very policy driven, how to deal with a situation, an emergent scenario, and to survive it. We don't teach them about professional relationships and rapport, to influence people to move on and get over the hurdle of their incarceration and to move on. We focus more on incapacitation versus correcting. And we don't put enough emphasis as compared to the European model that puts a 2-year dedication of education of various types of curriculum that is more aligned to creating a professional rapport and to serve almost in a mentorship role to move someone through the justice system to a successful life. And I really I took note of it when you said it in the first place, and out of everything that I heard this morning, and I didn't agree with everybody, but I wanted to be diplomatic, only from my experiences in the Connecticut correctional system, which, if you're not familiar with it, is a fairly progressive system that's implemented some really courageous things over the last several years that I don't take a whole lot of credit for. I was fortunate enough to be appointed by a governor who wanted to make real change, and I was also fortunate enough to be able to influence the staff to make that change occur and endure. But that being said, I'll talk to you about the Connecticut system and some of the things that we do philosophically, right? So my philosophy with my administrative staff and to push the agenda is a system without hope is a system in chaos. So I said I want a very incentive-based system that lets people move on with their lives in a positive way. A lot of people don't know what that is, right? So challenge these people, right? The people that are having direct frontline interactions with the client, with the consumer, and to try to find out what moves people and pushes people to go in an appropriate direction. And you will find that most people, not all, they're in the correctional field, really do want to make an impact on people's life. Why? Some of it is for their own safety and wellness, right? Because they're fearful. And anyone who says they're not is lying. Right? The population is fearful, the staff are fearful, even the commissioner is fearful. And you have to just recognize that, right? And then also be very aware of everyone's, not necessarily agree or accept, but that we have these different perceptions of how people view the correctional system. Let's take the general public. They have a television perception of what goes on inside our prisons. Okay? You don't know how many times during the course of my career, which I've been in this business for over 30 years, people are asking me if it's like Shawshank Redemption, right? And we know that it's much more complex than that. It's much more involved than that. And if it's not that complex, it should be complex because it's very, very difficult. The notion of how correctional professionals are referred to from a frontline perspective, the use of the word guard versus correction officer. It's demeaning to correctional professionals. So we try to measure and evaluate how we can be accountable to people who choose to be accountable to themselves. And even if those people who choose not to be accountable to themselves, still give them some semblance of hope. Many of the systems, and I really appreciated the last presentation, they're not data resource rich, right? There are some systems, arguably, in this country that have no data capacity whatsoever. With that being said, I didn't have a chance to ask this question, and I wanted to direct it to Selma because they've done work, Vera has done work in Connecticut, and I said, what is really the next step or the next focus? And you can answer this later, Selma, but should we be going deeper or should we be doing more? And you could chime in on that whenever you feel like it. So in addition to not being resource rich, this also applies to the issue of application of human resources, right? People who we need in order to do the business and the work. I've been to Germany 3 times. I've been to Norway once. And I can tell you that we are well behind in the competencies that we need to address the behavior health and mental health needs of the population. From a human resource perspective, we have nowhere near the investment in resources to address the overall needs. And I do agree that the vast majority of people who are incarcerated have some level of disability or mental health. And virtually every one of them, especially female populations, have been exposed to a significant level of trauma. And there are vicarious aspects to that that we don't take into consideration, and it's also unhealthy for the staff as well. Culture is the big game here, right? And you can't always research it. I guess you can. It's hard to do. I haven't seen it done too well yet, but again, I would argue that culture is difficult because when you think of a facility, you think of the facility culture. And the fact of the matter is, I would argue there's 3 cultures. Every shift has its own culture. And there's subsets of that culture as well, and that's what makes it difficult. And now you would think, wow, that's a brilliant statement. But I learned that from a consumer, a formerly incarcerated person who taught me that there are 3 different cultures. I'm not there 24 hours a day. They are. And they can tell you the different cultures that are occurring, the vibe that is in the facility. I can feel vibes based on experience. And those things have happened to me through the course of my career. When we implemented the emerging adult concept, or the TRUE unit, or the WORTH unit, some of you may be aware of it. That's where I go on my bad days, because there's a really good vibe there. I feel good. I like to interact and engage. And I want the staff, the frontline people that I depend on, to see me engaging with the population on a frequent basis. The other thing that we also have an effect on overall wellness and maintaining a safe environment that I think we need to get much more smarter about, and there are many examples in this audience and hopefully listening today, is that we take things for granted. Correctional professionals never see success because success never comes back. And we need correctional professionals to see it. We need them to see what success looks like. We need to, they need to know that it makes a difference. We had a program in Connecticut, it was called the Phoenix Association, where we bring formerly incarcerated people to meet with correctional professionals to talk about what worked. Now, I was ready to hear, CBT, evidence-based programming, man, that stuff really made a difference. Well, guess what? Evidence-based programming is really, really hard to do, and it's hard to do effectively for a number of different reasons. And, I often say that evidence-based programming is a bunch of hooey unless you can do it in a passionate way. Because the passion of the facilitator is what influences people, right? Mr. Mobilio was my 5th grade teacher. I don't know what the hell he taught me, but I remember him because he loved me. And that's what influences people. That's what makes change. So that's what we try to do with the correctional staff. That's what we try to make them influence, to be passionate about their interaction and engagement with the population. Coupled with that, through the Phoenix Association, when I found out that it really wasn't the programs that were important, even though they were appreciated, it was their interactions and engagement with certain staff, and their interaction and engagement with their peers that made the difference. That's what was influencing the change. So there's a culmination of things that are very, very important, but not as important as they think we are, when it's really about how people engage with each other. When I first became the Commissioner of Correction, or the Director, the Secretary, whatever you want to call us, I went into my hometown, small rural area in Connecticut, way in the woods. There's no black or brown people. There's a lot of old people. There's a diner. And I walked in the diner, and I'd launched a number of different things, reintegration units, emerging adults concepts, sorry about that, Amy, solitary confinement, everything that you can think of, we were launching very aggressively. And it was getting a lot of media attention, and people were paying attention. So my face was on television a lot, and I walked into the diner. And when I walked into the diner, there was the room of the senior citizen table. You know what it looks like. Some of us are almost there, right? And one of the gentlemen at the table had said, "That's the guy who lets everybody out," right? And then they all started going a little crazy. about their perspective of how this guy is using his authority to release people that they want locked up forever, even if they stole your pencil, you know. So I walked out of there, and I was like, there's no way I'm going back here again. It's still in my hometown, right? But I did, and I went back again, and here they go, they start again, right? I was getting bullied by a bunch of senior citizens. So I stopped. I said, I have a question for you. If it was your kid or somebody you loved, what do you want me to do about it? And today we're friends. Because until we start thinking about it, somebody that we care about, we're not going to change the system. And that's what is going to make our systems healthier and our cultures improved. And all these things that are happening and all of the challenges that are happening in corrections will all improve if we get the staff closer to the population instead of farther away. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I just want to ask for the next two people to give their comments first before we open it up. I see some name tents already flipped. But at first, I'm going to ask Amy and then invite James to give some comments.
Thank you. First, I want to say how pleasantly surprised I was to be asked to comment on this subject matter because, of course, as an ACLU attorney who primarily sues corrections institutions as part of my life's work and life's journey, I'm not often thought of an ally of corrections, but I think that's very wrong, actually, because the work that we do, we are thinking about systems change, and when we think about systems change, we are always thinking about culture change. And it is very true that a prison or jail is not just about the people who live there, it's also about the people who work there. And when we're talking about prison conditions, we're talking about living conditions, we're talking about working conditions, and frankly, the toxic environments in too many of these institutions impact negatively everybody who lives and works there. The data does not lie about that. There is early death for prisoners and there is early death for correctional officers. There is no way that these environments don't harm everybody. In fact, every time I go to a prison, I have oftentimes reflected, if I worked here, if I had to do this day in and day out, what would I become? Could I stay as I am? Would I lose my humanity? Would I have to become numb to survive? And frankly, in conversations that I've had with correctional officers, and one of the great things about being an ACLU attorney is even though they might be saying that ACLU bitch, and frankly they do a lot, they also like to complain to me because everybody wants to complain or about an injustice to an ACLU attorney. So I hear a lot. And that has made me very mindful of the challenges that exist working in these environments. And quite frankly, I also have to say that while we have dealt with so many of our social problems and the things we don't want to confront through the criminal justice system and the prison system, I think these institutions would look a lot different if the children of the elite were tracked to work at Rikers rather than Wall Street. There is a reason why these institutions are under-resourced and hidden, and that we rely on certain people to be in them, and we rely on certain people to guard the folks who live in them. There's a lot about race and class in America, and it all festers in the criminal justice system, so we have to face that in order to face these problems. That said, I think it's incredibly important to start breaking down that us versus them culture that we inculcate into correctional professionals. Michelle, when you first started your comments, they struck me as that they struck Scott. It is absolutely true that some of the basic problems we have is how we train. And the expectations we lay on people and the dehumanization that we support. I mean, I think every institution I've been in, and granted I go into the worst of the worst because they're the ones we're going to sue, but you know, frankly, that us versus them environment is fostered by the institution itself. It serves nobody in the end, but it is very much a part of the culture, and we have to start breaking that down. And I think one of the main ways we absolutely do that is training. You know, I too went to Norway. It's like a pilgrimage site now for Americans who work on corrections. And I was impressed by the design and the blonde wood finishes and the public art. It was amazing and it was radically humane. But the thing that really struck me is talking about the training and the role of the officer. And frankly, when I talked to the officers, the one thing that really struck me is that they were happy. They liked their jobs. They were proud of the work that they were doing. They were telling me about the case management they do, because every officer in Norway has at least 5 prisoners who are their clients. So it changes the dynamic, because you're involved in somebody's welfare. You're involved in seeing that they do well. You've got a stake in the game. What have I heard from corrections officers in America? I do a job where nothing good ever happens. Can you imagine doing that job every single day? And so you really have nothing to look forward to except for your retirement. I mean, I can't tell you how many 30-year-old correctional officers can tell me the date that they get to retire. And I'm always like, oh my God. That's just not the environment that you want to be in. So I think it's very much changing the job, investing in these folks, giving them better training. 5 weeks, 10 weeks in an academy, to do a job that the rest of society has decided they can't do. What a joke. It's just simply not enough. So it's about training. It's about salary. In the non-union states, we have huge vacancies in corrections. Arizona, I was there yesterday, 1,200 line officers missing. They can't fill those jobs because they're low pay, they're high risk, and they're low reward. Who's gonna take that job? And that is true across the country, where we see vacancies, which make these institutions much tougher places to live in and much tougher places to work in. And you can't get anything good done if you're constantly being locked down because you don't have enough staff. So I think really thinking about who's going to do this job, what skills are we going to give them to actually do that job, and how are we going to value those jobs? Because right now we don't value them, and correctional officers know it. The job unhappiness is palpable in these institutions. And while I do sue institutions for a living, I am very, very conscious that the solutions that we're looking for, the change we're looking for, can only happen if we start looking at the officers too. They can't be left out of this equation. And too frequently they feel like, well, we're the last ones who are asked anything. The prisoners have that sense as well, but the officers also, and I would say to correctional leaders, it's so obvious to me that officers feel like they're not respected by anybody, that they have no voice, that they might have good ideas, but they never get implemented, and they're only told what to do. They are not asked how they should be doing it. And so the culture change we're looking for is both between the officers and the prisoners, but also between the officers and the administration, and quite frankly, prisons and the public. It's a tall order, but I think we need to be bold. We're here in this room to think about different solutions and radical new ways of doing things, because quite frankly, what we're doing doesn't work. What the definition of insanity, keep doing the same thing over and over and asking why you don't get a different result. So let's challenge ourselves to do something different, to think more broadly, and also to think about what we can do together. Because ultimately, us versus them doesn't work. It only makes all of us fail. And we're not here to do that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm James Wells. I'm a professor of criminology and criminal justice in the School of Justice Studies at Eastern Kentucky University. When I'm not bought out by grants, I teach the classes criminal justice undergrads and grads fear the most, which is research methods and statistics. And I do it with intense passion, Scott. I do want to thank the Urban Institute and Arnold Ventures for allowing me to speak here. For those of you who read your research briefs, the one on organizational justice, you'll see that Eric Lambert has probably published 90% of the peer-reviewed articles on that. I've had the pleasure of collaborating with Eric on probably a dozen organizational climate studies. And after corresponding, Eric and I are actually collaborating on the first ever whistleblowing study of correctional staff right now, and we spoke within the last week. And so I suspect I was your second choice because Eric was tied up, but I'm still honored to be here. So with respect to the opening comments I was asked to make regarding correctional staff experiences, as somebody who's been a practitioner, a student, a teacher, a researcher, consultant of corrections over the last 40 years, I do have some observations I want to share with you. And many of these pertain to topics that were addressed in our different research briefs, a few are not. And a lot of these echo what several of you have already spoken about today. In the early 1980s, I was a line staff correctional officer at a super maximum security facility in Ohio, Southern Ohio Correctional Facility, otherwise known as Lucasville. And I wasn't going to mention this, but given all the issues and problems we've been talking about today, I will. You know, Lucasville is the site of the longest prison riot in U.S. history, where 5 members of the population were beaten to death and a correctional officer was executed. And I say that because if we don't start addressing some of these problems, we're going to have another wave of riots. And in fact, I think we're overdue. I was there while I was working on my undergraduate degree in criminal justice, and those days when I often left dejected, frustrated, stressed out, suffering what I have later learned as a researcher to be like role ambiguity and a half a dozen other work environment issues. It wasn't because of the incarcerated population. You know, this hasn't changed in corrections. As our research briefs state, factors such as correctional officer stress, wellness, turnover are not primarily determined by our interactions with the incarcerated population. Furthermore, there's been lots of correctional environmental research indicating that the primary correlates of these problems aren't necessarily distributed justice factors such as outcomes pertaining to pay, promotions, shift or work assignments, but rather those procedural justice factors such as how fair were those decisions made with respect to those evaluations, promotions, and assignments. And it's these procedural justice factors that, you know, prison leadership and commissioners and administrators have a lot of influence over. When I began working at Lucasville, very few of the staff had a college education. There were no white staff anywhere, and our population was 70% African American. What few female custody staff we had, they were limited. They could only work in the mailroom or in visiting. There was no training academy. We got about 35 hours of classroom instruction and a few hours at the firing range. So as you might suspect, staff misconduct, often initiated by our supervisors, against both the incarcerated population and other staff, okay, as well as turnover, were very high. And what gets me is, despite all sorts of advancements in training, education, and legislation, including PREA, you know, recent research of correctional work environments still indicate many of these problems still exist today. My own most recent organizational climate study that's examining staff whistleblowing still indicates turnover is high, staff misconduct still occurs, and minority and female staff feel very disenfranchised. And I'm going to just make a mention of what Nancy mentioned first on about research matters. And after I got my undergraduate degree, I left Lucasville and started my master's in criminal justice at Georgia State. And I took a job as a criminal justice planner at an architectural and engineering firm that specialized in designing what was then considered state-of-the-art correctional facilities. And they hired me not only because I knew something about the correctional environment, but they hired me because I'm working on my master's degree and I'm learning about research methods and statistics. And what they did was they put me on the ground floor as the starting point on $50 million design contracts where I would sample staff or inmates and put together an inmate profile or a staff profile and a facility profile. And I would hand that to the engineers and architects, and they would design a facility that avoided a lot of the problems I faced at Lucasville, okay? And seeing how the decisions I made and the decisions they made influenced what kind of living environment inmates, the incarcerated population would have, and what kind of working environment staff would have for the next 75 years, that was a real turn-on to me. And that's why I ended up getting a PhD in research measurement and statistics. And my siblings still can't believe that because they knew I always hated math, okay? I want to say a few words about what I have found that works best in lots of different studies I've conducted since I left Lucasville. And I've had the opportunity to participate in a lot of organizational climate studies where we get data from staff, as well as a lot of DOJ PREA-related studies where we also get a lot of data from the incarcerated population and staff. And what I have found to work very well in all of these studies, also mentioned in our research brief, is a mixed methods approach that embraces elements of community-based participation research. And what I have found that works in lots of studies is that, you know, go in there with an open mind and start with informal discussions and unstructured interviews with stakeholders and others, and do lots of focus groups with both the incarcerated population and staff. Barbara Owen and I were involved in some pre-research studies where we came up with something called dual stage focus groups, where it was incredible. We would get a group of the population together, meet for 2 hours with them about sexual safety, for example, and then they would go back to their housing units and collect data, okay, from other members of their population and bring their questions back to us. So we kind of turned them into researchers too. But you know, we did these focus groups with all the different types of staff and the population. And we would do content analyses of these notes, and we would identify the relevant constructs, and then we would begin to develop survey items to measure those constructs, and then we would have multiple waves of the population and staff come in and review and pre-test our instruments. And then we administered these en masse to lots of staff and the incarcerated population. So I found that taking this mixed methods approach that embraces elements of CBPR, okay, it maximizes exposure of the aims of the research, okay, and it makes it possible to get more buy-in of both staff and the population. And we've done this with very controversial topics such as staff sexual misconduct and whistleblowing. And we've gotten response rates of 90%, sometimes higher, which reminds me also of what works in correctional research. And I say this to all the up-and-coming researchers in the audience. You know, what also works is dogged persistence, okay? We've made as many as 20 trips to facilities at all hours of the day and night so that every staff member or every member of the population in the intended sample had the opportunity to participate in a sample. They witnessed this, okay, and they developed greater respect for what we're doing and encourage others to participate. And last, one thing we all need to recognize in our discussions today, last paragraph, is that the correctional environment is constantly changing. To illustrate another point made in one of our research briefs, under the same correctional facility, under the same roof, we now have correctional officers working under different collective bargaining plans, under different pension plans, okay, multiple tiers of pay and benefit plans. And as a result of my research, I found that these staff have their own nested views and opinions of the workplace. So just as a caution to us researchers, collapsing the views and opinions of nested groups like these can possibly lead us researchers astray in trying to understand the organizational climate. So we need to take into account these new and emerging factors such as these and do our research methodologies appropriately. Thank you. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, James. I really appreciate you bringing us back to the importance of research in this work and really making that connection for us. These diverse set of ideas have been really helpful for thinking about how we want to move forward with our research agenda and doing some of the work that we are setting out to do. I really appreciated hearing about, you know, thinking from an organizational justice perspective, you know, things like language and thinking about guards versus officers, like those kinds of things that can help us look more into if people feel like they're being treated fairly by the system, if they have a voice, and the people who work in the systems, if that's being elevated for them. Also, the the points about training and skills and promoting value in the workplace, and the need to see what success looks like, I think, was also a really important part of our work. So when we are doing research and we do have success stories and we do have positive findings, bringing it back to the community, including the corrections community, the corrections officers, the staff, leadership, frontline, on all different levels, I think it's going to be very important for this work. And then just overall, the focus on culture as a very important component of our agenda overall, which is a big task, but something that's going to be very important for promoting change. We only have about 5 more minutes, so we're going to probably go through the queue of the people who already have their tents up. Valerie, you got it in.
That's okay.
No. I think we have some time, so I'm going to call on Evan and then Johnny.
Scott, thank you for that very impassioned and informative opening statement. And as you were talking, I kept thinking about the experience that I recently had at Attica, where we walked around with senior staff who seemed to be genuinely concerned and at least reasonably open and progressive. But we got to these blocks controlled by correctional staff that were that appeared to be extremely punitive. And so there were ambiguous signs of white supremacy. So there weren't like Nazi symbols and hanging babies and all that. But the Punisher was up there and sort of big Blue Lives Matter and people were describing all of these hazing rituals that occurred to people who were first being brought to Attica. Like the first few days of incarceration, they were brought a tray of food but no utensils or no cup, and so it was to try to make them eat like a dog, right? And so when you have this going on, how do the administration how do you break that cycle? Because I don't understand. We can't even get the union to sit down with us, and I'm trying to understand how we can move that, short of an OIG investigation or bringing in Amy's team of lawyers. So help me understand what tools you have as the director to change this.
Well, there's 2 perspectives I have on this. One is as the leader of an agency, and one is as superintendent or warden of a facility that's looking at murals inside his prison that he thinks are acceptable with Blue Lives Matter or whatever you were referring to, and you don't respond to that as the administrator of a facility. If I'm the guy, right? If I'm the guy who oversees that guy, he's gone. He's done. The other thing, and this is a big problem, right? Because whenever you have a situation of an incarcerated person's word against a staff person's word, the staff person gets the nod, right? And you can never prove these things. There's no evidence of it. But there's a way to track it. There's a way to pay attention to it. And as people move through the facility, you have to pay attention to, this is a little trick, by the way, that I used to do. And so this is some of the things that you have to do is I would just keep a file in my desk. And every time I got a request, this is when I was a warden, every time I got a request from a person that was incarcerated in the facility with respect to a complaint that was being made, I felt good because they could name the person they were complaining about. So regardless of the fact that there was some indication of retaliation, they knew that it was going to be kept confidential. And then I would just take that folder, and I had the entire roll call list of everyone that worked for me, and after the response I copied it and I put it in that folder. And as what you would find is that different people, right, different people within the population complaining about one particular individual is evidence that you have a problem, right? So you just be transparent with that individual. Right? It's difficult to fire somebody, especially in labor unionized organizations. I think you know that. You have to do something pretty bad. I mean, I've fired people knowing they were going to get their job back, but just to set a point. And that is one of the more difficult things to deal with, especially with strong labor-driven organizations, in that you're trying to deal with the global aspects of what some labor forces have become and how embedded they are in our legislature and other different places. And sometimes some labor folks have a heck of a lot more power than you do. And if it comes to push to shove and it's between you and I, more often than not, they're going to have to find a way to get rid of you. But you can do things, but you have to do it in partnership. And you have to do it only because if you don't do it, that's where the chaos part comes into play, right? So you know, when you're in a situation and you know that somebody's doing something inappropriate, but you can't prove it, sometimes you have to go with your instincts, and you have to pay closer attention to it, and you have other people pay closer attention to it. But you're going to have to develop allies in order to do that. So you talked a lot about the relationship that you have with the consumer. Somehow, in some way, and you're going to have to establish some type of relationship with somebody in the system that wants to see the system improve. Your Serpico, I guess is the best way to put it.
Thanks, Scott. So we're actually out of time, but I did want to give the last few people their 20 seconds of fame. So can we start? Johnny, did you still? Okay.
Was outside. No, I probably have to leave, but there's just a few thoughts, right? You know, we can't assume that because these sites are saying, hey, come in here, that we have buy-in of the staff. To Rick's point yesterday, frontline staff, we need their buy-in. We can talk about how to get their buy-in. Because if we don't, then we fall into this realm of like retaliation, which leads us to our last panel. Like both examples, like it was really great work being done. But I was stuck on the fact that in both instances, the women had to pay for it at the end, right? Understand that we're folks who are coming in and we're leaving. You're not doing that bid with me the rest of it. You're gone. I got 10 more years to do here. You know, so thinking about that, I also think about how, you know, I used to always say, you know, if you strip everyone naked inside of a correctional facility, you probably won't know who's doing time and who's not unless it's like gender oriented. You know, and that's because to Scott's points about how difficult it is sometimes to fire someone, you know, there's officers who have operated very irresponsibly, for lack of a better term, and then the disciplinary just looks like we're just going to send you to another jail or another prison, and then you get there, like, oh, now you're operating here with a so-called clean slate, but I know you from like 5 years ago when you used to do X, Y, and Z. So thinking about disciplinary, how does these correctional departments discipline folks? You know, what is the outcome when it comes to training? The training, I'm all for training. I believe the training must match the population. That means that we have to look at the population, think about who's there, and what is the best training to address the population, specifically if there's folks with mental health concerns, so on and so forth. And the last thing I'll say is that because Nevada has like a huge gang issue, and to Scott's point about we don't see the successes, things like that. I think the reason correctional officers don't see the successes is because of bureaucracy. It's difficult to get into a correctional facility. You know, with or without a record, it's difficult to get in there, but even more so when you have a history. The last thing I'll say is I just really want to warn against, you know, we talk about having folks collecting data and things like that, you know, and strongly warn against retaliation because, like, you know, that data, how is that data held? What does that look like when a cell search happens, you know, and then all the bureaucracy around organizing folks on the inside and things like that, which, you know, we don't want to martyr people. Like, martyrdom is great, except that you're dead afterwards, you know, and it's like, you know, like, what are we asking folks to do? Warning them exactly about what are the consequences, both intended and unintended, and some even like undeniable in the course of the work. Because Pyrrhic victories are great, except that you lose too much in the course of it. And I would warn against that. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks. Michelle, 20 seconds.
Really quick. So we all know that incarceration is incapacitation, and the combining of incarceration and that incapacitation with community is sometime in Congress. But I loved what Scott said. He said correctional officers don't get to see formerly incarcerated people doing well, but incarcerated people don't get to see formerly incarcerated people doing well. The system doesn't let us in, as Johnny talked about, and I think that superintendents have that power in their fiefdoms, is what I call them, in their fiefdoms, to make allowances for that and to change that. And then I like the idea that Scott talked about locking out positive connections to incarcerated people. And before the punitive turn in the state of Indiana, one of the ways in which we did incarceration, incapacitation, and community is that if an officer had someone die in their family, or if an officer was injured, each individual person in the facility had permission to give $2 if they wanted to send flowers, or to send a wreath to that funeral, or to send flowers to that, and those little things that said, you know, this is from the Indiana Women's Prison, and you know, we're thinking about you, or whatever. Those little small things were able to foster community under the slate of incapacitation, and so I'm saying, just as it would be valuable for formerly incarcerated people to see formerly incarcerated people to see formerly incarcerated people doing well, and the importance of incarcerated people doing community, if we did that with our staff and right? And of course, I'm an abolitionist, but I'm talking about I'm trying to survive that place. I'm trying to do more than, well, I'm trying to do more than survive. I'm trying to thrive and under those conditions. One of the ways we can do it is if the superintendents would change that relationship and give formerly incarcerated people an opportunity to be in community with correctional staff and be in community with incarcerated people.
Thank you. And can we get Wayne and Homer to close us out?
Thank you. Just want to make you aware that as a legislator, there's two professions that we don't be concerned about. I spent more time today thinking about correctional officers in the 14 years I served in Iowa. As a legislator, we just don't think about you and teachers. Is that, you know, I wonder why. I want to know why teachers got to strike. Correction officers, you can't strike because we would fire you. So the bottom line is you're not a high priority. Now, the reason why you're not a high priority, because as Scott mentioned, we don't see the human quality. We don't see the human quality into correction officers. Remember now, years ago, prisons were mostly white systems. The Birdman, Alcatraz, all those movies I saw as a young kid, I didn't see no blacks locked up. I didn't see no Latinos. Y'all know how the system evolved. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, crack cocaine, it changed. Most of these prisons was in rural places, Montana, whatever. And then white folks taking care of white folks, got that. But as the game changed in the 80s and 90s, you saw more of us in black and brown. We did not move, so the families had to go way out there. Here, if I'm in Kentucky, my friend's next door. He's 10 miles away. He or she can see me in the hills. In D.C., y'all know the problem. We had to go to Lorton, but I got friends all over the country. You know, because in D.C., you had to send them everywhere. Leavenworth and all that, because that's how it goes. But hey, can you see them? I can't go to Leavenworth. So what I'm trying to say is that hopefully this venture that we are in can give prison guards some respect, because you sure ain't got none. And when I'm in those caucuses meetings, we might have a stabbing at Fort Madison. Fort Madison one time was viewed as one of the most feared prisons in the country at one time. We're right on the Mississippi River, Anamosa, Fort Madison, Iowa. But what happened was, when we hear about a shank or whatever, or when a prison officer, and I look at that, let me be candid with you. I've seen legislators more concerned about hogs and pigs than a correctional officer getting shanked or cut up in prison. That's your challenge.
I'm going to not be as eloquent or powerful, but I'm going to pull us back to something Scott said, which where I think we have some missed opportunities for data that exists, which is that every one of these systems has worked to innovate, right? And so we don't see the successes. It's hard to hear about the innovation because it's not publicly valued sometimes. But there is data that has been reported out. Often it's numerator level data about we did so many of this, or we tried this new thing. And it may not be the most robust because there's not a lot of research capacity, but in there, I think we may have taken, and I'll include myself, some incorrect lessons from this. So I'm thinking about two innovations we had in the city jail system, crisis intervention teams, and also getting rid of solitary and developing therapeutic units for people with mental health issues. Those, we measured lots of better outcomes, but most of the outcomes had to do with our patients, because that was, you know, our focus, and also institutional safety. But what we didn't measure is something that's a core element in health services, which is we care about engagement of health staff with their job. And there are probably 9 or 10 characteristics of physician engagement that get measured in every hospital in this country, because we know they're highly correlated with health outcomes. And so because we don't care as much, we don't put as much value into correctional staff, we don't measure their engagement with their job. But one of the things in these siloed boutique programs where we can see progress all over the country that we see is that, and this is true in health, is that physicians do better when they're part of a multidisciplinary team. We have lots of data that when you put a physician with a social worker, with a couple of nurses, that team is better at promoting health outcomes than if they were by themselves. So similarly, in these places that work differently, if you think about how CIT is structured, if you think about the behavioral health units, like when we published our CAPS data, we put the daily schedule of like how the teams train together, how they work together. Our frame of reference was better outcomes for the patients, but I think there is a lot of data around the country sitting there to be kind of reanalyzed in an administrative way to think about what did we do differently with how the staff engage with each other, and how do we promote a different role and self-identity for correctional staff.
Thank you. I think what we'd like to ask everybody to do is take 5 minutes to stretch, get your blood flowing, but be back in 5, and then we'll finish strong. Thank you.
Can I encourage everyone to start taking their seats, please? Thank you. Hey, Jim. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I've often noted that some of the greatest value of these types of convenings is, the types of conversations that happen during the breaks. And that's what makes it so challenging to get people back to the table, is because you're having really great conversations. So thanks for bearing with me and allowing the break to be short. I know this is a long day and there's just a lot of heavy stuff that we're talking about here. And I also know that it's a Friday afternoon, so thanks to all of you for sticking with us, because we have important conversations ahead. Now this next discussion is titled Maintaining Order and Safety in Prison. And I want to refer you to one of the research briefs that Andrea Matai, Andrea, if you could raise your hand at least, if not stand, lead author on this working paper. That we really struggled with the title for this, because we recognize that even the phrase maintaining order sounds militaristic, and we recognize that. Okay, so like I'm just here to say, like, we chose those words carefully because it reflects what we know from the research right now, and soon we'll talk about what we don't know, right? That we know that the current way that departments of corrections maintain safety is through maintaining order, and that when we looked at the literature for what we know about how current practices around maintaining safety, they're largely disciplinary and punitive. We did a scan looking at just what's online available in terms of state policies that are documented on websites, and most states do post those policies somewhere, but they're all disciplinary policies, right? They're not policies around how to promote safe environments, and they're largely punitive. Again, the most research we know on this topic is around the most extreme form of a punitive measure, and that is solitary confinement. And as we've already discussed today, if the literature knows any one thing about corrections, it's that we know that solitary does not work, that it's harmful in multiple ways, right? We know a lot less about other measures, either punitive or incentive-based. But what we do know is that a lot of the lesser measures are often taking away things that many of us would consider to be rights, the right to see your family, for example. So visitation is often used as either an incentive or preventing visitation is, again, another disciplinary measure, even though the literature is very clear that contact with family is helpful to promote well-being behind bars and safety and successful return to families and communities following release. There's very little out there in terms of incentives that aren't that kind of flip side, like taking something that is good, like programming is another example. So programming is used as a tool for control and safety, right? In that if you behave, we'll let you take part in programs. If you're not behaving, I'm choosing that word carefully, I recognize that it sounds like what it is, paternalistic. If you don't, then we will take away access to programs, even though we know that the literature says that programs are important for people's well-being behind bars. They're also good to promote safety, right? To have people occupied in something positive in their lives, and of course, many programs are supportive of successful reintegration as well. Very little in the way of incentives, but we do know that there's other models of communities that are not about order, that are more like, let's create the norms we want together as part of this environment that we're all living and working in. And those examples have been referenced earlier from Norway, from Germany, have been piloted here in the States, in Connecticut, and now elsewhere. The good work that Vera's working on that we heard about earlier, I think, is a prime example of that, as ways if you could like change the entire environment, would you need these types of disciplinary measures, or could you at least scale them back? And importantly, we're really interested in knowing, like, are there different ways to incentivize better environments for everyone? And we know from the behavioral literature that, people, all of us respond better to incentives than to any kind of disciplinary or punitive measures. So we don't have a lot of the answers. That's why we're launching on this research, but we're really interested in hearing from you where you see the knowledge base, where the gaps are, and where research and data can come into play. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Bethany, and she's going to help frame the discussion that will follow.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you, keep seeing you. Just to kind of give you an idea of how we were thinking about this in terms of the questions we're asking. First, why and how are sanctions and incentives used in prison, and what do we know about their effectiveness? And also, what gaps in policy documentation and research exist, and how can filling those gaps inform a more incentive-based approach to promoting safe and rehabilitative prison environments? So I'm going to ask a few people again to get us kicked off. If Val, Janice, you could go first, followed by Cheryl, and then Jim. That would be great. Thanks.
It's really been a pleasure to sit here today and listen, and I'm torn between going off the top of my head based on what I've heard or just going with what I came in to say, so I'll just kind of try to do a hybrid. Thanks so much to Urban Institute and Arnold. I mean, this is a fabulous forum. This is what we need throughout the country and more frequently, and that would be the first thing to say out loud. So I approached this as though this was a research agenda setting discussion, in part because that's where I enter, and in part because that's how I read some of the documentation. And Nancy, I really appreciate your comments about maintaining order and safety in a prison. And I winced when I read that sentence, and I winced double when I thought, I got assigned to that? Why can't I be on one of the other ones? I don't want to maintain order. Okay. But I slowed down, and Nancy and I had a nice exchange over email. And so I thought I would just share with you what I see as kind of a tension and a gap in the research agenda, and things that maybe we might think about as we go forward. So when I think about maintaining order in prison, first thing I think about, which has come up here today a lot, Peter Drucker, the famous management guru, once said, I hope I have the quote right, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." Not lunch, not dinner, for breakfast.
culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we can talk a lot about the orders that define carceral spaces, and we can talk a lot about the interventions. But I think in many ways what we've talked about throughout the day, which is this kind of, I mean, that's what makes culture culture. It's enduring, right? So I'd like to start with a little nod to Peter Drucker and say every time I think about the order of a prison or a prison system or even the carceral state, I think about its enduring power. And people have talked about ways to encroach on that power, but I have a healthy respect, if not kind of awe and lament, about the power of the carceral state. As I understand at least the research literature that I've been reading for some 30 years, and certainly goes further back, is that people have spent a significant amount of research time trying to understand the mysteries of the order of the prison, right? From The Captives and the Captives, famous book, to stuff I read just last year in a top journal where we looked at the relationship between those who are incarcerated and those who watch over them, and legitimacy, a piece that was floating around. And it seems to me that we know a lot about the order and how it's maintained. This isn't an area where we have a kind of absence of knowledge. We know a lot about the internal order, everything from what used to be called the inmate code of conduct, that kind of informal mechanisms that keep order. David Scarbeck's book, Who Places It All at Gangs, for example, recent book called The Underworld and Order. Two more recent things that have come out where some work done in Ohio, really fabulous work, where they went in and they interviewed and they surveyed and they used mixed methods and they did a lot of participation in Ohio prisons, and the name of the article is Old Heads Prevail. It was kind of counterintuitive of who's running the interior. It was the senior people. It wasn't the shot caller or the toughest guy. It was the senior guy. We know a lot about the internal workings, and we know a lot about the external kind of exogenous factors that contribute to that enduring order. And I'm talking very macro. We know about the legal climate. We know about the historical moment. In my state, we know a lot about big moments where things shifted dramatically. I mentioned earlier Supreme Court decision that said you will reduce overcapacity, and you have 3 ways to do that. You can build more prisons, but we know we can't build out of it. You can start letting people out and sending them to counties, the non-non-nons, non-violent, non-sexual, non-serious. That's pretty much what we've done. Or you can figure out another route, but you're going to reduce. These are what I call the big shocks to the system. I want to talk less about that kind of what do we know about the order and just say we know it's maintained. The thing about these really horrible carceral spaces is that they're incredibly durable and reproducing for all the reasons we've been talking about here today. So I think where the missing link in the literature is under what conditions do they change in dramatic, discernible ways. And I outed myself earlier by saying I like to work at the meso level because I don't think I can bring capitalism down, right? So I'm looking over at the guy that said that. And I can look over at people and say, great, keep suing. You know, right now, 40 to 60% of the Ninth Circuit's docket is prisoner filings. That's not a small number. I was on a panel a few years ago with a Ninth Circuit judge who barked at me because I did a book on the prisoner's grievance system, which is supposed to resolve things at the lowest level. And she said, why are our dockets flooded? It kind of exacerbated. I think we know a lot about stability and order and those mechanisms in the brief about how we control people through incentives or threats of more punishment. I think we know less about what we're all looking for, which is innovations and points of intervention. And this isn't as simple as what works. That phrase is too worn out. It's kind of grander than that. It's asking, when is Peter Drucker wrong, right? When does strategy eat culture for breakfast versus when culture eats strategy for breakfast? I think one thing to look at, this is something that I've been interested in lately. Gase and Gase did some research years ago where they looked at all the mission statements for prisons, and the buzzword was safety and security, safety and security, safety and security. It's like this pivotal institutional logic around which everything spins. I do some, I was just saying to Amy, I do some consulting work periodically, and I write briefs to the court. And the rejoinder is always some version of, we can't because of safety and security. We can't house a trans woman in a woman's facility because of safety and security. We can't give the person more time to file a grievance because of some penological interests. This safety and security, institutional, cultural logic, I think is the single most unpenetratable thing for social change, because it blocks every innovation. And I'd be interested if this resonates wherever you enter. So, interestingly enough, I've taken on a project where we're looking at all the mission statements across the United States, and guess what's happening? When Gase and Gase did their work, it was 90+% the mission was safety and security. And now we're starting to see changes in that. Now you could say, well, missions are missions, but I think they're signifiers. Safety, security, rehabilitation. Safety, security, saving taxpayer dollars. Safety, security, punishing on behalf of the state. I'm immersed in these right now. I think we might be entering an era where there's more space in the carceral space to have a discussion about what are we doing here, why, to whom, and for whom. And if that discussion takes off, I think what we might see is a reconfiguring of the carceral order. Perhaps not at the largest levels in terms of who we lock up and at what rates, but at some of the levels we've been talking about here, how people relate inside that space, where those moments of disruption and dislocation might be. So I'm going to conclude with telling you what I wrote to Nancy when she said, can you give a few comments? I said, I'm in a hurry, I can't give this a lot of thought right now, what do you want? And she said, informal. And I'm thinking about this in light of my experience with reform over about 20, 30 years. My experience as an academic who reads lots of books, my experience at tables like this, my experience as an expert witness on cases in which people really are trying to do reform and innovation through legal action and other mechanisms, and my own work with the prisons in California, particularly on grievance systems, things like that, as a venue through which conditions of confinement are routinely contested. That's what all of this points to. And as I think about that, I think about how this term safety and security has become a mantra, if not a ruse, for failure to take steps to reform in ways that for some of us, me, constitute maybe not best practices, but better practices. More humane, more human rights, more dignified for both the workers and the people that they are charged for caring for and don't care about. I would like to put on the table kind of a research question about the degree to which safety and security as the anchoring logic is part of the plan moving forward or not. It's simply, in my view, it has to be disrupted. Let me just say one final PS. Where I see that being talked about in little ways, in those rare moments where you see people talk about closing prisons down, there's a map up right now on states talking about closing prisons down, the next question very quickly becomes, well, what do we do with all that infrastructure? That's an interesting question. Do you make them public health facilities? Do you build more schools? Do you sell them to the highest bidder? Because that's where it's no longer about safety and security. It's about that extraordinary investment in something that is more dignified, more human, and better for all of us. So that's what I'd like on the research agenda.
Thank you for posing some really important questions. Hopefully we can answer those or start to think about those too.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so just to pick up on what Valerie was talking about, in New York, their, I guess, tagline is care, custody, and control. And very little care is happening. It's more custody and control that's happening. But, you know, just in thinking about if we're looking at just reimagining what a prison would look like, you know, why aren't we thinking about, you know, the framework in which it works, and that is a punishment paradigm. You know, at what point, you know, does the rehabilitation start, or habilitation, some would argue, And for some, you're punished before because you come from neighborhoods that are not being invested in, and you go to prison, and then you have all these collateral consequences when you get out. And so this punishment paradigm is just absorbing your life. And so at what point are we going to say just being incapacitated or just going to prison is your punishment, and now let's work on restoring? Oftentimes, and we have a long-term responsibility project with my organization, and it's basically just looking at portions of your life that might have contributed you coming to prison in the first place. Now, some might argue, well, why isn't the state doing that? So my point is that you can go through 10, 15, 20, 25 years and really never address the issues that brought you to prison in the first place. And so now you're going home, with more baggage because you're traumatized or re-traumatized with what happened to you inside prison, and you're bringing that home. And so, for us in New York, and then if you were under any sort of medication that helps stabilize you, you might come home without that, even though you might have been taking that 10 to 15, 25 years, because that's what prisoners do. They medicate you throughout your entire time and then send you home oftentimes with none. And so when you see in New York a person in the train station just acting erotically and stuff like that, oftentimes it's because of the systems that did not support folks before, during, or after prison. I just want to say that there were some attempts, to maybe even look at parole and how the parole board system does not recognize any growth period that may happen in your life. And so they implement something called the Compass Risk Assessment Tool. And so this tool is supposed to measure all of the things that you've done during your incarceration and take that in consideration when seeing whether you are, quote unquote, fit to go back into society. The problem is that, and we talked about training a lot, the problem is that the counselors who make up your parole package was not trained, in this Compass Risk Assessment Tool. And so you may or may not be going before a parole board who's going to determine whether you stay or go home. You may go without it. Another problem, and this is most recent because a friend of mine who just got denied parole was told by the parole committee that they weren't going to consider the Compass. So not only did they, not only were they not going to do it, they were bold enough to say that I'm not going to do it. So that's an Article 78, but that's just another example of trying to change a system where folks that are within the system are feeling like they have enough power to say that I'm not going to follow any sort of new kind of policies or practices that are implemented. And so, I don't know, somebody said earlier, how do we get folks who have been doing their job a certain way to work within some new ideas? And it's going to be difficult because I'm telling you something that happened last week. And this Compass has been in place for a couple of years now. And it's just difficult to do that. And lastly, I want to talk about, and we talked a lot about where the prisons are located, and we also talked about mainly who are the ones that are working within the prisons, but we didn't talk about veterans, having incentives, and being a correction officer when they come home. So there's a certain amount of points that they get just for being a veteran, and then they're able to leverage employment within a correctional facility. And then I'm thinking about post-traumatic stress syndrome. I'm thinking about just working inside another structure who is, and now you're going to be the one who implements any sort of ways that you deal with folks inside, and you're taking that from your experience in being in the service. And so now we're talking about, you come from a stance in where you were leaders and you were killing people, and you're going inside a prison and bringing that experience inside. And what does that mean, or what does that say to us? Because now, and I'm looking at Homer, what kind of health services are we even giving to the folks inside who are working there? And these are some of the folks that are working there. We're talking about folks inside prison, and all of these traumas are just circling in the community, and nothing good is coming out of it. So when we're thinking about, how to reimagine how we work with folks inside the prisons, when we're thinking about even reimagining communities, I mean, that word safety gets kicked around a lot, and so you automatically think about, is my family safe, or, am I going to be hurt? But safety can look like better school systems. Safety can look like jobs in the communities. Safety can look like better healthcare systems. And so if we're not thinking in terms of safety looking like that, then I think we're missing the mark.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Whose safety, right, and where.
Yeah.
So, Jim, if you want to take a few minutes to give your opening remarks.
Sure. I wasn't prepared to speak on this issue, but Nancy asked me to, so I'll make a few comments based upon my experiences as a practitioner and as a researcher. It's been my I get to travel all over the country and visit lots of prisons and jails, and I think one of the major incentives both medium and maximum security facilities utilize as an incentive is an honor unit. Okay, and typically, an honor unit is simply a housing unit where inmates can go in there, one person to a cell, and they have a little bit relaxed supervision, and they have freedom to do a few things in their cell that kind of reminds me a lot of the European model. You take care of your own place, and you can prepare your own food. It's probably mostly from commissary or whatever, but you can decorate your cell, make it like a little apartment and such, and that's a huge incentive for the incarcerated population to get there. But what do? Once you maintain your behavior so long in that honor unit, as a result of your good record, we send you to a minimum security unit where we put you in a bay with 200 other people, and as a result, members of the population don't want to leave that honor unit, so they purposely commit another disciplinary infraction, so they get to stay at that institution and work their way back up to that honor unit. And I've seen that firsthand as a practitioner. What I have seen to work to some degree is like intensive programming units in facilities. And, we should be doing that with, most everyone, but usually it's just a small minority of the population that has to compete to get in that intensive programming unit. And I see where it works. They're kept quite busy, taking GED classes and learning reintegration skills and all sorts of transitional programming, and there's a lot of peer support. Those in that programming unit develop a brotherhood or sisterhood, and to some degree they use peer pressure to keep each other's in check, and perhaps that's something we need to think about more in the future. And then with respect to maintaining order and safety, I can't help but think of some work Barbara Owen and I have done, is that, administrators need to know, they need to be able to tap the temperature of facilities and housing units to know about problems before they occur or as they are occurring, And as a result, Barbara and I have been fortunate to be the recipient of a couple of Prius studies where we were able to use mixed methods and develop what's called the Women's Correctional Safety Skills. And hopefully it'll be downloadable. You can download it from the NIC website, hopefully early next year. We need something for men like that too, the men's correctional safety skills. But our sponsor, the National Institute of Corrections, given the limited funding, and they're simply a line item on the Bureau of Federal Prisons budget. It's doubtful they'll have the funding to do that. But given what I've heard today and about CBPR, I think there's ways to embrace custodial staff as well as the incarcerated population and come up with lots of innovative ways to improve safety and maintain order and develop better incentives. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, and thank you for being willing to jump in the last minute. We appreciate you filling the gap. So let's open it up to the table. So we had Amy, Michelle Jones, and then Dara lined up with comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Val's point about the mission of so many of these institutions being safety and security, and I can't help but think of the irony that so many of them are not only violence factories within, but then the violence and recidivism and the public health consequences basically undermining the safety and security of communities. So we've got institutions whose sole focus is safety and security, and yet they fail miserably at it. So it's something we have to take into account. But I am also hopeful. I think you're right, Val. I think that there are pockets of change for the first time in a generation. I mean, frankly, when I started doing this work, we were all about harm reduction. There was no possibility of ever getting anything positive. It was just, can we reduce the harm? And no one cared and no one talked about this. So actually the fact that we're having this convening is a huge step forward. And I want to encourage thinking about that. Where are the hope? Where are the open pockets? Where's the hope? Where can we push? I think that Urban, with this opportunity, we shouldn't be looking at harm reduction. We should be looking at where is the opportunity for actually building a different model. Where's the hope? Where's the innovation? Where's the actual spirit and leadership for change? Go there, because we need different models. We know what doesn't work, but we haven't actually implemented much that does. And so without examples of a different frame, people are caught in our punishment paradigm. We need a way out. And so this research opportunity that Urban has with institutions, I really like. Look for the hope, look for the bright spots, look for the innovators and the leadership. I'll deal with the constitutional minimum, which is torture people, and there's a role for that. I want to make sure more people don't die and more people aren't tortured. But through the courts and through the laws, we can't actually get to the better place, but you can. So please go and get it.
Everything that was said. I think that places for hope have to be, and I can't emphasize this so much, the emphasis on safety and security in facilities gets particularized, it gets down to the crumbs of the number of pens that people who are in higher education programs can have. And so one of the ways in which we can deal, if we can get more superintendents, more leaders of the fiefdoms on board about analyzing the low-hanging fruit and begin to have a real conversation about, is this really safety and security? Mm-hmm. And then work our way back up to the larger issues while we have our people on deck who are ready to sue everybody. But I feel like it's important to get them to change how they think about potential criminality, potential danger, potential lack of safety. Because 2 pens for certain organizations, having 3 pens, 2 are allowed. Having 3 pens is tantamount to all sorts of processes, punitive processes that follow. And we have to ask someone, is 3 pens really and have people who are in authority, who have the power to actually question them, and then get a response back other than a letter of recommendation that actually engages them to think about the logic that undergirds safety and security. Pull at the thread, and we can unravel it. Lastly, because I'm going to have to get my car, I really think when we think about what do we do with these buildings as they close outside of Rikers, which must be demolished because of all of the psychic and spiritual trauma that's in it, it has to go down. But in Indiana, our facility, the people who were incarcerated in it took the plans and reimagined what the space could be. And I think one of the places we could start with those facilities that are being torn, that are being closed, is ask the fellow incarcerated people, what would you do with this space if you can reimagine? I love what Women's Building did, and with Cheryl and all of those wonderful things that they're doing. But ask them. I mean, we have like plans. If you gave us that facility, you gave us that 15 acres, oh man. You know, so I'm just saying, the people who've lived in it know that space. We can see beyond it and imagine something new.
Thank you for being here. So we have like 3.5 minutes and 4 people. So Dara, Val, Michelle Fine, and Selma. If we can be respectful, if we can get Michelle in, that will be a successful session. If we get everybody who has their, I just mean if we have everybody has lined up to get through the.
So thank you. This is Dara. I just want to say to look at this in an intersectional lens when we're doing this data collection. And so I agree with Cheryl about the custody and control. And that is really in a disability community, in any setting where disabled folks are, they are consistently trying to be controlled and in cruel ways. So Michelle, you brought up schools, restraint and seclusion. Right, and restraining people in prisons is still being done, and specifically people with disabilities, right, and that is harmful. I also want to put forth, I know a lot of people here have gone to Europe and to these wonderful prisons in Europe, and let me say something to you. Those European countries do not have laws that protect disabled folks. And those European prisons are not set for disabled folks. They surely don't bring us over to look at them, because they know we would tear them apart how they treat disabled folks, right? We're talking about the Norway prison and how they had a basement full of people with mental health diagnoses for years. And I had people from various who went to that. I was like, did they show you the people with mental health down in the basement? What are you talking about? Because, and we know, right, from anecdotal. And they also are horrible to visitors, right? Because if you're disabled, in certain countries, you can't be on the streets. Russia, Germany, right? So therefore you can't roll to go visit your family member in prison. They treat visitors with disabilities horribly. So let's be careful about using these European models, right? Until you talk to all folks, and Mateo's not here, so I'm gonna bring up transgenders and LGBTQ folks in European prisons. I don't think they had the same kind of beautiful outlook that, yes, those prisons looks beautiful, and they only bring those certain people who want to look at prisons, right? They never bring the specific populations to come look at those prisons. Right, so I want us to use an intersectional, right, and that's control. And in this, when they're trying to do our communities, immigrants, refugees in the system, right, LGBTQ, disabled, it's controlling them through cruel ways. And so I just want to put that forward.
Thank you, and it's unfortunate that Michelle left, but I basically wanted to say something to her point, which is, I think it's also about redefining what safety means and understanding it as something relational, as we've been talking about all day, and not something that's physical or architectural. I can't tell you how many times we've been in these collaborative analysis meetings where we talk to staff, mentors, and young adults, and I say, what contributes to the safety that you all have, been telling us you're feeling here? Like, what contributes to that? And they say things like brotherhood, community, being treated like a human. And we hear that from staff too. It's not just the incarcerated folks, it's the staff too. So things like how many pens you have, they're not thinking about that, and it's because we've, like I said, we haven't done it at the largest scale that we want to, but like we're changing the culture. And I think, Urban, you're in this really unique position to leverage your position and say, hey, if we're going to work with you, these are the ways that we're going to define these things. But first, let's talk to the people and see what they think safety is, and how we work towards that. So thanks.
You want to take us home?
Oh,
No.
this will be a dystopic home.
Oh, are you?
Oh, okay. Whose safety and whose security? So CUNY signed a contract, CUNY where I teach, signed a contract with the NYPD to invade Muslim student organizations and collect data on them years ago. It's been, thank you, I think ACLU was involved in exposing it and clear. But it was about the safety and security of CUNY, but not the Muslim students. So whose safety, security, and property? And sometimes I feel like safety and security is an ideology used to justify moving monies and resources toward containment and away from helping and supporting and liberating those who have been most marginalized. Done.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone for participating. Just to kind of recap, it sounds like the big questions here are, what is safety, for whom, where, what does that look like, and how can we kind of rethink what that means to be a little more comprehensive and to kind of touch all the people we're imagining are a part of this work. And then another big question, and something that is our goal, is where's the innovation? So how do we do things? How do we change things? Whether it be the physical building itself, the culture, the people, the operations, the policies. How do we innovate in that way to kind of get up to date, get those systems up to where we think our new definition of safety is in these institutions? Nancy.
And one more thing I'll add, just bringing us back to Val's initial comments, is how to make strategy override culture, or how to disrupt cultures so that the change can really happen. And that's something that I think could also be measured and explored.
I just want to say college and prison was an amazing inoculation moment that did transform relationships quickly and in ways that endured until it got killed again, or transformed back to a very different model.
All right, so we're going to transition into some final reflections led by Jesse.
Well, that won't work. All right. Then I'm going to sit down and just take my energy to a low level now that I'm no longer standing. So I want to start by thanking everyone who has been here and part of this conversation, certainly thanking those of us who are still here. I feel very full up and challenged and, maybe struggling a little bit to think about how to even reflect on the whole day, because there's so much different kinds of knowledge, different kinds of asks for the work that needs to be done, different perspectives, differences of opinion that in a setting like this you can sort of have out there and you don't have to resolve, but particularly as we're doing the work in the states that have agreed to engage in this work, we will have to figure out how to work through and resolve, because I think a lot of the differences of opinion we heard today we're definitely going to hear there. So what I'd like to do is remind everybody of a couple of the ways we're going to use what we've heard here. As you know, we are putting together a statement of a research agenda for work in prisons that will come out after the first of the year. Around the same time, we will be announcing the sites that will be participating in the Prison Research Innovation Initiative Network. And in each of them, we'll have to take a version of this conversation there and think about what we're really able to do with them in terms of creating new data and information, creating new innovations, and taking, I think, the charge that, Amy, I think you were a foremost spokesperson for ambition, and let's really push ourselves in partnership with them to think as new and differently. I mean, we want to make things better as they are, and I think that'll be a part of this work, but really what we want to do is invent some new things that perhaps we haven't seen yet in this space, and I think that's the strongest test. If that has been brought into existence through this work, that will, I think, make us feel the strongest about what we've done. So what I'd like to do is give people some space to think and do, and then offer to us a last reflection on the day. I think what we'd like to do, including the audience, is have people take a little bit of time to do that in pairs. If you are here in the room, you may have seen that there are note cards at your table. We haven't had a lot of opportunity to bring in the audience, and I'll tell you the questions we're offering up for you. But one thing I would say is anything you write on those note cards, if you are so inclined to give those to us, we would like to take those and have that as part of the input about what we need to do next. For those folks who are hanging with us on the live stream, you could do a similar exercise. I don't know whether you've got somebody where you are that you can reflect with, but to write your thoughts and send them to transformprison@urban.org. So this is what we would ask you to think about a little bit and then share with somebody next to you here in the room. As you're reflecting on the day, if you had to say what you think is the most important thing for us to attend to in the research agenda, we would love to hear that. Or, and this may be one and the same, what's something that didn't come into the conversation today, as widely as it ranged, that you want to make sure that we have squarely on our minds as we're going forward? So some combination of that. So if we could pair up. We'll give you about 10 minutes, and then we'll bring people back and do a little bit of report out. See if you can wrap up your conversation in around 1 minute. All right, y'all, can we bring it in? Dara, I feel like a number of times over the course of this roundtable you've said you're sorry, but I don't really think you were sorry for like even one of the things you apologized for in truth. So What I'd like to create the opportunity for us to do quickly before we wrap is do a little bit around the table, and I think if we can do it concisely enough, some opportunity for some of the folks in the room who aren't at the table to leave us with the last thought. So I ask that everybody be concise, and because she's across the table from me and because I know her to be a model of brilliance and concision, I'm going to invite Dr. Jocelyn Fontaine to start us out. Okay, but whatever your agreement is, you can start us off with that.
He's going to be the spokesperson. We agree because I'm from a family of nurses, and so I'm used to taking orders. So I think that the thing that we didn't hear and we didn't dig into, and it's certainly my personal experience at Rikers, is that the labor unions for the correctional officers, if we want to reframe their role, which is critical to any improvements or systematic changes, they must be at the table because they, in my experience, are far more powerful than the commissioners of correction. They decide what happens, when it happens, and who it happens to.
Yeah, we have on our advisory board Andy Potter, who represents that perspective, and unfortunately for family reasons couldn't join us, but you're absolutely right about that.
Oh, good afternoon. So we had a great discussion, and we agreed that we're excited that you guys are going to get baseline data, but we are especially excited that you're engaging in the participatory research methodologies to really engage the incarcerated population, the people who are living behind bars, but also the staff. That is going to provide a unique window into engaging in some creative problem solving about how we really change these cultures and actually create goals for our correctional institutions that are far beyond custody and control, but really about healing and justice and improving our communities and making them stronger rather than undermining certain populations and actually, our communities as a whole. I mean, there's no question that the impact of incarceration certainly is doled out to certain communities at a much higher rate, but the bottom line is that it weakens our entire nation. It makes us less than what we could be, and so I'm really so excited to start engaging in reimagining what we can be and what we should be. So thank you.
Okay. 4 basic points. So a research program should acknowledge and protect against the retaliation, particularly of those PAR members that may join your team and or anyone else inside the facility that can be vulnerable, up to and including the COs as well, or other folk, but definitely those, the prisoners. Include, that was a big discussion here throughout the day, particularly in this little corner. Include the formerly incarcerated in the agenda at the beginning, right, as opposed to later on and then tagging them on. And Michelle used to say as a doctoral student, don't include them as decoration on a project. Yeah, she used to say. I added, make sure, to the extent, I know it can get more complicated in terms of doing this, but pay the people. And that's something that, I know we have taken seriously over the years. Pay them and pay them well, or incentivize them in other ways. Certain facilities you can't actually give money.
Their families money.
Oh, families money, that's a good one. So, and then you can sit down with them as well to talk about incentives and what works, and whatever the incentive is, let it be real. Also, an ethics advisory board of non-negotiable collection of data. So data from the prisoners and data from the retired officers. Did I get that right? Not really.
I just thought that Irving could have a little chutzpah in each community where you're doing the work and say that you would have like a, I'm sorry, chutzpah, so that Urban Institute could have an ethics advisory board of primarily formerly incarcerated folks who would hold the project accountable, but also that each site, and I think Urban could do this as a non-negotiable with your sites, that each site also has to collect data from, by, and with formerly incarcerated folks in the local community and former correction officers. Because I think people are freer to speak when they're outside than when they're inside. And maybe a community-based organization that also, a local one that also has access to the data, and it should be intersectional, and Dara should be on all of their boards. But no, really, like have somebody else hold the data, but have people who are free to speak in each site. And if districts won't agree to that, they don't get the grant.
So Jesse and I spoke about what was missing from the conversation, and Jesse made the point that while it was touched upon, we didn't focus centrally on the degree to which people are victimized in prison settings. And we talked a little bit about how that's another example of out of sight and out of mind, and that the general public has this ridiculous notion that, you know, if you incarcerate people, crime will go down. And it's like, well, what's happening in the prisons? Oh, I know, it's because the prosecutors aren't doing anything about it. So we talked about that. We talked about just taking a page out of some of the innovations in policing, like trainings in implicit bias, where some of the most senior veteran officers, some of the ones that you would think, well, who are leaders but might not be open to understanding their implicit biases, are the ones that actually get recruited and trained to deliver that message to their fellow officers, and ways to bring that kind of model into the correctional environment.
The one thing I would add is thinking about something that Scott said about how corrections officers don't see success, they only see failure, and that's something I've heard before, and it's even something I've said myself. But of course, that's only true if you assume that success for incarcerated people can only occur after release, but if we know that's not true, and I think what we need to do is be attentive to understanding, measuring, and making visible successes that people accrue, and growth that happens wherever they are.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I've just been sitting here quietly all day in what I was trying to really own as an act of white restraint, and so I didn't want to be like a voyeuristic. I was actively attempting to restrain myself. So, thank you for having me. One of the things we talked about that echoes what everyone here is saying is this idea of well, what we talked a lot about is the anxiety I hold that our moment for prison reform will not be long, and therefore you have to be bold. When you think you're being bold, we have an agreement we use in meetings of comfort +1. So like when you think you're being bold, go, just stretch yourself a little bit further, because we won't have this time for long. And one way to ensure the comfort plus is to hold true to the principles of PAR and to have people leading your work who are the most impacted, and to use Selma's words, have the most to lose when the eye of attention moves on to the next topic and we move on to our next jobs. And you know, in these like white dominance cultures of nonprofits and funding spaces, we are taught and trained repeatedly to not, you know, listen to, trust, or follow the leadership of impacted people. And so I implore you to heed Michelle's advice and think through how that can work. The way that we do it is through strategic partnerships where we share power and decision making with organizations that are run by formerly incarcerated people and impacted communities. And I think an advisory board is another great way to do that. So thank you.
So I guess my recommendations to the researchers at the Urban Institute is embrace mixed methods, include as many elements of CBPR as you can, you know, where it's safe and makes sense to do so. Personally, you know, I've found, you know, allowing staff, including, you know, their union shop stewards and members of the incarcerated population to become part of the procedural justice process oftentimes works. You know, we know from research that doing that has the biggest impact or the greatest potential to have an impact. But That's what I have to say.
I got the legislator over here. And Wayne and I discussed the lack of discussion around legislation and legislators. And I know on the application, we know that, legislators had to be part of this, right? Governors and stuff. And so what Wayne and I were talking about is, Ryan, you just said it, being bold. We're being bold right now, but I plan to retire in about 15 years. Sooner than that. But anyway, what happens when I leave? What happens when that legislator leaves? When that governor leaves? What's the succession plan that they have? That they set forth and say this should move forward? And I was telling Wayne that legislators, people come to me all the time, you should run for office, whatever, but you should take that person in and say, this is what I've been doing, and when I leave, I want you to do this. So, is that happening in those states? And will this just go away if that person goes away? And we all know corrupt governors and stuff are being taken, right? So if that governor is arrested, will this end? Legislators are not using their administrative functions. So how is that being used in their state? So what that means is that many people think that, legislators create laws, and we have really great laws that just are not enforced. Please stop creating new laws. Why don't you administrate the law you have? Which means is that I created this law 5 years ago. Did you do a performance analysis and measurements on how that law affected the criminal justice system, your DOC? Have you done that? Have you set that up? Federally, it's a GAO report. State-wise, you can have a report done and say, I want to know how my law fixed this and what's going on. And then thinking out of the box, what new thing have you done, legislator, around the DOC? Wayne was saying, right, I was saying if you're the chair of the committee, that's other succession planning, right, training the whole committee. But every quarter we're going to go to the corrections, the Department of Corrections. We're going to a different facility. The whole staff, the secretary, my LD, my LA, and then next quarter this one's going. And how is that being planned, right? Think outside. All of these people should be going with you. Go with family members, right? These kinds of things. So how are you thinking outside of the box of your normal legislative life? And I do think that could be part of the research and the questions to the legislators who signed on to. You don't just get to sign on to this and say, oh, come back and talk to us, Urban Institute, in the 4.5 years when this is over. No, you're going to talk to us every quarter or right? And they need to be a part of it. And I didn't hear that in this room. And I know 501c3 and all that crap, that doesn't have to do it. That's about educating legislators.
All right.
I yielded my time to Dara.
We all should.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Ford. I think we have time for 2 or 3 from the audience, if folks have them. I think that, do we have microphones in circulation? Oh, we do.
She's at American now.
So we can start over there.
Hello. So, hi, I'm Talisa Carter. I'm an assistant professor at American University, criminologist, and I also used to be a correctional officer in Georgia. So 2 things that Dr. Vischer and I talked about was, one, there is kind of the conversation, and this frustrates me in my personal research, right? So the conversation with CEOs is always like, train them, right? But training is complicated. So I've done ethnographic research in training facilities, and the fact is that they're just like any other teacher across the country. They're stressed, right? That's not an end-all, be-all. Training is really complex. The second thing is the implications of not looking at correctional officers intersectionally. And so those experiences in Dana Britton's work, gender, race, sexuality, etc., but particularly when we talk about how the micro interactions with inmates, with residents, the incarcerated population. So when you have this relationship, right, so, and Cheryl mentioned it, that we need to have pockets of space where officers and residents can relate, and that often happens in micro-level interactions and built around non-structural incentives. So when we talked about incentives, it was about putting them in honor dorms, but it's also about who gets an extra tray, who can stay out a little bit longer and put up the chairs. Right? So in these interactions, who you are as a person, your identity plays out. And so I think those 2 things are really important.
A voice we didn't hear from today are volunteers who go into the institutions. Many of those go in for religious purposes under the chaplains, and we did not hear from the chaplains as well. With that in mind, I would ask us to look academically at the issue of spirituality and the role of spirituality in people's growth within the institutions.
Hi, talking for the two of us, but Matt can add more. The work in prisons, are there ways of pushing further so that people are not doing repetitive work for 30 years? Can you work with the corporations? We talked about college, that's great, but how about vocational training in different ways? How about coding? That could give people some real jobs when they leave. How about libraries? How about computers? I know people are fearful that all sorts of horrible things will happen, but people can learn skills. They can learn Excel, they can learn PowerPoint, they can learn Word. And let Matt say a few words.
I think you covered it.
Okay. And also the fact that the holistic systems need to be looked at, and I think you did a nice job in that, and the idea that people have possibilities outside and giving them some skills that are workable when they leave is really vital.
All right, and I think last one over here.
Hi, sorry. My name's Fran Buntman, and before saying what you didn't address, I just want to thank you very much for what you did address, because it was, I thought, quite extraordinary, and I learned a great deal, despite the fact that I like to think I know a fair amount. I felt like I didn't know that much. Anyway, the two things that I wanted to add to what needs to be addressed is more about messaging from the get-go. In other words, it's not just about bringing in people who you want to research as part of your research setting agenda, but disrupting and challenging and changing some of the broader conversations, either about specific constituencies, such as victims, but also the broader public. You know, comments were made about perceptions of prison from TV and so on. And I think what Mr. Ford was saying about legislators' focus is very much on that too, that it's vital that people who are going to have a real stake in this agenda setting are involved and have the possibility to rethink and relearn along with the research team and the participants and so on. And the second thing that I think you could have had a bit more of, or for the future, let me say more fairly and optimistically, is to identify examples, big and small, historical, local, international, of things that are working, that are disruptive, that are positive. I can actually even think of some locally here in DC at the jail, some pretty innovative work. And I'm sure there's a ton out there that could be put together.
So at least a few minutes early, I'd like to break the circle and adjourn us. Before I do that, I just want to thank everyone who is here for your presence, for your generosity, for everything you gave. Go travel well if you're traveling, with our appreciation, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that this work is worthy of what you've contributed. So thank you all so much.